So welcome to our council meeting for the 9th of May. Great to see so many people in the public gallery, and I know we've got a number of people in the gallery who are actually participating in the meeting this morning as well. So welcome. We'll move to item 1, which is apologies. I've got an apology from the Mayor for absence and an apology for James Goff for early departure. Are there any other apologies that need to be noted? A period of absence from Raf Manjing. I'm happy to move those apologies. Do I have a seconder? Jimmy Chen. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Item 2, declarations of interest. There's been nothing declared, but let's let that serve as a reminder that if there is anything that becomes apparent as we move through the meeting, it should be declared at that time. Now we move to item 3, public participation. Item 3.1, the public forum, and we've got Sam Butcher from the Imagination Station who's with us this morning. Sam, good morning. Thank you very much indeed for coming along. You've got 5 minutes to address the council on anything you choose to talk to us about. Away you go.
Thank you very much for having me here this morning. It's wonderful to be able to speak to you all in this format. It's a wonderful thing. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sam Butcher. I'm the Managing Director at the Imagination Station. There you go. Is that going to make it easier for you to hear me? I'm Managing Director at Imagination Station, and we are a charity that is grassroots here in Christchurch that works with Lego education, and we're working with your Central City Library, Tauranga, and it's a beautiful opportunity to be partnering with you, and so here I am. Now, before getting into things too seriously, I'd like to really thank this council for your support over the years, specifically Vicky Buck and Jamie Goff for supporting us through your CCHL directors fees a couple of years ago. We literally wouldn't be here without that. So thank you very much for your support and the wider support that you represent from the city. Now the reason I'm here this morning is twofold. Firstly, I wanted to personally give you an update on how things are going for Imagination Station in Tauranga. And secondly, I'd like to share with you some of our recent experiences regarding fundraising and consider some of the council's own outlined priorities in the long-term plan. So firstly, Tauranga, it's a beautiful building, well done, and it's been a real privilege to work with this council in activating that building. When we first started discussing with the libraries about what synergies there might be and how we would activate the building, we weren't really sure how that would look, but I have some statistics which may be of interest to you that really show what a success this partnership has been. So based on the first 6 months, we're expecting to see approximately 120,000 people through our space alone in Tauranga. Now that's a significant increase from the 47,000 we expected the year before that, and so that's a huge growth which is testament to the success of the building. Now we've taken hundreds and hundreds of surveys from the public who use our space, and we've learnt that 55% of our visitors come to Tauranga specifically for Imagination Station, which is an excellent success for us, but also for Tauranga itself. And as we survey them further, we learn that 55% of those, so that's about 70,000 extra visitors to Tauranga, and 80% of those people are also using library services while they're coming to Imagination Station. So that shows a huge synergy in the partnership. If we take a wider perspective of what impact this has on the central city, we learn that 61% of our visitors also go on to use other activities and other shops in the central city. So it's really activating the city as a whole, which is fantastic. Now, we also ask our visitors why they come, and we typically get answers that fall into 4 key areas. They come to spend quality time with family, which is a brilliant thing for the city. They come to learn. We run a range of education classes that a diverse range of people come to. They come to be creative, and they come to relax. And that's a huge success in our eyes because that's what we're trying to achieve. But I think it's also a huge testament to success of the council that this building has enabled that to be prioritised, and also that you have a community below you who are willing and able to engage in these kinds of activities, which is a real success. Our visitors are, as it says, actively learning, they're excited for the future, and they're inspired, which is a great thing for this community that you represent. Now, the second thing I quickly wanted to touch on was a bit about Imagination Station's position going forward. As you've been able to see, Tauranga itself has had immense benefits for us But there has been two costs that we've noticed. The first cost is that most of our public visitors now assume that we are a council initiative, which is wonderful for all of you, but unfortunately has represented itself in a 76% decrease in public donations, which is a serious threat to us, and we're taking that quite seriously. It's a serious challenge. And secondly, a number of our key funders, including this council unfortunately, have suggested that our move into Tauranga should mean that we need specifically a lot less funding. Now, unfortunately, that's simply not true. Despite having over 60 volunteers working for us now, our largest expense always has been and continues to be staffing. Now, given a 115% increase in visitors, we actually need more funding now than we have previously, and so that's a serious consideration. I trust that all of you are aware that your own long-term plan says that this city should be a city of recreation, fun and creativity, and so we believe that we represent that. And so as you come to consider the Strengthening Communities Fund later on this year, I humbly ask that you would keep that priority in mind, keep our successes in mind, and keep the impact that we're having in the region in mind. I hope you've found it helpful to learn a little bit about us. I'm conscious that we do only have 5 minutes, and so I'll open it up for questions if we have time for that. Otherwise, thank you very much for listening.
And unfortunately, you haven't left time for questions.
Sure.
Your presentation took exactly 5 minutes, so the timing
Brilliant.
was perfect. But thank you very much indeed for the update. Recreation, fun and creativity clearly is what your activity represents, and we've understood very clearly the message that you've brought this
Brilliant.
morning. So thank you very much indeed for doing
Thanks,
so.
Andrew.
Thank you. So just to make a couple of comments about the conduct of the meeting from here, we've got 8 deputations on item 22, which we'll be taking next. That'll take us to just before 11 o'clock. Each of those deputations will have 10 minutes, including time for questions, and I intend to enforce that 10 minutes very strictly. We're going to need to because of the number of deputations that we've got this morning. That'll see us with a morning tea break at around about 11 o'clock. Then we've got 7 community boards, which will be giving 10 minutes each to present their reports, again, including time for questions. That should take us to a little bit after 12 o'clock, at which point I intend to deal with the Part A's coming from the community boards and then move immediately to item 22. So for those people that are here making deputations to item 22 this morning who are wanting to be in the chamber when we debate that item, it's likely that that will happen somewhere between 12:15 and maybe 1 o'clock or just after. So just in terms of the community board chairs and representatives planning their time this morning, it's unlikely that we'll get to you before 11 o'clock. And for the people that are here for item 22, it's likely that we'll get to that item sometime after 12 o'clock. But of course, we've got the deputations to hear first, which we'll do next. So now let's immediately move to those deputations by appointment. And I would call Linda Burdicken, the chair, and Simon Brown, the vice chair of the South Shore Residents Association, to the table for the first of our 10-minute deputations on item 22. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Many thanks for allowing the South Shore Residents Association to speak at a deputation today to provide feedback on the proposed leadership transition from Regenerate to Christchurch City Council. Whilst South Shore Residents Association and our residents have had many issues with the City Council throughout the history of our city, we know that it is possible for us to be heard and to work together as we did successfully on the recent Section 71 matter. We have nothing positive to say about Regenerate, and we're not going to waste this moment. Instead, we will focus on these reports discovered at short notice without communication, which potentially have significant implications for our community. It is clear that Regenerate are not up to the task, and we agree with the reasons stated as to why to transition leadership. Our community are universally behind the need for robust flood protection along the estuary edge that respects and enhances the natural environment. That message has not changed for many years. We also agree with the estuary walkway proposed by CCRU. Throughout the history of our city, there's been precedent of poor treatment of the eastern suburbs. That does not make it okay when considering past council decisions. As the City Council will be aware, the previous estuary edge protection pre-earthquake was provided by individual property owners on the estuary edge. having lost that same fight before as a council decision. What is fundamentally different this time is CIRA partially demolished or left these earthquake-damaged defences, making the remaining 500 property owners more vulnerable than they were before. In many cases, scraping the land to a lower level and not reinstating ground levels is also an issue. The City Council will ultimately own the red zone land as an asset, but it will need to be protected. We don't have an answer as to who is responsible, as it is surely complex legally. However, that increased risk must not fall to existing private property owners as a result of decisions made by an adjoining property owner, be that CIRA, Linds or someone else, as we have raised before in previous submissions. With regard to the options presented, we are heartened that the City Council are considering human welfare, health and well-being in this issue for the first time. Perhaps that is thanks to the How team. We also commend the idea of splitting earthquake repair and adaptation processes as proposed by option 2. However, this option does not go far enough to address human well-being and social repair in the short and medium term, and only adds uncertainty, which is a serious concern. We cannot have a situation where past wrongs on earthquake repairs do not proceed because of predetermined adaptation plans, as could occur with either option 1 or option 2. Such an approach will confirm to our residents that retreat has always been and always will be the intention. We continue to strongly support option 3 presented by CCRU, the key focus being social repair and addressing the undue stress, health and well-being challenges for our community. We do not agree with the negative comments made regarding the CCRU option. Council analysis of option 3 states no wider community consultation has been undertaken, but it has been. The whole South Shore community has been consulted on the estuary edge protection by the Residents Association, including surveys, public meetings and the OSEL report. The response was compelling. Council analysis also states option 3 has taken away investigation, which to us is odd because any solution or option would need to be investigated and the scope of work produced. We refute impact on Mana Whenua in option 3 because engagement with Ngāi Tahu is a requirement of the district plan and would always be included in appropriate council works. Ngāi Tahu will need to agree and they are a key stakeholder. Reduced reliance on physical structures, stated in the council report, is again a misnomer in Christchurch because we rely on stop banks throughout the city, including the Waimakariri stop banks and many others. Finally, we note a comment in the matrix at the back of the report regarding the CCRU option, option 3, that repairs of the estuary edge will send a message of perceived safety and encourage development. If that was the case, we should not have rebuilt Christchurch and we should all be leaving New Zealand. It is precisely that feeling of safety that our residents are looking for and deserve. We also note reference throughout the report that there are no predetermined outcomes. Having done almost nothing for the last 9 years since the earthquake is a clear demonstration of a predetermined outcome. What makes our residents really angry is being singled out and treated differently to other equally valid parts of the city. The wonderful sea defences and walkway being built in Sumner, for example. We look forward to collaborating with the City Council, being treated fairly and working with you to look after the best interests of our residents and communities. So you, as councillors, have the opportunity today to facilitate a decision that allows our community to finally recover and look to the future. An opportunity not to be missed in an election year. Our community will always remember those who stood up for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Now that allows just under 5 minutes for questions. Are there any questions? Jimmy.
Just one question quickly regarding to the lost strategy plan. The contents no any difference, am I right?
So
contents regarding strategy plan, because option 3 is also you would like to is protection first and also control those erosion and inundation. Then
yes.
we'll adapt those strategy plan.
Doing the earthquake repairs first is definitely send the right message to the community. And after that, adaptation. That's a long-term plan, but we need the immediate security.
So only difference is kind of do those kind of the protection and the control first.
Yes.
Then adapt.
Agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sarah.
Kia ora, thank you. A quick question on the adaptation conversation. While the getting on with the earthquake legacy issues is key for your area, the adaptation conversation has to happen with a wider area in Christchurch, so along the entire coast and including Banks Peninsula. That conversation really needs to start now. If that conversation started now, would you want to be part of it, or would you want to wait till your earthquake stuff was finished and then be behind the rest of the city when it came to that conversation?
We definitely want to be part of the conversation. We definitely want to collaborate, and we definitely want. I mean, it's our assets and our future. Of course, we want to be part of the conversation. The only thing that we're with our reservation is that we can't have decisions about adaptation plans stopping earthquake repairs from happening. So,
Yeah, that's
so
right.
they've got to be completely de-linked as a set of decisions.
That's right.
If you need to programmatically, you want to start thinking about adaptation, of course you can start, but don't let that influence the earthquake repairs.
Yeah,
is our point.
So having a conversation about adaptation on a citywide basis around the coastlines and up the rivers and with the wider community, at the same time but separate to the earthquake legacy issues.
Yep.
Yep, that's actually option 2.
But
As long
I
as
think
it
you
was,
have, from the community's point of view, we need to send a message of hope.
That's right.
Because I think what will happen if you want to start an adaptation plan before anything is visibly happening on the ground, you might not get the kind of the engagement that you want. So you need to kind of rebuild some confidence, and then I think you'll have a stronger conversation about adaptation.
that's
Do you know what I
it. But we do have those broader citywide issues that we need to start those conversations.
We have citywide. It's a citywide issue.
So if we had
climate
resolutions-
change is a citywide issue. It's not a South Shore issue. That's one of our issues.
And that's the key thing, right?
I agree,
Yeah.
yeah.
So if we had resolutions today which were very clear and very direct and much more direct than the current ones are on those, getting on with those earthquake legacy issues, would you be more comfortable with having that adaptation conversation as part of a wider community conversation?
We're more comfortable with what CCIU are presenting. Option 2 has been presented in a way where it looks like the two things are going to be tied together. I mean, we didn't have very much time. We discovered these on Friday night, and I think...
So being really clear about decoupling them is the key
Being
thing
really
for you.
clear about decoupling them is
Okay.
our main issue with it, yeah.
Thank you. That's useful. I will allow one more question from Glenn.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda and
Simon.
Simon.
You're welcome.
It is Simon, along with the other Simon. Just on the estuary edge itself, could you please describe what for you restoration and repair looks like?
I think it's repairing the estuary edge protection to the same level it was pre-earthquake. Many of those walls have also been broken, disrepair, and some have been gone altogether. We've got a pile of dirt as a temporary bund, but it's not in the same condition it was pre-earthquake, and it's actually really distressing for the residents to go and look at. It's nearly 10 years on, and we've still got these busted walls along the edge, and that really damages people over time. So it looks, as it did pre-earthquake without any houses, is really what it needs to look like. All right.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. What I will do, I'm aware there are other people that were indicating questions that didn't get the opportunity to ask questions of this particular deputation. I'll make sure that people do get an opportunity to ask questions fairly as we move through the other deputations. So thank you very much indeed for taking the time to come and address us this morning.
You're welcome.
The message is clear and I think
opportunity.
has been confirmed by the answers to some of those questions as well. So thank you very much indeed. Moving on to our next deputation, I would call Dr. John Cook to the table, please. Thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. You also have 10 minutes, which would allow time for questions if you choose. Thank you.
Iti ka unahera tēnā koutou. Ka tiwa mo ti whakapā nā raru. O huatai mi kaira roro. Aku mihi uruha ki a koutou mo tēnā. Tēnā koutou katoa. It is time to heal. I'm John Cook. I'm a general practitioner in the eastern suburb. I'm a resident, third generation, living in South Brighton. The effects of climate change are devastating. This devastation is characterised in no clearer form than in the people of South Brighton and South Shore. The devastation we see as medical providers is expressed through the mental health of our whānau. In this environment, catastrophisation can occur and is occurring. Terminology used by media can be deliberately extreme. This has a profound effect on mental health. Tenets of good governance include honest community engagement, fairness and equity. It is not without thought that I have come here fully aware I need to protect and respect doctor-patient confidentiality. However, I believe I can freely discuss the cumulative burden of many weary, damaged individuals. I have the ongoing privilege to be involved in our community at the centre of engagement, sometimes in the very dark places in people's hearts, minds and souls. Our practice cares for 12,500 individuals in the area, and we are better equipped than most to observe our community's response in times of trauma. The very thought of climate change and the enormity of the problems that it presents will and does overwhelm a significant group of vulnerable people. This causes overactivation of our flight-fight safety response mechanism, medically known as a hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. There is a significant proportion of people that struggle with the constant stimulation of their HPA axis. This is expressed through family failure, violence, drugs, excess alcohol, neglect, anxiety, mood disorders, reactivation of psychoses, and post-traumatic stress disorders. Chronic activation of the flight-fight response leads to a sharp increase in the incidence of fatigue, fibromyalgia, brain fog, and other distressing syndromes. The individuals who are vulnerable often feel powerless to influence outcomes, and as such become disconnected from their ability to be effective, connected humans. This has a profound ramification, with the ultimate disconnect being disconnection from self, and this is what we see in attempted and successful suicide. The reason I bring this to your attention is that continued uncertainty around the management of equity, safety and future of the communities in South Brighton and South Shore has led many residents into very dark and unhealthy places. They struggle with the inequities of opportunity, transport, roading, footpaths, bridges. They struggle with the obvious spend inequities on our neighbours. The elderly struggle to remain in their familiar environment. Stressed children are far more prone to become dysfunctional adults, and to miss this is seemingly endless battle is tragic. Our next generation minds come first. Our decisions matter. The personal tragedies that I am witness to as a result of this effect of climate change are profound. We have a responsibility as leaders to provide an environment in which stressed communities can heal. We have had 9 years of indecision and fighting. You, individually as councillors, have a responsibility here through your decision-making today to potently affect the outcome for these individuals and their whānau. Individual professional trajectories need to be contained. There is no decision here. You have had enough reports and recommendations. Today, our seaside community want your support. I believe the best support is provided by option 3, that which gives immediate on-ground activity, hope. We know this will instill confidence, engagement and recovery. Irrespective of how you manage the estuary edge and the projected long-term effect of climate change, there are 500 families that you are responsible for now. They would not be in this position were it not for the earthquakes. The earthquake ruptured our village. Your decision corrodes our soul. Our ground continues to shake as we and our families grow old. I want you to bring humanity to the estuary edge we live by. We need you to resolve our fate, so in peace in our land we can lie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That does leave just over 3 minutes for questions. Are there any questions for Dr. Cook? Phil.
Thank you very much, John, for your deputation. One disadvantage with where I'm leading to is I'm wondering, in fact, if there's somewhere in between here that we can resolve this. Because a clear disadvantage with option 3 is that it would place a risk to council and if we adopt option 3 in itself, and that's quite clear in the report. So would you be open to us finding a kind of hybrid solution, a way in between this, between the options?
I'm talking from a personal point of view. I don't represent a group. I trust you to make the right decision now. I think we're at a point where healing has to occur. So in your wisdom, if you find that this is the best way forward, yes, of course I would accept that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Anne.
A lot about disempowerment and a sense of not having any control, and you've talked about tangible things that could happen that would strengthen a sense of power in this situation. What would that look like? What would those tangible things, do you think, look like?
Isn't it interesting, things in life that matter aren't things. But in actual fact, what was very uplifting in our community was to see the wharf rebuilt in such a fine style. To see things going ahead within New Brighton is very rewarding. So I think our community is ready for any obvious changes. I think they need to be physical, I think they need to be seen.
Great.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thanks. So we've got the earthquake damage and those legacy issues which you've talked about really strongly, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the earthquake. But the broader issues of climate change and sea level rise would be there without the earthquake, and they also cause a lot of anxiety and stress throughout the wider area. And we need to deal with both of those. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. And one final question from Jimmy.
One question, Dr. Cho. Do you think the option 3, because particular focus on risk reduction, can mitigate all those negative things you mentioned earlier, like the equity or the safety or those some people particular anxiety? So this option 3 can all mitigate those effects.
What I do know is that when you remove hope, all things go. If you have hope, then solutions are available. But if we remove hope, then we have nothing. So you ask me, are those solutions going to change? Obviously, I believe they will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to come along this morning. Again, some very clear messages. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So now moving to our third deputation of the morning, Hugo Christensen, representing the South Brighton Residents Association. Hugo, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the table. You also have 10 minutes to speak with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you all for this opportunity to again express our concerns about the endless delays of the recovery. One part of South Brighton appears to be forced into a system designed to address future sea level rise. Some areas of the suburb have subsided, equivalent to about 100 years of sea level rise through land subsidence. The damage was caused by the earthquakes. The damage was insured. And we hope that lessons can be learned from the past In places where strong earthquakes strike, they are likely to strike again. And the effect of further earthquakes of the magnitude experienced in 2011 would be horrendous in the eastern suburbs. Throughout the period following the earthquake, the South Brighton Residents Association has repeatedly brought to your attention the misreporting of information relating to the damage caused by the earthquakes. Regenerate Christchurch and the Community Board have shown no interest in investigating the errors we pointed out in 2017. That's where the regeneration was handled from Regenerate back to Council. It's gone back to Regenerate, and we are now in a position where it's going to be pushed back again. Significant resources have been allocated to produce unreliable information that is totally unsuited for decision-making. Decision-making purposes pursuant to Section 71 to 86 of the Local Government Act. Particularly reprehensible is the fact that this relates to life safety for vulnerable people, people who have been left behind the so-called recovery. We therefore urgently request a proper assessment of hazards in compliance with the NZS 31,000-2018 risk management principles and guidelines. An assessment of the annual fatality risk should be carried out before any further action is taken. In detail, we request the following: identification and quantification of tectonic subsidence, land subsidence in terms of the Christchurch City datum, fault lines in the South Brighton area, the seismic risk, the increased flood risk, the current flood risk, the calculated velocity of water based on land elevation, drainage points versus top of high tide, and tsunami risk, and the consequences of a 1 in 50 year tsunami at the high tide based on current land elevation. So we have provided information to you here which actually contradict what Council is using for their assessment of life safety. We produced the bigger picture which shows the actual elevation of the area on the South Brighton Spit. And what you can see there is that the area of South Shore is at much higher elevation than the area in South Brighton. Just to make this very simple, we put some gumboots in front of the flood protection just to show you what this looks like in relation to human being. And when you look at the area in South Brighton, where you see the elevation is the lowest in the city and well below the high tide, you can imagine a person in these gumboots, an adult person would not withstand the Pacific Ocean breaking through, and that is something that will eventually happen. And people have been put in this position. They are waiting for this to happen. They are being told by everyone. They're scared shitless, sorry for the language. They are scared. And they are left to face this. And we are being told that there's no flood risk. So I ask you guys to, stop concerning yourselves about the risk that Christchurch City Council is facing and address the people that have been left there. So the risk to council is one thing, but the risk to human lives following a disaster is of higher importance. At the back side of this document, there is a reference to evidence of Janice Carter, which submitted on behalf of Christchurch City Council. He goes into detail about the assessment of risk to life. And what we have here in Christchurch is that risk to life has been assessed in the Port Hills. But somehow someone made the decision that the risk to life is of less consequences in the coastal areas than it is on the Port Hills. This is not acceptable. You have a system in place here, which was introduced by Wendy Saunders, which is referred to in Janice Carter's submission, which calls for an immediate action if risk to life is in excess of international standards. People should be held accountable and action should be taken, not as per your proposed plan to leave the decision till August or continue to delay this difficult position. You're dealing with human beings, human rights have been breached, and we would like to see some actual action here, not a delay 5 minutes before the next elections. We would like to see you guys to step up and deal with this situation. So I would love to answer some questions in regard to this.
That's great. Thank you very much. And thanks for drawing attention to this handout that you'd provided before the meeting as well. So that does leave us about 3 minutes for questions. Other questions for Hugo? Dion.
Well, I just want to understand, in light of what the last speaker was speaking about, the amount of time and effort that you, in your situation and the people around you, have put in. What's been the impact that this long, drawn-out process so far has had on yourselves and others around you?
It is a total nightmare. We've been fighting brick walls for many, many years, dealing with multiple authorities, ministers, and it's a brick wall. We have applied for funding for the Residents Association, and when we introduced this particular information and we requested funding to do further investigation and reporting, we were asked to withdraw our application for funding, and we never received any funding. And we've been starved of funding, and this has had very, very significant impact on our lives, on our communities, and it's devastating. This has been documented in the newspapers here. This is not what we should be expecting after a disaster.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Hugo, for once again taking the time to come along and address the Council. As with the other submitters, the points that you've made are very, very clear. Thanks for taking the time to come and talk to us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I'd call our fourth deputation to the table, representing Empowered Christchurch Limited, Seamus O'Crontha. So as with the other deputations, you have 10 minutes, and if you choose to allow time for questions, obviously that's something for you to choose to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, kia tau. I'm representing Empowered Christchurch. Just to make clear, we're not restricted to the South Brighton, South Shore area. We have members from many different parts of Christchurch and beyond. But obviously the discussion today is on the problems relating to the Brighton area. So you've had deputations from medical practitioners, residents associations, so I won't waste time by going over things that have already been said, but I'll try to respond to some questions that have been posed by councillors over the last week, just to clarify some things. Firstly, it's clear that we are at a crisis point here from what you've heard this morning. Communities have been fighting for their survival for the last 10 years. We are now at the point where many people don't know what to do because they have been blocked, because no decisions have been made. And I think at the root of things is land damage. Most of these problems relate to the fact that nothing was done by EQC and nothing was done by council after the earthquakes to raise land to protect it from erosion, flooding, high groundwater, and all the other problems that we see today. Discussions were held between EQC and council in 2014, proposing area-wide mitigation. Nothing was done on this matter, and this is why we are in the position we are in today. One councillor asked about the ISO 31000 risk standard. So just to explain that, if you take the example of the Port Hills, you decide what the risk to life is, and according to the ISO standard, if you have a risk of 1 in 10,000 of a fatality over the course of the year, that is intolerable. And that is the reason why homes were red stickered in the Port Hills. So if you contrast that with the coastal areas in Christchurch and in Canterbury generally, you have seismic risk, you have high groundwater, you have erosion, you have lateral spreading, you have liquefaction, you have insurance problems on top of that, which is not a natural hazard, but all of these problems combined, there must be a risk which is higher than 1 in 10,000. Therefore, the risk must be seen as intolerable. Therefore, action must be taken to mitigate or eliminate that risk. This is what we have not seen from the Council or any of the responsible authorities over the last 9 years. Risk-based planning is another thing that we should clarify. So risk-based planning says that rather like a triage system in a medical emergency, you look at the most vulnerable people, the people who are at risk most, and deal with them. I did a Red Cross training course many years ago in Christchurch, and one of the interesting things that our trainer told us was in a multiple pile-up situation, you do not pay attention to the people who are screaming loudly. You go to the people who are quiet, because they are the ones who cannot express what they are feeling. So it's rather the same here. The real victims of this situation are not myself and other people who are shouting loudly. They are the vulnerable people who have been left and swept aside, the people that Dr. Cook referred to earlier. So on the basis of risk-based planning, you should look after a fire that is beside an oil depot before you look at a fire which is in a quarry or a brickworks. That makes complete sense. The other matter I would like to point out is insurability. This is a huge financial problem for many people in the coastal areas, and it's the result of the whole recovery process where houses were not repaired, land was not repaired, and people do not have insurance. There is a growing pool of houses which are both earthquake prone, which should attract a higher risk assessment under the ISO standard than for life fatality risk. But this has not been done. More and more people have no insurance. More and more houses in the coastal areas are being sold and snapped up by speculators. And we're at the point where decisions have to be taken to spend a lot of money to safeguard people, to rescue the situation. This is a unique opportunity because you're in the middle of negotiating with the Crown. To go back in history, in 2014, Tonkin and Taylor estimated that land damage, the costs for EQC, would amount to $2.14 billion. They then revised this down by shaving a little off here, shaving a little off there. Then they introduced diminution of value. So this is particularly important for coastal properties. If you were at risk of flooding, EQC paid on average $25,000 per property and left people with the risk. The land was not remediated. The result of that is they have no insurance today. They have no mortgages today. So it's only a question of time before banks pull out, insurance pulls out, people are flooding, and they don't have the money to pay for it. Everything that they have saved for during their lives is gone, and their children and their families have no future. So I would ask, in the negotiations with Crown, ask where the money went for land remediation, which was estimated at $2.14 billion. Why was $525 million released to the Crown in the midst of the suffering in Christchurch? All of this money is really money that was stolen from what people should have received in the earthquake recovery and has disappeared. So in negotiations, ask the Crown, who's going to pay for this? Because otherwise, this will be an explosive disaster which will get worse and worse and worse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Dion.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned the payments from EQC on the increased land and flooding vulnerabilities. Do you think that process was wrong or not right? And the reason I'm asking is that there's the EQC inquiry at the moment where these feedback need to be also fed back into so that we don't do this again. But do you think this has increased the problems that we're seeing now?
Massively. I attended the EQC Land Community Information meetings, which they held, I think it was 2016, if I remember correctly. They produced an incredibly arcane, complicated, incomprehensible system to explain how they were going to pay for increased liquefaction vulnerability based on a matrix, based on the value of properties before and after the earthquakes, based on technical reports from Tonkin and Taylor, which we now know left out key information and downplayed the actual damage. So yes, I think it's a huge influencing factor.
Make sure you feed that into the EQC inquiry as well.
We have made a detailed submission to the EQC inquiry, and we'll be meeting with Dame Sylvia later this month.
Thank you. Pauline.
Yeah, excuse me if I'm being ignorant here, but can the land be remediated, and how would that happen?
If you ask a structural engineer or a geotechnical engineer, all land can be remediated, but it's a question of what that will cost. And I think in the coastal suburbs, when you look at the condition of the soil, sandy, silty, it would be extremely expensive to remediate it. So this is why EQC has run away from the problem, and this is why we're in the situation we're in today. I think it would be horrendously expensive to do area-wide remediation, but if you're asking, I think one councillor asked during the week what proposals we could make to solve the problem. It seems to me that certain properties have to be retreated from. You cannot protect them. You have a temporary stop bank which has to be moved inland to provide more of a buffer zone. That is the least expensive solution to the problem. Provide protection where possible, where it makes sense for the next 100 years. Relocate people where it's too expensive and doesn't make sense for economic and social reasons.
And have you got any idea how many houses we might be talking about if you're looking at, relocating?
Well, a lot of the most immediate risk affects what is coincidentally or not coincidentally the residential unit overlay. So this was recently introduced by council. This has allowed people to rebuild without resource consents, which would make them build at higher levels and give them more protection. Mm-hmm. It also lets council off the hook because they would have a hazard notice if they built at lower level, and they would not be liable in the case of flooding. So I think a lot of the residential unit overlay will be the area affected on the estuary side to the centre, roughly, of the Brighton Peninsula.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for detailed answers to questions as well, and for joining us this morning. Thank you very much indeed. So I'd next call Jan Burney. Now, Jan, I note in the written notes that you've provided there are a number of references to Brooklands. Yes. The specific decision that we're making today relates to the regeneration strategy for South Shore and South New Brighton. So I just draw your attention to that. You have 10 minutes to present to us, allowing time for questions if you choose. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jan Burney. I live in Brooklands. I'm addressing the agenda, item 22. I'm aware that I am talking for Brooklands, but the decisions made in item 22, or the discussion, affects the other coastal communities as well, like ours. I'm a resident of the small rural residential settlement of Brooklands. There are approximately 19 privately owned properties remaining in our rent zone community. Item 22, 410 states. It was intended that regenerate strategy would inform changes to the district plan, either through the Regeneration Plan or Resource Management Act processes, along with the implementation actions. This was intended to be a pilot for the project for the adaptation planning and subsequent plan changes for all coastal communities in Christchurch, identified as being at risk from coastal hazards in the 2017 Coastal Hazard Assessment for the Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. Brooklands has a specific and unique environment. The impact of earthquake damage has been assessed, but no remediation or mitigation has been triggered as a priority. Each coastal community is unique, and a strategic overarching policy to create a project as a template is not appropriate. Conflating earthquake damage and coastal hazards adaptation will create an inequitable, unbalanced outcome unless informed discussion with specific communities affected takes place. The delay in the future use of Brooklands red zoning is having a detrimental effect upon our community and the wider Lower Styx catchment. The area has much to offer, but the potential has not been realised. Regenerate Christchurch State of Brooklands. We will continue to work with Brooklands community to better understand their priorities and determine an approach for regeneration planning in this area. We recognise that this area has unique circumstances and are likely to need a different approach from that proposed for the Avon-Otago River Corridor. We need to gain a better understanding of the characteristics of Brooklands, including further information about the coastal influences. We will continue to be open, visible and respectful with this community as we progress the regeneration planning in this area for the future. As it is an extraordinarily detrimental for people, property and for the environment to continue to be captured in an interminable hold zone, to be continued abandoned by policy, planning and strategy. We may be small in number, but our community does matter. We matter, and we must, for our social, economic well-being and health, have a recovery and a pathway forward, some future to live to. Respect for people and communities includes care, consideration of rights, it includes informed decision making, it includes transparency, it includes truth. I am requesting an initial meeting with Regenerate Christchurch and partners to set up a community meeting for the Brooklands residential red zones residents in the very near future, to plan a way forward and to envisage a future. Thank you for your time and consideration of my request. I realise it's outside of scope, but I don't believe it is. This is about coastal communities and adaptation.
Yeah, and thanks for taking the time to come along and talk about the issues this morning.
Thank you.
You know, it certainly is part of the wider conversation, as you say. So that does leave us a few minutes for questions. Glenn and then Sarah. Glenn.
Thank you, Jan. That was great. Can you please take us into, or deeper into your sixth point, where you refer to conflating earthquake damage and coastal hazards? Could you please unpack that a bit more?
By conflating the earthquake damage and the coastal hazards at the initial document for the South Shore, South Brighton, the strategy, it eliminates the earthquake damage. The coastal hazard risk assessment will take a priority over the earthquake legacy damage. My opinion is if some of the earthquake damage is actually addressed, it could help along the adaptation process and shorten that process and decisions made upon that.
If I can just follow up on that, it'll help it along in terms of community openness or...
the transparency, information upgrading, an information vacuum currently exists, and what we are told is often not what we are seeing on the ground, like as per modelling, the Christchurch City Council modelling, the EQC damage and risk assessments, insurance risks and assessments. Each entity has a different way of addressing the issue, but none of them address the issue. None of them have addressed the issues fully for people in those worst affected areas. there is a gap. There's a massive gap for those worst affected.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you very much. I don't think it's out of scope at all.
Thank you.
I think, so the two key points here seem to be, firstly, keeping those two issues separate, the earthquake issues and the future adaptation. And the other thing is that you don't want the work in your area to be held up by processes in another area. Is that right? You want to be able to start that work in your area as well.
Yes, our area is probably a little bit easier to do. It's a very small area, and it has multiple. We've got parks and reserves. We've got ECAN. We've got the river. We've got the Christchurch City Council. We have Regenerate Christchurch. We have red zones, and it might sound complicated, but if a discussion is had, some of the solutions could be far simpler.
Yeah.
Because of the amount of people. We don't trigger a priority because the amount of people that could be at risk. However, I don't see that as an adequate explanation.
Okay.
If we can fix and have some conversations and get some resolution out of a smaller area, sometimes that could actually make it clearer for the larger, the more populated areas.
Yeah.
And if we can find some pathways through.
Okay,
for that discussion.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Yanni.
Yeah, thank you for the submission. I just want to understand, in terms of a way forward, whether it's a planning issue, as you said, whether we need changes to planning documents, or whether it's mainly around infrastructure repairs, infrastructure remediation.
Some of the planning documents for the red zone, the specific purpose flatland recovery zone, I see as an impediment to the recovery for individual and community. The specific purpose flatland recovery zone was solely to protect the Crown land. It's not to protect us.
So
it is solely and utterly to protect.
So the reason for asking it was to really understand whether we need to get like a regenerate plan with planning powers, or whether we just need an infrastructure sort of repair program. But it sounds like we need a regenerate plan.
We do need a plan. Where there's forget the strategy. The strategy has been delay. That is the strategy that has been. So that strategy was very effective. But what we want now is a plan, and the plan could include. We don't know, and from reading the documents, it's a little bit unclear on some of the legislative and statutory responsibilities held division between the council and Regenerate Christchurch, and how that takeover of the role, whether it is actually able to be done without a change in legislation.
Right, but just so I'm clear, in terms of your preference is, or the request is to get Regenerate through their annual work program to commit to timeframes for a regen plan for the Brooklands area.
Yes, and also, I've already had the discussion with the working party and through the global consent applications, stormwater consent applications, on the modelling and the the damage assessment to the river's edge, etc. Some of the modelling is extraordinarily suspect over the period of time. It's in fact, it needs an in-depth inquiry into some of the modelling over this period of time. I could document the different modelling, finished floor levels, for example, risk levels, model scenarios, and the assumptions that are put in. Some of them are quite outrageous. One of the assumptions for Brooklands is that the new subdivisions and planning, new subdivisions and development can go ahead in Brooklands because we have been abandoned. And that allows, and that's in planning and resource management documents for example, Preston's, the motorway. It's in our Styx SMP. produced by the council that says Brooklands will be abandoned, therefore we can increase the flood risk. This is preempting, this is the council planning, strategy and policy, preempting the future use of the red zone
There are certainly
and our futures.
There are certainly some good points that you've made as part of the presentation and the answers to questions. Thank you very much indeed for that. Just noting your request,
Yes.
and noting that that's a request of Regenerate Christchurch rather than council, I noticed that we've got the Chief Executive of Regenerate Christchurch, Ivan Yaufeta, in the public gallery this morning. I don't doubt that he would have heard that request, and obviously we'd be very keen to see a way forward there, so thank you.
Briefly, as we're meeting what we had a couple of weeks ago with Leanne Dalzell, she suggested that she would get back to me on a meeting as well. So I see it as a joint, because we have joint issues in our area between Regenerate and Christchurch City Council. So if we can sort something out there.
I also had a word to our own Chief Executive while you were speaking, so we'll make sure that gets picked up in some meaningful way. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so our next deputation is from Christchurch Coastal Residents United, CCRU, and Simon Watts, the Chair. Simon, good morning and welcome back to the table. It's only a few days since you were here as part of our annual plan process, so good to see you back here again, and thank you once again for taking the time to come and address Council. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions if you choose.
Thank you very much. We must stop meeting like this.
Or if it's useful, we must continue meeting like this.
Councillors, officers, CEO. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Simon Watts. I'm the chair of CCRU. Give me one minute. And we're here to address item 22 in your agenda. Okay, this report, we want to thank the authors. We appreciate the difficulties you have. We don't agree with all of it, but I'll explain why we don't agree with all of it. And before we start, the earthquake is a lens over everything here. These are very special circumstances where we have an adaptation requirement and an earthquake damage requirement, which has led CCRU to suggest that in this very special circumstance, we need pre-adaptation before adaptation. Okay, thank you, Council. Thank you, officers, for hearing a lot of what we have said to you and others have said to you. We agree with your rejection of option 1. We agree the Council should take back responsibility for the earthquake repair processes and adaptation. We agree that these two processes should be separated. We agree that the HOW teams should be supported and the engagement process they have developed should be used for adaptation. That's a lot of things to agree on. We disagree about option 2, which is the favoured option. It's attractive at face value, but we object to it for 2 reasons, the most important being it's structurally impossible. The blue colour, is my mouse? I don't know, okay. The blue colour here, on my slide anyway, is to represent coolness, coldness. The community, the state of community well-being is very, very poor. There's not very much capacity there. The process has the idea that the community will engage in parallel with separate repairs and adaptation processes and end up as a resilient, adapted community. The end point, absolutely, is where we want to be. Unfortunately, the well-being status of the community is not sufficient to meaningfully engage in the adaptation process, which it has to be for you to get the best outcomes. The second reason is that the original CC policy decision, with complete respect to you all, to roll earthquake repairs into adaptation, we believe is fundamentally flawed and does not understand the special nature of where we are in terms of a post-earthquake situation. So where are we? We've got broken communities. 8 years later, nothing has happened. We've got fear, and we've got growing uncertainty. I keep hearing that action to do things will affect the future route of adaptation. Well, non-action also affects the future route of adaptation. And the non-action is undermining community well-being, which means that the situation doesn't get better, it undermines the community. This link between action and social well-being is interesting. In your matrix, option 3, you cite as an objection to option 3 that it may improve psychosocial well-being. Unfortunately, psychosocial well-being is one of your legal responsibilities as a council. It's not an optional extra. CCRU would suggest that this previous policy of combining earthquake damage repairs with adaptation has undermined community well-being, and option 2, if it is very delayed with the work that you've suggested needs to be done, will do the same. Okay, so our objection to option 2 is we do not believe there is sufficient faith, trust or well-being to proceed it. And interestingly, the option commits to social and physical research only. This mouse is wonderful, but I keep losing it. There it is. Okay. Options 2 and 3 both require work and research beforehand, and from your document I've got these 3 areas that need research or work or understanding. This is a formal offer to you from CCRU to assist you to shorten the time this takes. The well-being state of the community, we heard John Cook earlier. You've got feedback from the How team, you've got feedback from the Hub, you've got feedback from the community groups. I would suggest all of those results point the same way. You don't need more work to know that the well-being in this community is very, very poor and falling. Community consultation. Option 3, which is the one CCRU submitted, has the support of South Shore Residents Association, CCRU, the Community Board, and is also supported indirectly by the feedback you've had from the Hub. I would suggest that attempting to do community consultation on this will fail because the communities are simply not willing to do it. The important one maybe is the impact of post-earthquake works on the estuary edge. Yes, you're going to use almost certainly LiDAR data before and after. The before data is shonky, and satellite data. We have a better suggestion or an additional suggestion. CCRU are prepared to share with you our photographic database, choose a few points on the estuary edge, and produce documents for you to show you before and after. And then, I'm sorry, an academic, take you on a short field course to those points with the documents you have to show you what we're talking about. We actually want to help. We want to speed this up. We think option 3 is the way forward so that you start the repairs. The community need to see to believe. They need a bit of faith here, which they haven't got. So start the earthquake repairs. You don't need to finish it. There's a concern about, before you start adaptation, there's a concern that this will hold up adaptation. We could do this in a couple of months and start some of this work. That's not a delay in the context of what you're talking about for adaptation. and then you heat the community temperature from cold to warm, allows the warm to engage in adaptation, and bingo, you're where you want to be. We won't have time for questions, I don't think, but I'm going to try. So in summary, repairs to increase the well-being, then allow to sort the adaptation. 2 points which I'm happy to take outside of the room. The matrix you're using we consider is flawed and not consistent with best practice. We suggest that you should be looking at a resilient sustainability matrix. Outside the room is fine, I won't take time up now. We want to help. Finally, unusually, a comment for the Chief Executive. You are adopting a business as usual approach to your staffing. So I know a member of the HOW team is now at New Greenfields in Auckland, and her position as a planning team leader is organised. Bless you, I think you have more planners than you can shake a stick at. This is opening up vulnerability for the council. We suggest future-proofing the council. We think you need adaptation experts. There are a lot of them in Australia, European Union, and the US. There are very few of them in New Zealand. Please think about this. We don't want to be here fighting you. We want to work with you. Okay. The rest you've already seen. I'm not going to go through it. I'm going to stop now so we do have some questions. Thank you.
Now that brings us right to bang on the 10 minutes. And as I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, we were going to need to enforce the 10-minute limit quite strictly. So it doesn't, unfortunately, allow time for questions, which is unfortunate. Thank you very much indeed for your observations. And also I've noted that offer of data sharing as well, which we appreciate. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So we've got 2 more deputations on item 22 to hear, and then we'll break for morning tea. So let's now move to the deputation from the Coastal Burwood Community Board, represented by Kim Money, the Chair, and Tim Sintus, the Deputy Chair. Welcome to the table. As with the other deputations, you know the drill, 10 minutes, including time for questions if you like.
Okay, I'll get Kim to give me a nudge if I go too far. So, look, you've heard a lot of the stories this morning. It's very similar to what I'm going to say, but as you might know, I'm a resident of South Shore and also on the community board, and I've been there for 4 terms. I'm going to share with you some history and what the South Shore residents have gone through since the earthquakes, and why today is so crucial for you to make the right decisions for this community's future. We've been advocating for South Shore's concerns to be heard for a long time. South Shore was the last suburb to find out that part of it was going to be red zoned after being zoned orange for a long time. It's a very stressful time for the community, not knowing what was happening with their lives and seeing other areas moving on. Finally, the decision was made to red zone the estuary front. As we know, it's an extremely hard time for a lot of people. Most of Christchurch knows about that. Residents were starting to adjust to the situation when the Coastal Hazard Chapter was revealed under the SERA emergency powers. It was perceived as a draconian type rule in a very, very difficult time, and potentially had the chance of doing a lot of damage. Suddenly the community had to rally around. You've got to remember, this is after the community's still fighting, getting over earthquakes, and suddenly they're having to fight this. Very, very tough time for everybody. A group of residents and business owners formed the group Christchurch Coastal Residents United, CCRU. With the help of the residents and them, they lobbied council and government, and finally common sense prevailed and the Coastal Hazard Chapter was taken out of the emergency powers in the district plan. A very stressful time for everyone involved. After the red zone land was cleared, the land had been artificially lowered by some demolition companies, and it was brought up to council many times by us. We lobbied council and MPs that the land was being lowered to the estuary, a metre down in places. All the photographs are there. Nobody listened, and it put the community at risk, so every time there was a storm event, we were on tenterhooks. Meanwhile, the residents watched Flockton Basin, Beachville Road and other areas having tens of millions of dollars spent on protection, and saw how these communities were made to feel safe. Can you imagine how disheartened South Shore and South Brighton residents were feeling, seeing other suburbs having this kind of money spent on their protection while there was nothing being spent on them. We've been told repeatedly you have a future problem with sea level rise, but there's no plans to fix it. So you're up a creek without a paddle. The community feels very deeply offended by this. In August 2017, we had a flood weather event and the street flooded. We told council it was going to happen. We've been expecting it for a long time. Unfortunately, all the weather systems came together a bit like winning lotto, only with worse consequences, a lot worse. All through the night, civil emergency was declared by the council. Contractors worked in atrocious conditions to fill up the gaps along the edge, which prevented the tide from further encroaching. And this emergency work in the middle of the night, I believe, cost the council $300,000 to $400,000, a small price to protect the community. This should never have happened. The council had been warned. The community was dreading that particular day. That night I felt ashamed at being part of a council that could have prevented this flooding, but had done nothing to protect them. Hearing rumours of letting the edge go back to nature does not so well with the community. That is not what the residents or insurance companies want to hear. They want assurance for their assets, their families and lives, and they want them to be protected. At the beginning of 2018, we started to hear stories from residents that they couldn't build on their sections or do alterations to their houses due to council regulations. We couldn't understand this, as many had attended the independent hearing panel and believed the ruling by the panel of putting a residential unit overlay, RUO, in place would enable residents in South Shore and Redcliffe to continue to build. This is just more stress for the community. We, Community Board, repeatedly brought this matter up at council, and we were very concerned about the mental health issues arising from the stress that people are under. As you know, drastic action was taken, something which none of us wanted to do, but we felt we had no option as the community was hurting. The RUO was reinstated under Section 71, which the community are very grateful for. So thank you, council, for the speed in which you did this. Personally, I was dealing with some extreme cases of broken people, marriage breakups and potential self-harm. I cannot thank my fellow community board members and our two councillors and our staff as we all worked together and got these community groups in to talk to. Then we hear potentially great news. Regenerate Christchurch is going to prepare a strategy plan for South Shore and South Brighton. The community was sceptical, perhaps scared of getting their hopes up once again, but nevertheless they got behind it. For almost 2 years they attended ongoing meetings and supported the How Team Hub and started to feel hopeful again. Can you imagine what they felt like when they heard that Regen was quitting, giving up and handing it back to council? Devastated and angry springs to mind. Yet again the community has been let down. As you know, a lot of money was wasted as well, and time. It feels deeply offended by this again. Even this week, residents only found out they had 4 working days to do a submission, something they don't really understand, but so important for their future. Can you blame them for being angry and frustrated with these unnecessary, ongoing, stressful situations? For something so important as this, there must be a better way of communicating. I cannot speak highly enough of the South Shore Residents Association and CCRU and Parent Forces Society for helping to get the word out so quickly. I hope I've been able to enlighten you on what South Shore and South Brighton has had to go through over the past 9 years. No other suburb has had to endure so much unrelenting pressure or stress in their daily lives. This is a community that is strong, but is struggling with the no-action stance of council and is worn out from battling. They have been consoled to death and just want action. And now today, you have a chance to put this right by listening to this community and giving them what they deserve: protection, security for their immediate future, and most importantly, peace of mind so they can just move on with their lives. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Our communities have spoken. So our role as elected representatives, as you know, is to represent and act as an advocate for the interests of our community council. We have done that on these issues for years. The board and our residents should not be continually pleading and asking their council for safety and surety, which is a duty of care. Getting to this point has taken far, far too long. We need to get on the same page as the rest of the city. We need to get rid of this daily visual barrier that constantly contributes to the, as you have heard, to the psychological damage of our residents. We know it's been a difficult time for all of us, so let's seize this opportunity to put an end to this incredible traumatic time for them. We appreciate the staff recognition of urgency. Today is your chance to show these communities with your vote, your commitment to them by endorsing option 3 in the report, as our community board has, and the recommendations that will be proposed by Councillor David East later today. As you have heard this morning by Dr John Cook and other residents, delivery of earthquake repairs will positively impact and improve our residents' wellbeing, therefore empowering them to recover from the earthquakes, which will then enable them to focus on the adaptation planning conversations. Today is the day to look at this differently, together, community board and you. We can leave this morning knowing we have given these residents of our city some hope. Please do this for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That does leave just over a minute for questions. So Sarah and then Phil if there's time. Sarah.
Hi, thank you. Just really quickly, Tim, you mentioned the coastal hazards section of the district plan that was taken out after some really strong community advocacy. Now, we're legally obliged by council to have that back in place.
Yeah, I realise that.
In just over a year. And so without starting that conversation, I think that simply putting lines and requirements back in a district plan without those broader conversations over the next year is going to be a real problem for the community as well. And I'm just wondering if making sure that you're involved in those conversations early, because we need to start them, is also really key for your community.
Yes, totally agree.
Yeah.
Communication's everything, and that
and as
hasn't
early
happened.
as possible.
Thank you. Phil.
Thank you for your submission. And I'm aware that as a community board, you're clearly representing and advocating for your community well. What I want to ask you too, though, is as part of council, we've indicated you'll be aware that there's some significant risks to council if we proceed with option 3 as it is. So my question really, Kim, is would you as chair of the board be open for us as a council to considering a form of a hybrid model so we have some urgency attached to the works, but also that the whole concept of adaptation also proceeds?
Yes, the hybrid model is what David would be putting forward. I like one of the presenters before that talk about the risk, council risk compared to the risk to the people. And I think at this stage the mental wellbeing of our community is our greatest concern and should be our greatest priority as a council. And this could be readily, easily fixed. And I'm sorry that we have to keep pleading for this long, and the community do. I think it's shameful for all of us that we're actually sitting here today and not putting wellbeing before that we can mitigate those risks. Phil, we can mitigate them. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for taking the time to present and for detailed answers to questions. Certainly it's good to have the clear position of the community board in front of us as we consider this today, no more clearly expressed than by having the chair and the deputy chair sitting in front of us. So thank you very much indeed for coming along.
Andrew.
Thank you. That now brings us to our final deputation on this matter, which is from the How team and a number of community members representing the How team. So once again, 10 minutes for this item to use as you wish. Thank you. You might want to start with just a couple of introductions as to who you are.
Absolutely, thank you. Hi everyone, my name's Corrine Bolstad. I'm a trustee of Renew Brighton. I'm just going to quickly explain the relationship between Renew Brighton and the South Shore and South New Brighton How team, and then I'll hand over to Marie, who's one of the community members of that How team. So Renew Brighton was formed in 2012 and we undertook various projects in the Greater Brighton community. By 2015 we were aware of extreme frustration in our community around the ways that we could be involved in making decisions on the matters that impacted us with various agencies, including council. In November 2015, we arranged a meeting where we invited New Brighton community representatives to talk about this. Our community representatives asked Renew Brighton to come up with a more efficient way of making decisions with agencies for the matters that impact us. And we asked council for a meeting later that year. So at the end of 2015 and again early in 2016, we met with senior management of council. And Renew Brighton invited Council to partner with us in developing a more efficient decision-making process. Council supported us in that endeavour, and through 2016 and 2017, a great deal was undertaken to develop a process and concept which came to be known as the How Team. In 2017, Regenerate Christchurch had a project which was about the future use of the red zone land in South Shore and South New Brighton, and Regenerate contracted Renew Brighton to form a How Team for that process.
So, tēnā koutou and good morning everyone. My name is Marie Graham and I am one of the members of the How Team and a resident of the South Brighton and South Shore communities. South Shore is my tūranga waiwai. I was one of the members that presented to you early last year, and I'm here today as the spokesperson for the How Team. We firmly believe in the principle of nothing about us without us. The How Team reflects this principle. Our How Team consisted of 9 community members, including the convener, plus a member of each of the agencies, the 3 agencies involved, CCC, ECAN and Regenerate Christchurch. The approach is different because it focuses on how to engage, not on the issues. We produced the engagement plan for the project on time and under budget. While we are very disappointed with the delays and issues that have occurred, we are clear that this has not been the fault of the engagement plan or of the How Team. The How Team approach very successfully built trust in the community, and it was the subsequent actions of the agencies that has undermined that trust once again in the community. There is now a high deficit of trust in the community, which is going to require a significant investment from agencies to address. We firmly believe that in taking on the leadership of this project, the Council will need community-based advice on how best to involve the community in the decision-making process. This is the role of the How Team, and Renew Brighton is keen to support us in its continuation for the project. The community members of the How Team support the separation of the earthquake legacy issues from the long-term climate change adaptation issues. We recognise that while this was not the original intention of the project, the delays in the project mean that it would be detrimental to the welfare of the community not to deal with the immediate earthquake legacy issues, as has already been described by the community groups here. Both the earthquake and the adaptation parts of the project need to involve the community in a genuine way. The processes will be different due to the need to resolve the earthquake legacy issues urgently, whereas the climate adaptation planning needs a longer and ongoing process. As noted in our engagement plan and in the handout, the approach needs to foster community wellbeing, be transparent and responsive, prioritise face-to-face communication and show respect, and be inclusive. In respect to the climate adaptation part of the project, we are pleased to see the recommendation in the Council paper that the Council will use the engagement plan prepared by the How Team. We strongly support this. It is essential that the community is central to planning for climate change due to the impact it has on them. This is consistent with the Ministry for the Environment guidelines to Council. Our plan provides a robust process. Good engagement and implementing the plan well will take resources, and so we need your commitment to this. It is only by ensuring an excellent engagement process that you will get the durable decisions that both the community and the Council can feel ownership of. Earthquake legacy issues, there is a balance between getting on and making decisions and ensuring that those decisions are the best ones. The community needs to be involved in an efficient and effective way, so the process does not drag. If people can see that the earthquake issues are being addressed, this will provide some level of certainty for the short to medium term. This will give the community the capacity to take on the harder challenge of how we adapt to climate change. Building on the work of the community, the HOW team and the agencies have already done, we can design a process that is timely and enables the genuine engagement. How you work with the community is crucial. Our experience in the HOW team gave us hope and encouragement that it is possible for the community and the agencies to work proactively together. We believe that an excellent engagement process will lead to the decisions that we can all understand and feel ownership of. We are not naive enough to think that we will all agree, but we want to ensure that the process we use to get to the end decisions is fair and transparent. To reiterate, a good process means nothing about us without us.
Thank you very much. Is that the end of the presentation?
That is, thank you.
So that does leave a couple of minutes for questions. Glenn. Yep, Glenn.
Thank you, Corinne and Marie. So this is a hypothetical. Have you got a sense over what might change in how to have a conversation about adaptation in other coastal communities in New Zealand that haven't had earthquakes compared to South New Brighton and South Shore? It's fair enough if you just want to say we're not going to guess, but have you got a sense of that?
I think it is hypothetical, and I think the beauty of these kind of processes is that they are defined by our community. You can see that our community has this very strong spirit, and I'm sure other communities do too, and that will create a different process.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you, and I think that the work that the HOW team has done with support has been a really good example of how we should go about that in other communities throughout the city and district and Banks Peninsula.
Thank you.
It's quite time consuming though, and so with the work that we need to do to get our legal obligations filled with the district plan, how long do you think we need to be talking to our communities about the adaptation process before we sort of try and formalise things and put things in a bit of paper?
So it sounds like you want to get a grasp on how long that process would take all up.
Yeah, that working with the communities to come to sort of agreed information, sort of an agreed starting point where we agree with the facts, and then a way forward.
I think the engagement plan covers.
I think as long as the principles of the engagement plan are delivered in a timely way and well supported by resourcing,
yeah,
then that can be a timely process and achieved really well.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. I'll allow one final question from Yanni and then we'll wrap this up.
Yeah, hopefully just really quickly. I was really struck by the deputations today that talked about there being no analysis of life risk. Has the HOW team considered the issue of life risk and how it could be discussed or why it hasn't been discussed?
We, as the HOW team, talk mainly about process, so we've designed the engagement plan of how to have that conversation with the community. So it's not something as individual residents, and we have opinions on that, but I'm here today to talk as a spokesperson for the HOW team, so I wouldn't feel comfortable making a personal statement.
In terms of the HOW team processes around discussing life risk, you have considered processes around that?
It has come up in discussion, but I don't see that as the responsibility at this stage, and this is my personal opinion. I think that responsibility lies with council.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the answers to questions. Certainly all of the deputations that we've heard this morning have been valuable in terms of our consideration of the matter. I note the point that was made that there's been a relatively short time for community members and organisations to put those presentations together, and we thank you for the effort that you've taken and the time you've taken in doing so. So we'll now break for morning tea. After that, we'll come back and hear from the community boards, deal with the community board Part A matters, and then we'll move to item 22, which at this stage I would expect to be somewhere around probably 12:15 to 12:30, if those who have got an interest in that matter wanted to be in the chamber at that time. I intend to manage the next part of the meeting quite tightly. So we'll break for morning tea, and if councillors could be back at 20 past 11, that's in 13 minutes' time, ready to start. Get the next part of the meeting underway, which will be the community board reports. So as soon as we've got a quorum seated at the table, we'll start. Okay, so if I can invite councillors to please take their seats, and we'll move into the community board reports, starting with item 5, the Waipuna, Hallswell, Hornby, Riccarton Community Board Report to Council. Mike Moore, Chair of the Board, welcome to the table. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Andrew and Council Boards. It's given us a great pleasure once again to deliver our board report to your team, to the team. And in light of the busy schedule you've got today, Andrew and Council, we'll be as brief as we possibly can. So we'll take it that you've read our report, so we'll take that as read. And I'd just like to touch on the next slide is the Ngāpuna Sports Hub planting. And we had 50 people volunteered from council staff and from Sport Canterbury and others to actually help and plant 1,500 trees on the planting around the rugby league area. So that's really good, that it'll gobble up a bit of carbon dioxide with people actually driving to watch the matches and know that there's trees there to balance out their emissions. So well done to the team for that happening. And then we go to the Sockburn Community Fun Park on the 24th of March. Over 600 people attended a really, really good fun day. It was run by the Westside Community Trust. So well done, Westside Community Trust, for organising that. One of the most popular events there you'll see is the wet slide down the banking where the old pond used to be. So kids had a great bit of fun doing that. And we also had the traditional three-legged race and egg and spoon races, that sort of thing. So that was a really, really, really good fun day, and people of all ages and cultures taking part. So well done. Then we had Then we had the community board executive best practice award for excellence in engaging with our community. I'd just like to acknowledge that on the 1st of November last year we had a deputation from Aidenfield to come and talk about things in their local area, and then they were joined by Hallswell, Oaklands and Seven Oaks schools as well. So that was really good to get the input
from young people, especially in relation to traffic matters from a child's perspective. And as a result of that, engaging with the young people, we actually had the message sent out to slow traffic in their environments, which is underway now. The first cab off the rank was Preston's. In our Night Stream area, we've got 40k speed limits in those subdivisions. So that's something that I think these young people should be really, really proud of. And then we had the plastic-free environment where they cleaned up Westlake Reserve, which is a lovely token towards their views on environment and cleaning up the environment. So well done to and another thing that's happened is outside Aidenfield Christian College, Christian School, we've also had some parking arrangements made by parents. We've got a bus stops and stuff there that were put in quite quickly over the school holidays, and we're also looking at the junior council are also looking at a safe walk from Ngāpuna Wai through to Aidenfield Christian College as well to take traffic away from that area. So it's just a really good thing, and I'd just like to acknowledge the work that Councillor Galloway has done in pulling these young people together and making sure that they get their voices heard, because it's actually making differences now. It's really making differences now, not only in our ward but right throughout the city. So well done.
So it was really, really pleased to receive that award, so thanks very much to all the staff and everybody that was involved in that. And the next thing is we have our hyper helpful random facts that in August 1985 the mosque was opened, and it was the southernmost mosque in the world at that stage, the Al Noor Mosque in Dean's Ave. So we've got our board's got a long association with that and the culture that goes with it. So that's just a bit of useful information for you. And the next thing is the community organisation, Hornby Community Patrols, 25th anniversary in June this year. And our community board, I can quite proudly say, was we held the first meeting, and in fact it was at Hornby High School, where we had the first meeting to actually look at putting together Community Watch, it was called in the day, but now it's Community Patrols, and that's gone citywide. So it's something that I think the city as a whole is going to acknowledge the work that these patrols have done over the 25 years. So that's something that we're quite proud of. And we've got a brand new car in Hornby as well, a brand new car. Not a good second-hand one, a brand new one. So anyway, it's going strong. It's going strong. So that's it from us.
Thank you very much.
And I'm willing to answer any questions, Andrew.
I was about to invite questions, if indeed there are any. Jimmy has a question. All right, so we'll take the question first.
Only, I remember the community board also get involved in our local, the NZ Day. The
Anzac Day?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I didn't see any information here.
Okay. Well, I didn't put that presentation together, but I must say that that we did support. Unfortunately, I was over at the coast this year, so it's the first Anzac service I would have missed in probably 30 years. But anyway, well attended. They actually heeded and acknowledged the safety issues and the concerns from police, but actually took it on board and went and run with them. So I'm very, very pleased that those Anzac services were so well attended and everything went safely. So well done to everybody in the team for organising and helping and supporting that special day.
Thank you. So we've got a resolution to receive this community board report. Jimmy Chen, you're happy to move that?
Yeah.
A seconder, Anne Galloway. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Mike, thanks very much indeed, and congratulations to your board on that CBEC award that you received for excellence in engaging with your community. That's always good to see good work well recognised, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. So moving swiftly along to item 6, the Waikura Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board report to Council. And Daryl Latham, board member, welcome this morning. In the absence of both chair and deputy chair, thanks very much indeed for stepping in to present this report to us today.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and good morning, councillors. Fairly standard report this time round, not too many or any contentious issues. Could we move on to the next slide, please? Looking at the community board decisions under delegation, we have a range of normal traffic matters that would come to any board. However, I draw your attention to the bus stopping outside of alongside Hagley Park and Harper Avenue. There were 17 recommendations, staff recommendations, relating to the Hagley Park Winter Schools sports bus parking requirements, particularly the stopping of vehicles. And I draw your attention to staff recommendation 4, which states this restriction to apply on any day. However, the board resolved quote, that this restriction is to apply between the hours of 3 p.m. on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Fridays for the months of May, June, July and August each year on school days only. And with respect to Harper Avenue, recommendation 14 with respect to the stopping of vehicles states this restriction to apply on any one day. However, the board resolved exactly the same as with respect to the previous mentioned clause. Bus stop, if you could just go back, I'll just mention the bus stop on Nayland Street. This was very much a case of moving a bus stop back to the original location. There was some discussion between neighbours over it. The report or recommendations were tabled to allow the council time to investigate an alternative proposal, but long story short was the council recommendation was followed, so everybody's happy on that. Thank you. Community youth development funding, it's always a positive part of any board when we're looking at supporting and developing youth, and in this particular situation, the World Rugby Festival in Japan, the board has supported 2 students to the value of $600. And also the 5 schools educational and cultural exchange, $500 for 1 school. And just a matter of interest, the sister schools involved in this scheme include Toho Senior High School in Japan, Nanjing Foreign Language School in China, Salesian College in Melbourne, Marion College and Shirley Boys High in Christchurch. Next slide, thank you. Significant council projects in the board area, Rising Home, and many people, Christchurch residents and councillors will be aware of the significance of Rising Home. It is on track for completion of earthquake repairs with a mural opening, and I understand that some councillors will be speaking at that opening. It is significant. It was built in 1864. It is of architectural, historical and social significance, and also many of you will be aware that it dates back to the time of the politician of William Pember Reeves, who was a politician, poet and social reform. It has been a community centre since 1964, and it's very much synonymous with adult and community education in Christchurch. So that will indeed be a significant occasion, which I think Christchurch will be pleased to see back. Next slide, thanks. The Apawatu Estuary project, this has also been an exciting project for the board to be involved with. The board has held an initial workshop mid-March, which was followed up by a community workshop on the 30th of April, which was well attended, and the focus of the community workshop was to look at developing a shared understanding, a process for moving forward for the aims, and to develop some quick wins related to the project. It was a very well attended workshop, and it was, dare I say it, one that was extremely well presented by staff that enabled the community to move around various stations and look, understand and to ask relevant questions. Can I draw your attention to Avebury House? They have expressed some concerns of their ability to fully realise the potential of the buildings and the grounds for community events. They're very concerned about their ability to utilise the site, because from their perspective there seems to be some restrictions over the condition of use. There has been some discussion with respect to petty crime. The board has resolved to meet with Avery House Trust, and this morning in brief discussion with council staff we're going to work together to look at having a strategy for resolving some of the issues that have been discussed. And could I also give you a heads up with respect to a situation that arose at Monday's Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board meeting. There was a deputation and discussion during the elected members' exchange about the potential of creating a bus lounge in the old Kiwi Bank site at Linwood Mall. There is a degree of urgency regarding this because regarding the availability of the site, because the window time of opportunity may be brief with respect to the site being available. The board has asked for advice and we're hoping to progress this quickly, but all of that is under control. So if there are any questions, we're happy to take them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yanni.
Just a comment, if you don't mind, but from the Pawaho River workshop, there were a number of community groups that also attended, presented displays as well. So just a comment really to acknowledge that the council staff were great. There was a number of council staff across various departments, but also a number of community groups that were available. Do you have a time frame for the next sort of step in that process? I guess is really the question.
There's a community board workshop on the 5th of June regarding this seminar.
Thank you. Glenn.
Thanks. Yeah, when I looked at that segment over Avery House, and every community and asset is different, but it did actually bring to mind Mona Vale as a wedding and public function venue, and whether had you considered joining up with other staff over in other parts of the council to look at that, because they, probably face similar issues. In fact, I do, being a celebrant myself, I'm quite aware of some of the conditions around usage, etc.
It was quite clear from discussion with council staff this morning that the issues that are presented are not monumental, and that through discussion with respect to usage of other sites, as you have articulated, that this should be resolved. However, from the Trust's perspective, it seems that there have been some issues in terms of the public approaching and maybe wanting to have events, and there's been concern about how the Avery Trust could deal with it, because potential damage to grass, they've had to have the events on the driveway, and I think that has restricted the potential use.
Thank you very much indeed, and thanks for coming along to present the report to us today. So we've got a recommendation to receive the report, which somebody I'm sure will want to move. Does somebody from the board want to move that? Yanni, seconded by Sarah. Okay, so the motion has been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. That's great. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next, moving to the Waipapa Papanui Innis Community Board report to Council. Emma Norrish, Deputy Chair, with us this morning. 10 minutes to present the report.
Yep.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Kia ora koutou. I'm here on behalf of Ali today. She's dealing with some family stuff, so I'm just going to run through quickly. We only had the one meeting in April, so there's not a huge amount to report on this month. Nice picture to start off there. That's the butterflies in St James Park, just off Harewood Road. It's a very popular park in our ward, and yeah, they do that every winter. So next up, yeah, it's beautiful. The Stapletons and Randall Street renewal. So this is in Richmond. This is the area that has been affected for about the last at least 3 years with all the Dudley Creek work. They are finally getting this. Stapleton's Road is finished, and the last section of Randall Street is getting its upgrade. So that's been long awaited by those residents, and they will be glad to finally see the back of all the trucks and workers out of that area. Next up, we have Shirley Community Trust celebrated their 20th anniversary. So they've been around for a long time now and have grown, and they've grown into a really important group in that area. They are enjoying their new facility at McFarlane Park, which was thanks to the council and the Lions. And you might recognise in there Yvonne Palmer, who was a long-standing chair of the Shirley Papanui Community Board. So it was great that she could come and she spoke and helped cut the cake, so that was a great celebration there. Also in McFarlane Park, we've got the Shirley Village project, and local residents have teamed up to get some murals done on the fence around the south end of the park. So they are working with McFarlane Park Kindy, Shirley Primary School and Shirley Intermediate to come up with some designs and get those done. So that'll be another great thing for that area. Still in Shirley, we have the 10 Shirley Road pump track, which you guys approved the funding of that for that last month. We're now going to go out and consult with the community now that we've got that funding secured. So it's to go on that site temporarily while you figure out what's going to happen to it. We think it'll be a great asset for that community. There's a basketball court and a playground there already. You've got the primary school across the road. I think it'll get very, very well used there. Belfast Cemetery, there's been an expansion there, 500 new sites, including a new children's area. That's been done in conjunction with the work to the motorway, which is right next door. So they've done a lot of the work in conjunction with what's been done there. Pardon? Yeah, well, 500, it's not a lot, but it's a good start, I guess. Back to Shirley again. Our community board last month approved from our discretionary response fund the purchase of a multi-purpose outdoor table. This came as a result from a request from residents wanting somewhere to sit and have a picnic or whatever there. And the board decided to go for this one because it is multi-use. And at our meeting tomorrow, we are getting an update on how we can go about getting some seating for the table. And we're also, part of the reason that staff put forward this option was the fact that the community can come together and decorate it, paint it, sort of take a bit of ownership, and hopefully it'll get looked after a bit if that happens. St Albans Park, the community is loving having the actual park itself open for use again, and in conjunction with those works, a bit of an upgrade was done to the area surrounding the playground. Some nice bright orange walls there, and we've got some brightly coloured rubbish bins and things. That's a really popular playground, partly because it's got a toddlers area which is completely fenced off, which a lot of parents like. And yeah, that park is getting well used again. I drove past the other day and saw the football goals were back out there, so the local clubs will be enjoying having that back. And then finally we've got some work being done around, this was a new stormwater retention basin just off QE2 Drive, just on the south side. So it's bounded by Buller's Stream and the East Ellington subdivision. So there's a big new pond, and there's walking tracks also being put through there to link up with the shared pathway on QE2 Drive. So there's 20,000 plants being planted, and that will also, it'll sort of connect with all the planting that's been done along QE2 Drive with the upgrades along there. So that's really good to see, and that is about it from us. Oh, and you've just got the one Part A from us today, which should be quite straightforward about the Sawyers Arms Road stopping.
So item 12, 110 Sawyers Arms Road stopping.
Yes.
Staff recommendation and board recommendation line up, so no concerns or nothing you need to talk to us about there?
No, straightforward.
That's good to hear. All right, well, thanks for speaking to the report. You've left us a little bit of time for some questions, if indeed there are any questions. So Pauline is happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Mike? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed, Emma, for presenting today.
Cheers.
Thank you. So now moving to the Waihoro Spraden Cashmere Community Board report to Council, presented by Carolyn Potter, Chair of the Board. Carolyn, welcome to the table. You also have 10 minutes to present your report to us. Thank you.
Ata Marie, kia ora. Our report is brief too, and we only had one meeting in April. I just wanted to mention something about just briefly, the decisions under delegation. The Sydenham Cemetery was the Anzac Day celebration that was cancelled, but nonetheless a group of board members were in there, and you will see that in the photographs when we come to that. So a group of us just gathered and said the poem, "They will not grow old as we will grow old," but I'll talk to that when we get to it. This Friday. This is a wonderful effort, and I'll talk about it at the next meeting. But if any of you are interested in a youth initiative that has resulted in lights in a park where the local neighbours supported the lights and everything else that's attached to it, come along at 6 o'clock to 8:30 p.m. this Friday and see the young people open this park, which they just love. And as you all know, basketball has taken over from rugby in the preference of adolescent and older young people. So, but I'll report to that at the next meeting. This is the South Library accessible issues. I just wanted to briefly mention this again. It has been promised that these will be altered. The plywood tables underneath don't meet minimum standards, and I complained about them 6 years ago. And then when they added the computers on top, the computers are again higher than the plywood tables and certainly never met minimum standards for accessibility. And it was plain to the naked eye that they didn't. I don't know what goes with the ghostly glow, but it seems to be the fashion. You will notice that short people have got accessibility via footstools placed along the computers. I hope that in all the libraries where the footstools are, that they acknowledge that wheelchairs, etc., can't access these computers if footstools are there. So while I do appreciate that children should be able to climb up and access it, there are other people who may be precluded if there are too many footstools. Manuka Cottage is due to open, the building is still waiting on the last resort consent to come through. Yeah, there's been a million of them, I can tell you that. Boy, has this been a project delayed, unbelievable. When I heard that it was going to be, when Manuka Cottage was going to be built and finished in 2016, we thought it was a dismal length of time away. In the meantime, I've got closer to the grave. This was the Anzac Day flowers, cheap as they were great, made locally. One went up to the regiment ceremony in Victoria Park. That was a recent addition. The one that went to the Sydenham Library, we started about 4 years ago at the Waltham Gates, but the Waltham Gates went too central. They don't deserve them. And that's where we had our small Anzac community acknowledgement, and we now do it in Sydenham Cemetery at the grave of two brothers who came back from the war in 1918. Their parents must have been thrilled to have seen them, and who died before the end of 1918 by Spanish flu. This is a rock that has been placed, because I go periodically back to look at the state of the wreath, and this is a rock that's been placed on the grave as well, and you see those rocks everywhere. You'll have them in your wards as well. And underneath, can we go down? No?
No, that's...
Oh!
Those are the only two that's in there.
There's a heart. There.
That's in their agendas.
Oh, there's a heart that was drawn locally, and it happens to be in my street, in Neville Street, and people have placed local flower contributions as well. This is... we had 2 young people came back to talk to us about our contribution to their trip. And this is a 12-year-old who went to a Scout Jamboree in Sydney, and she gave us a great story, and she told us all the bad things that had happened as well as scorpions, but she also told us about 3 scouts who got lost and their parents had to pay $240 in taxi fare to get them back to the Scout Jamboree, which I just thought was hilarious. Imagine that, you fork out to send your kid to a Scout Jamboree, then you fork out again. But look at it, isn't it amazing? And this one, on the right-hand side, 2 young women from Villa Maria came back to talk to us about their choir, who got a silver in the national competition for choirs. And the middle person, Evelyn Ponga, and her friend Amelia, in the choir, in the Villa Maria choir, came and sang to us. And they had gone to the national competition, and they were fantastic. You felt yourself going all red round the face because they were divine. And we're just asking staff to remove these scouts and the choir people, because we promised the parents who were there, who came with the kids to talk to us about what they had done. We promised them that their photographs wouldn't be alive and wouldn't stay in. So if you can rip it up, because we promised them that's what would happen. And that's us.
Great. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh,
short and very sweet. Are there any questions for Carolyn? Tim?
Just want to make a comment. It's so poignant of what Carolyn's saying. You know, Tauranga, we've spent a huge amount of money on this brand new central library, which is absolutely outstanding, and yet in our community libraries, disabled and certain people can't get access to the computers. It's absolutely, is that a reflection of our organisation?
It's being changed now, but it's taken 6 years of me moaning. I don't know who else did. Pardon? Oh no, that's right. That's right.
And thank you for continuing to raise it.
Okay, see you later.
Okay, so Yanni, do you have a question?
Is there a community board basketball team for Friday? Is there a community board basketball team for Friday night?
Jeepers, you're asking the wrong person. I'd rather be in the back row with a beer. No, actually no. And we'd be ashamed of ourselves.
You've seen these young guys play.
Compared to the young people, we'd be sort of playing on our knees.
Anyway, thank you for that. That's really
Thank you very much. Now, someone to move this report. Tim, you're happy to do that. Phil, you're happy to second. All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. Thank you very much. Now, moving to Te Pātaka o Rakaihutu, Banks Peninsula Community Board report to Council. Pam, welcome to the table.
Thank you.
10 minutes is yours.
Right, can I just start off with, can we thank our staff that support us through all of the work that we're doing? I just want to make a particular mention of Anzac Day and the superb support that was given by our City Council staff to ensure that we had a very a wonderful Anzac Day service. It is a citizenship ceremony. So we have got a Part A, and that's under the property review process, and you're dealing with that later on. So we look forward to seeing your debate around that. So the first one here I want to talk about are regional parks on Banks Peninsula, and we have got 2 new regional parks on Banks Peninsula, following a board approving the Misty Peaks and the Tioka management plans. And then we've people were submitted on those plans. They had drop-in sentence, and we're delighted to see now that we have these very popular areas with management plans, and we look forward to next steps. So there was part of this, a hearings panel considered the submissions on the 2 plans and made a recommendation to the board, and part of it was looking at how these reserves fit into the wider picture, the wider visitor and recreational planning for Banks Peninsula. And we've also got geoparks being talked about for Banks Peninsula. We've got Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. So there's a whole range of things around our biodiversity, and so we're asking for the hearings panel asked for a holistic, coordinated approach to the Banks Peninsula area, and you'll see that that's in the paper there. But we believe that this needs to come back to the board to translate into action, and so there will be multiple work streams around this, and we'll be working with other agencies. They'll be working with other agency and organisations. We've all got the same values, and we need to just make sure we're working together. The next one is about Littleton Port and the cruise ship berth. Now, if you go to the Littleton Port website, they've got amazing videos on there. So, but we are updated by Littleton Port Company on the issues around the port. For example, upgrade to the oil berth. We know that they've got a new tug in the area. That we know that also that the majority of the earthworks are completed, and that we know that the new cruise berth is scheduled to be opened by November 2020. So buses will take cruise passengers straight off that wharf there, that in front of you there, and take them through to the town or through to the city. So that we're looking at over 70 bookings in Littleton in 2020-21. There's also we need to be looking at the planning around that to ensure that we can actually look after those visitors that are coming on land. So the next one leads on to that. And we have a cruise action group. That's amazing that that's not rolls of, that's actually bailage in that front of that picture there. It's not little spots of cotton wool or anything, but it is bailage that's sitting in there. So the cruise action group, the board is actually not involved in that, but it's a group of staff from Environment Canterbury, the City Council, Christchurch NZ, and Environment Canterbury working together to look at a range of issues to make sure that the cruise season is a good experience for everybody. So this group is looking at short-term goals, improving traffic management in Akaroa and Little River, one contact for the cruise industry to be working with us, or working with those two areas, and there are medium-term goals and long-term goals, and there's looking at dealing with double ship days, codes of conduct for tour operators. It's a whole range of issues around that. But part of this is that we're actually the board is actually asking, has been continually hammering away for quite some time, that we do need some planning around it, some visitor planning around it to assist with destination travel. And if we move forward, Akaroa will be losing a considerable number of passengers, Littleton gaining them, and we need to treat those, deal with those issues to ensure that our communities, both communities, economically survive the situation. And then lastly, can we just move to Godley House in Diamond Harbour, and following the closure of Stakaka and Diamond Harbour, they decided not to renew the lease. The future of that area is now under discussion again and review. So the board has had an update and on the process for dealing with that. The community is very interested and very determined to get something underway as soon as possible. So a lot of things that we could talk about in our paper here, but I'll just leave it there. There will be a news release today or very shortly around the regional parks, in Newsline.
Thank you very much. So that allows some time for questions. Pauline, first of all.
Thank you. Thanks for another really interesting report.
I had to rattle along.
Yeah, you guys have got a lot on your plate over there. Look, I've just got a question about the water drone project. What is that? And the water drone at Littleton Harbour by Peninsula Air. Can you tell us about what that is?
Well, I can't tell you a lot about it. It's just in the early stages of discussion.
No, what is it?
It's a water aircraft.
A seaplane?
Amphibian. Yes, amphibian aircraft, yeah.
For tourism?
Yes. And opportunities for Banks Peninsula.
A submission on it?
Yes, we will be making them a submission, but there's not a lot of information about it yet. It's just early stages, such as just a heads up. This is going to happen. Yeah. So a lot of steps to be made.
Because I know that there's been helicopter tourism mooted for there it's seen quite a bit of opposition because of the noise. So I just wondered, so that will all be part of it anyway,
yes,
consultation?
Yes. There's a lot of work to go. This is just the initial hands up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Phil.
Thank you very much, Pam. In Saturday's press there was an article, I don't know if you saw it, was about Zealandia and how the success of that program in Wellington and Eastbourne in terms of bringing in native birds. And I just, particularly, but I just wondered, your hearings panel, report on the hearings panel, to have a holistic coordinated approach to the peninsula.
Yes.
Including, I just wondered, in fact, if that concept of Zealandia might be able to be fitted in with what the board have in mind.
Well, we haven't had any discussions around it. That came back from the hearings panel, so we think about Banks Peninsula as a whole place. So that, but maybe it may be an option moving forward. There's a whole lot of things. You saw the biodiversity hub mentioned in the paper at the weekend too. So there are a lot of thoughts going on around the place. We just need to make sure that we're all part of that process and involved in that discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you, Peter.
Jimmy.
One question, particularly regarding the cruise ship, the action group. You particularly mentioned those group make a presentation to your community board and focus on visit, navigation, safety. But I remember your community board particularly emphasized many times regarding public toilet, rubbish collection, rubbish bin, etc. Whether you have expressed your concern to them, they might have, in the early stage, it can mitigate those effects.
Could you, what was that question? I'm sorry, Jimmy, I
will speak slowly, Your particular mentioned the cruise ship action group,
Yeah, the cruise action group.
Yeah. Council, Christchurch, NZ, and the EK, organized.
And City Council.
Make a presentation to the community board, right?
No, they didn't make a presentation. They just
not presentation, briefing.
Yeah, yes.
But whether your community board express your concern, like for the future, how to mitigate those whether the kind of rubbish bin, and also public toilet, etc. Whether express this issue dealing with them or not. They might consider, because the number of the visitors may be more in the mall.
Yes.
In the Banks Peninsula.
Yes. Well, that's what we're asking for, a visitor strategy for Banks Peninsula, so that it talks about much wider than cruise ships. It talks about all sorts of tourism opportunities, visitor opportunities on Banks Peninsula, and that we need to do that now. We need to have the right infrastructure to deal with it, whether it's for a cruise ship passenger or a walker on Banks Peninsula or a driver. We need to look at that and start addressing those issues.
Sub-question, but this action group, whether community board member will be in those group or not?
Well, eventually, that will all come together. Christchurch NZ is part of this cruise action work group, and so we're expecting them to take leadership of doing some of this visitor planning for us. It's not evident at the moment that it's happening. We don't want to get more people here without making sure we've got the right infrastructure. So we want managed tourism as we move through the next few steps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll allow one final question from Sarah.
Thank you. Just a quick process question, actually. The submission to the CAA on the float plane that the board's intending to do.
Yes.
I'm just checking on delegations. I know that there's issues with the external submissions.
We did ask.
Did you need us to put in a thing saying that you can or something?
No, we've actually approached the council and all the staff, and they've given us the verbal okay that we can do it.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
I was wondering, if not, we could have done a delegation here or something.
Yeah, no, we're doing it.
Great.
Yep.
It's a good point, and thanks for clarifying it. So, Pam, thanks very much indeed for a detailed presentation with some excellent imagery, as always. Good to see the imagery of the cruise berth in Littleton as well, and to know that that's still on target for opening at the beginning of the 2020 cruise ship season. So, great. Now, I'm happy to move this resolution, except that I'd like to remove the word consider and add the word support instead. I think what we've heard from you, Pam, this morning is that this is an urgent piece of work that needs to be got underway.
Yes.
It's expected that Christchurch NZ would play a leading role in it, but Council certainly has a role in making sure that it happens. So that would allow us to bring together a number of the issues that you've talked about around the tourism and visitor industry, but also the work on the reserves and the work on the Banks Peninsula Geopark, for example, as well, all of which needs to be brought together in a coordinated way. So I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder?
Can I just have a question about the support, Andrew? Are you, as opposed to the previous word?
Consider.
Does support reference funding and budgets and stuff, or should we say endorse an approach? I'm just a bit concerned about annual planning and
I'd be happy with that. I mean, all I want is a word that's stronger than consider.
Yeah. I mean, we'll be considering it here.
All right, so let's go to...
endorse a holistic approach.
Yep. I'd be happy with that. So, a seconder? Phil? Yep. All right, great. Well, the report presumably would come back to the Community Board. The Community Board have already asked for Christchurch NZ to work with them to achieve this. This is part of the Community Board's plan as well, and the Community Board have held back from doing anything on it at this stage because Christchurch NZ are progressing some work, but we just need to lift it up so that it can happen. Is it's already part of the...
If it's already part of the plan and that plan's already approved, why do we need to do anything?
The hearings panel was concerned that there were reserve management plans that were being approved that naturally would be approved as part of an overall Banks Peninsula approach. We were approving those plans because of the process that we were running as individual reserve management plans. The hearings panel, through what we heard from submitters, wanted to give effect to that need for overall planning and integrated thinking for Banks Peninsula. That's something the Community Board have been talking about for a long time as well. We just need to find a way of lifting it up so that something happens, and the Community Board's view, and in fact the hearings panel's view, was that bringing that to Council so that it could put some support behind that was the right way to give it the level of importance that it needs and to get some work happening.
To resource.
I don't know. That remains to be seen, but something needs to happen. So we're... Are you happy with the word endorse?
I'm just wanting to know
What does it tie us to?
Well, that would be a separate decision. Of course it is. There's nothing in this resolution that approves $10 million for spatial planning or visitor planning on Banks Peninsula.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes. And there's a lot more work to go on.
Okay. So, from a process point of view, this has been moved and seconded. Are people wanting to speak to it, or I've got people with their hands up?
So
I'm
I
not sure
just have
why.
a question because I want to sort of know what this ties us into and what the cost associated is with that second.
Okay, maybe we need some staff advice around what the effective wording is, because, you know, I know what I want to achieve and I know what Pam wants to achieve. Whether this wording is achieving that and what happens next if we pass this probably is a question for staff rather than something that I'm able to answer.
I want your time on it today. Surely just getting a report back on it or something that would give it a bit more clarity might be useful, because there's no time frames, there's no process once we agreed it to. But I just wonder if it would be good to get a memo back or a report back.
How about, the suggestion is, support the Community Board working to achieve a holistic coordinated approach.
Yep. Yep.
So the wording would be support the Community Board working to achieve.
Support or endorse. I mean, how much resourcing does support tie us to at this point when there's, you know, Naval Point and a whole pile of other things happening in the area that...
I think we're really into semantics here, are we not? The Community Board of...
No, there's history with this.
Okay, endorse the Community Board working to achieve, and then it's a matter for the Community Board, and whatever the Community Board do, the Council endorses what they're doing. All right, endorse the Community Board work. Okay. I just want something stronger than consider, that's all, and I just want something to happen at the top and bottom of it. So let's get rid of support and put endorse, that's fine. Yep. All right, thank you. And so to answer the second question, if we pass this resolution today, what then happens? Presumably the Community Board are able to do what they always intended to do under their Community Board plan, which is to work to achieve a holistic coordinated approach. And all Council are doing is saying today that they endorse them in doing that, which when they approved their Community Board plan, they kind of endorsed them doing that anyway. Would that be the correct interpretation?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
I mean, it's hard for this to be here without the context of the two extensive consultations we did on these two management reserves plans, the reserve management plans for Te Oka and Misty Peaks. And I mean, it's just, there was a lot of submissions that came in about the lack of a joint-up approach around things like ecology, visitation. So there is a number of work streams across the organisation and across other entities, but nothing that's tying it together at the moment. So, I mean, I support that approach, but I would like to kind of see, you know, the timeframes for it, the process for it, how it's actually going to get done, rather than just a sort of resolution that just asks the community board to continue doing what they've always been doing and always had the ability to do. It just doesn't seem to me how that's going to change anything.
I think what we've got here is, you know, council. Yeah, I mean, at least it means that there's a recognition at this table that there's work needs to happen on Banks Peninsula, driven by the community board, and this.
But we just heard from the same board just 5 minutes ago that there's a cruise action working party that they're not even a member of.
Yeah, but I mean, without a deep dive into the terms of reference and the purpose of that working party, you know, I wouldn't want to jump straight to a discussion about whether a community board member should be a member of that group or not, because the purpose of that working party is set out in its terms of reference, and it has a particular purpose. I'm keen to move this on. We've got a resolution in front of us which has been moved and seconded, assuming the seconder is comfortable with the new wording. Is there any debate on that motion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. And Pam, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to prepare the presentation. Thank you. Now we move to the Waitai Coastal Burwood Community Board report to Council, and we've got Kim Money, the chairperson, Tim Sinters, the deputy chairperson, back at the table. Welcome back. Thank you.
Hello, nice to see you all again. We do have other things happening in our ward, so good to be here. Right, so community board decisions under delegation, you can check those up there. But what I do want to mention is, like Carolyn had mentioned, we just love the youth coming to our community board and giving us a thank you, which we need to, it has a domino effect to you guys because it comes from you. So fantastic to see this youth today and other times that they come and they give us a presentation on how grateful they were to receive the money and what they did and what they achieved. So we enjoyed that this week. So next up, yes, we do have a Part A, and it's the New Brighton Streetscape Enhancements, the portion of the reduction of speed from 50 to 30 kilometres. The board were very pleased to endorse the streetscape plan. This project will now enable the alignment with the hot pools build. The reduction of speed is obviously your Part A today, but the board really appreciates how staff and DCL and the community board have really put a lot of time into this and worked fantastically and come up with this result, so we're very delighted with that, being able to move forward. Anzac Day, as you know, one of our services was cancelled at Burwood. We had two at New Brighton, Aranui. However, we were able to lay the 3 wreaths thanks to Glenn and Linda and Tim, so really appreciated that special time. Community board matters of interest. Just one of our things that we are keen on the coastal area is seagull-proof rubbish tins. So we work on this with staff, and they're really looking into how that, with their creativity, on how that can work with some of our existing rubbish tins without going to too much extra expense. So perhaps putting a little lid on the top where the seagulls just can't get in there and pull it all out. A very common sense approach, so we appreciate that. What do we got up next? We've the Bexley, the red zone. Is that no? Oh, I just mentioned the Bexley Park development. That's underway. It's a superb park in there. There's been a few issues in there, but there is money on the budget, and it's started to get underway. There's been a bit of a hold-up, but staff are all over it now, and we expect to have this project finished by the end of the year. And the things that were holding it up were some soil testing, and they had drainage issues, so let's just do it first time and do it properly. So we're going to look forward to having that all done this year. Now, this slide is, we had some issues in South Shore on the red zone area where motorbikes were able to get access and get in there. And so Lynn's came to us. We had a bit of a catch-up with Lynn's, and one of these requests was, could we please have a sign, because there wasn't a sign down there saying that motorbikes are prohibited. So you know what, we had them on the Monday, and by Tuesday it was up. So can't get better than that, and we really appreciate Lynn's working cooperatively with us there. We had another deputation which was really exciting from a young lady about the Styx water quality, and she works with the Styx Living Laboratory Trust, and so she presented to the board, and it's the Sticks Youth Program adapted for high school students. And the future aim is to collaborate with schools, increase participants in numbers and generate meaningful results and educate more young people about the state of the city's waterways. So big ups to her, and fantastic to have seen her come to the board, recommending that you perhaps ask for her to come to you as well and extend the project. We also have another really great collaboration project here happening in New Brighton. We've got quite a few empty shops, as you know. There is one there with the orange roof that you can see, but the collaboration between City Council, Development Christchurch, Renew Brighton, residents of Te Kura, Te Whito, which is the old New Brighton School, Brighton businesses and residents to help recreate happen, and it's activating an empty shop, and they're displaying artwork in there. Absolutely fantastic. They're also having interest from wider than just New Brighton, so staff from Ilam School of Fine Arts and the physics room have visited Recreate and are looking at ways to collaborate. They have about 80 to 100 people visit every Saturday, and the doors are open Friday and Sunday, and local artists have an opportunity to display their art in there. So absolutely great initiative by our community and collaboration by Council and DCL and everybody else. The next thing we have up there is Easter Camp. I always like to promote this Easter Camp because, as I say, it is 5 days over Easter where they go to Spencer Park, and there are thousands of young people here contained in the park with, you know, they can't come in, they can't go out once they're in there, and it's just an amazing place for these teenagers to be able to connect and have really great role models. And particularly at this time, it was really quite poignant that Easter Camp was at that timing to sort of debrief about everything that had gone on before. But, you know, as parents, it's a yay, I get rid of my kids for 5 days, which is teenagers for 5 days, which is awesome. But a real credit to Canterbury Youth Services and CYS and all those volunteers that are involved in this, and the teenagers, because, as I say, there's never any trouble. So it's absolutely fantastic. And finally, I know you all fall off your chairs, that you can't believe how quick I am, the Avondale Neighbourhood Group event. This is another initiative by the community, absolutely fantastic, held on Sunday the 5th of May in Avondale Park, and approximately 250 people came, which was awesome, just enjoying the music, the entertainment, the arts and the craft, the food trucks, all those things. And again, a big ups and thanks to all of those people that have been involved, and the staff, the team that have helped the community pull that all together. So really positive comments came from the community about this event, and look forward to it continuing. So thank you.
That's great. And then we've got the Part A, which the Part A parts of that resolution that we're dealing with today, staff recommendation and the board recommendation align. Nothing we need to be concerned about there. That's great. Thank you very much. So that leaves us a little bit of time for questions. Glenn, did you have a question?
Well, more to offer some very quick comments, but is that appropriate now, or?
There are no other questions been signalled, so if you
Yeah,
do that.
okay. Yep. All right, if I may. Thank you for that. Team, just to say on Anzac Day, all three significant Anzac sites were acknowledged. So there was a big dawn service here, but New Brighton, big turnout. At Burwood, 20 people turned up, and while we couldn't promote a service per se, in the words of B.B. Fraley, the Dallington RA chair, we ended up with a quite an organic service. So that photograph there is actually of the Burwood cenotaph. We had about 20 to 25 people there, which was great. And of course, Aranui, led by Tim Baker, very full turnout there too. The Bexley Park's quite significant, not only for wind sport, but for the fact that it's hosting the 2020 National BMX Championships. It's an Olympic qualifying event, so there will be a lot of interest. Ryan's been fantastic getting on the power in different parts of the ward for South New Brighton and New Brighton markets as well. There's some good stuff happening. Donnell Park proceeding after the quakes, so yeah, brilliant.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, do I have a mover to receive this report? Glenn, seconded by David East. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed for your contribution this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, so last but not least, the Waimaero, Fendleton, Waimare, Harewood Community Board report to Council, presented by Sam McDonald, Chair of the Board. Sam, thank you for waiting.
No worries.
The benefit to being last, of course, is you get to hear everybody else speak first.
Yeah.
But no, thank you for waiting, and
not sure if that's a
looking forward
benefit.
to receiving your report now.
Excellent. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the chance to come in and present. We're going to do it a wee bit differently today in that I'll run through a couple of things. David's going to touch on the cricket, and then Marianne's going to touch on Odyssey House for us as well. Look, I'll take the report as read. You'll see we've used a lot of community board delegations, as you'd expect, throughout the month. Of note, particularly, are the Emergency Response Fund, which was set up in the wake of obviously the terrorist attack, and we've had 2 applications in for that already. So it is turning out to be quite useful for our community. There's a couple of other ones there around Cam Place or Pasadena Reserve, which has been a long ongoing issue, I guess, for our community. We've resolved as a board that they can, should the residents wish to proceed with that, apply for resource consent, but we've certainly encouraged them to go through the duty planner first. The other one, just worth noting, I guess, on those delegations, is that we had a joint meeting with the Riccarton Hornby Hallsville Community Board last week to install some bus stops. And it was actually one of the first meetings in a while where I think everyone left happy, which is always a really good sign. So if we go through the first one I'll touch on is Greers Road and Memorial Ave. And I just wanted to bring this to your attention because it was something that has had a bit of feedback. And I think, as I understand, that the Mayor's had a letter, and so has Pauline as well, regarding it. Look, I think with this, we had both big schools right on that intersection come to us and say they don't agree with the staff proposal. And certainly as someone that really values the input of our community, I wasn't going to go against what they said. We're really confident that staff will go away and do some more work on that. I think they got the message loud and clear from the meeting, but I just wanted to push that to you today to say that we haven't turned our back on that intersection. Staff will go away and do stuff, but I certainly, as chair of our board, and I know other members felt we weren't going against 2 schools which literally have thousands of children at them going through there every day. So I'd take their advice over traffic experts any day and something like that. So the next one is just to update you briefly on the Bishopdale Library, and again this is something that's been in the media. That was closed for about 10 days to undertake some repairs to the concrete floor, which wasn't ideal. But look, it's been fixed now, and we've got the right outcome, and it's back up and operating. So it's just worth noting for that. David, do you want to touch on the cricket?
So the cricket, obviously Elmwood Park, the home of the Old Boys Collegians Cricket Club. They've going out to consultation at the moment regarding moving their clubhouse. So the building the current building is looked to be totally removed and and slightly shifted and turned on a bit of an angle, which would give a better viewing perspective. What this also does is it moves the cricket nets, or if accepted and permission given, would move the cricket nets to the other side of the park, closest to where the Bridge Club and the Petonk people are, which would be a greater asset for the park, and also reduce the amount of instances of flying cricket balls hitting pedestrians and people walking their dogs, etc. in that area. So it's quite an exciting project in our patch.
Cool, thanks David. Marianne, do you want to touch on Odyssey House, our group of the month?
Yep, thanks Sam. So our group of the month this month is Odyssey House, which is actually a metropolitan organisation, but they are based in Greers Road and Burnside, so we're stealing them. But it's also a good opportunity because you guys don't necessarily get the opportunity that often to hear back of some of the really good success stories that come out of metropolitan funding. So as you'll know, Odyssey House is a residential drug and alcohol treatment centre. A wee while ago they started up a small carpentry social enterprise where residents were making various things, including picnic tables, which council have previously purchased and put in our parks and reserves. So in September last year I was approached by Switched On, which is the company that has the contract to do the repairs and maintenance for Housing New Zealand. They were having great difficulty in sourcing a company that could make the old wooden window sashes, because they do a replace like for like with their repairs. And they'd heard about Odyssey House and they were really keen to work in partnership and support a social enterprise, which was great news for us. So the thing standing in their way really was a bit of machinery that's actually needed to create the window sashes, which is called a spindle moulder. I've learned all about spindle moulders. So with a small investment through a grant from the Metro Discretionary Response Fund, Odyssey House Trust were able to purchase a spindle moulder and switched on. You'll see the picture at the top there, have been providing all the necessary training. That was one of their first workshops they had with the residents. And the bottom picture is the first window sash off the production line. And they've now got the contract to supply those sashes to Switched On to do all those repairs and replacements as they come up. So it's a really good example of how a really small investment has actually ended up having a huge benefit in terms of the ongoing sustainability of a social enterprise. And for the residents, it means they're not only generating a small income from the work they're doing, but they're learning new skills and most importantly, getting work experience. So for when they leave Odyssey House and transition back into their communities, that's absolutely crucial in terms of finding employment. So it's kind of been a win-win all over, really, and just wanted to highlight that to you to show that, you know, the funding is really going to good use.
Great, thanks Marianne, and look, that concludes our presentation, but we thought it was really useful for Marianne to do that because David and I would probably give you the 3 points on the PowerPoint, whereas I think she's been able to actually tell the full picture. So we do appreciate you allowing us to do that.
Great, thank you very much. And that was a really positive, good news story to end on, actually. So thanks for doing that. That does leave us a little bit of time for questions, if indeed there are questions. Pauline.
You had the joint meeting about the Waimari Road, Gres Road bus stop. Have you any result from that meeting?
Yeah, we did. That was one of the ones I said we had. It's one of those meetings where everyone went away happy. So we got good positioning of bus stops right along there, and it was a good outcome. So all sorted.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tim.
Do you guys have the same issue with your library as South did with regards to disabled access to the computers?
Yes.
Or short people having difficulty
to them? We do. Yeah, and I think it was an issue that's been raised, was it last month here as well, around potentially the new library, so we've asked for a wee bit of information on that.
Yeah, and Carolyn's actually been mentioning it for 6 years, but we won't go there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Jamie, you're happy to move this? Yep. Seconder? Aaron? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. And David, apologies for not acknowledging you as you came to the table. Good to see you.
Worst things happen.
Thank you. Okay, so what I now want to do is to move reasonably quickly, I hope, through the Community Board Part A reports. So if we come to item 12, the road stopping, 110 Sawyers Arms Road, staff recommendation and Community Board recommendation line up. Are there any questions on this report for staff? Can I have a mover, please? Mike will move, Pauline will second. Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Banks Peninsula Property Review Process. Again, this is a report which has been backwards and, well, the subjects of the report have been backwards and forwards to the Community Board a number of times. This is a process I'm told that other boards have already gone through. The Peninsula Board has taken a little bit longer because of some particular complications, which wouldn't be unusual for Banks Peninsula. But now we're here with this report in front of us today. Are there any questions for staff on this report?
What did the board decide about the block of land that looks down over, I'm going to get it wrong, the one where you've just demolished the cafe, where the cafe lease has not been renewed? Is that Diamond Harbour or Governor's Bay? Diamond Harbour.
Yeah, that land wasn't part, so the Godley House land was not part of this review process.
The big block of land that the council owns that we went over and had a look at.
Yeah, so that...
the one that looks out over the harbour.
It's retaining it. Yeah.
Sorry?
We're keeping that, that's been kept.
Yeah.
It's been kept.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, and the other point was that the gullies on that, we're investigating conservation covenants over those.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, so I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Tim Scanderous. Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. And the New Brighton streetscape enhancements. So there are Part C decisions that the Community Board have made, a Part A recommendation coming to Council which is in alignment with the staff recommendation. Are there any questions on this matter? Vicky? All right, so Raf, you go first.
I don't know
who
I'm
are we asking questions
but,
to? Is there a staff member?
So let's find the questions first.
I may be able to answer them, but I
We
think
might.
All right, well, let's hear the
technical
question
than
and
what I've-
then we'll see how best to answer it.
It's kind of a broad question really in terms of how this fits into the overall master plan, where I would have assumed we're proceeding with the Orham Avenue basically bypass. And I couldn't quite understand why on Marine Parade you've still got, parking spots there. I mean, I can understand we'll have it as a slow carriageway so cars can still go through, but you don't really want them stopping there and parking when there's loads of parking in that whole area. And I don't see the connection with the commercial core. It doesn't, and I've had feedback from locals as well that doesn't quite make sense to me, so I might be missing something. I mean, I don't like to interfere in community stuff, but it doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of what we've been discussing for the last 3 to 4 years.
All right, great. So can we get some staff comment on the issue that Raf has raised? Now, Vicky, was that exactly the same as you were going to raise?
The issue, very, very similar, except was this the highest priority in Brighton for 4.61 million? And how did it fit in with the whole overall thing? I also agree about the parking and also the comments from the residents in terms of the feedback all seem to be negative. So I'm wondering about it.
I'd rather sort out the estuary edge as well.
Yeah.
All right, so if we can get some comment from staff on the matters that have been raised.
Basically, Raf's asked a question around car parking, where does it fit into the overall scheme around New Brighton, what we've done around with DCL and the Community Board, and Vicky's made comments regarding the comments that we have got seem to be reasonably negative.
And is this the top priority for Brighton or
Yes.
for the
So
area?
firstly, it is, and the Community Board have been clear with us that it is their priority. It is a big priority through here to improve the pedestrian connections across Marine Parade. That's been a big thing to clear up the barriers to being able to cross this section of road between the mall and the shops along the frontage there, and the playground, the library, the hot poles, the beach, the pier, all that sort of thing. So improve that. The design that's come up with has been done in conjunction with DCL. We've had advice from DCL and from the urban designers to say that parking, yes, no, but there is they do think there is a need now around the regeneration requirements in the area to keep it in. But the design we've come up with allows flexibility to be able to easily change the layout, close the street, do all sorts of things in the future. Now the consultation was done a while ago, and it was more around a discussion of, do we focus on Marine Parade or do we focus on the mall? And there were mocked up designs at that stage, and it came back about 50-50. The feedback with the board is to focus on Marine Parade and move that forward, and work with DCL to do that.
You weren't here for the actual questions, but I was trying to understand why have you got car parking programmed in for Marine Parade? Because there's car parks on it, so there's no shortage of car parking in the vicinity and in the side streets. So why would you encourage cars to park on Marine Parade when we're actually looking at it as a long term?
The clear advice that we had from DCL around commercial, so that was, and from the board and from the urban designers, is that we needed to have it in there. We needed to be able to change that easily in the future, so it's a fairly flat design that is able to be taken out in the future very easily.
Orham Avenue, what's happening with that?
What was that, sorry?
Orham Avenue.
Orham Avenue, so my understanding is it's out in the program, and DCL are working on that at the moment in the property around that.
All right, doesn't make any sense to me.
Thank you. So Vicky, did you have anything outstanding after that?
In terms of the consultation, because a lot of the comments talk about QE2 opening sometime in the future, how long ago was it actually done?
When?
I think it was 2017.
2017.
17.
What year is it now?
2019.
2019. So are we absolutely sure, and is the community board absolutely sure, that in terms of a budget allocation of 4.61 million, that this is the top priority for anywhere in their area?
The community board have told us they want this to go forward.
Yeah, but that's not the question. Probably I should direct it to the community board. It doesn't seem to change very much. Like
So the community board, the community board supported this moving forward, and it's the change to the speed limit that's come through today.
So the speed limit goes down to 30.
Yes.
And the point of it is to get pedestrians across to the pools and the beach.
The point is to open the connections along that whole length so that you can get.
Yes, 'cause it's not difficult to cross Marine Parade. No.
It is. It's got a
by the library.
It's got a planted median that it's not very nice walking through.
I think we need to look at this in the context of where we're at. The Community Board have already made some decisions under the Part C delegated decision making. We're now making a decision, well, we're now being asked to make a decision today on the speed limit change. In the context of the Community Board having already decided what they've decided under their Part C delegations.
Sorry, if there wasn't the speed change, it wouldn't have come to council today. Because it would have been fully under community board delegation.
Okay, so questions and answers. Vicky, anything else from you?
So the only thing we're approving is the speed limit. The community board has the delegated authority for all of this,
And they have approved
including
it.
whether to leave parking there if you're trying to pedestrianise the area, which seems crazy, but it's all in their delegated thing, and that they have decided that 4.61 million on this little bit is their top priority for the whole of their ward. Right.
They have already made that decision. That's not what we're here to consider today. Yeah. David and then Glenn. David.
Look, I don't have any questions of
Oh, well, then we'll wait till we've finished with questions.
I'm just probably want to put a community board perspective
Yeah,
on
we'll deal with that in debate.
Okay.
Glenn.
Thanks. If I can just pick up on a comment you made, Lanita, about the obviously the flatness of what we're dealing with, just to double check, because we've had a lot of pushback over the car parks, so just to double check that can easily be reconfigured in the future.
Yeah, there's no curb from boundary to boundary, except at the bus stops to facilitate disabled and buggies on to and off buses. Okay. So it will be a flat surface.
Yep.
Whether it's line marking or you take out the asphalt and put in.
So hypothetically, if we wanted to cut car parks in half, that could be done?
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Sarah.
Thanks for that. And it is good to see some progress on master plan stuff in the various areas. What's the next master plan project, and which years is it budgeted for and how much? Do you know?
I don't know. Sorry. Can't answer that today. I'll be guessing.
Yeah, can we just maybe get some information on that?
We can get some information
That'll be in the
offline,
annual
yep.
plan somewhere, because I mean this was budgeted in the annual plan and everything, so yeah.
Yep, thank you. All right, so we're done with questions. So can I now have a mover for this, please? David will move, Glenn will second, and we'll move into debate. David.
Thank you. Look, just acknowledging that today we are here, excuse me, to merely change the speed limit to this particular area. I'd like to also just acknowledge and compliment staff for the work and DCL that's been done on this plan. It's taken a long time, there's been a lot of debate, there's been a lot of consultation. The critical things with this particular project are that successive management plans have been trying to connect the beach to the commercial core. There's a two-stage sort of thing in here where we are upgrading that section of Marine Parade with an ability in the future to be able to close that road off if we so desire. It is, in the consultation process, it was about 46% of the respondents actually wanted to close the road. It wasn't a clear-cut decision, but I believe we've come up with a concept. It's a flat surface. It achieves what we want to do to actually integrate the hot saltwater pools and the beach playground, the library and the pier into the business core area. Obviously, the full integration of this project also is linked with the extension of Aurum Ave through to Hawke Street. Now that has budgeting in the annual plan. It's a wee way out now, and our board has submitted to this annual plan that funding is brought forward, so that DCL in the final stages of rejigging the commercial core can do Aurum Ave extension more or less at the same time, which will then allow us in the future to actually progressively cut out traffic going through Marine Parade. I really do think this is a good design, good plan, and it's been explained to me on a number of occasions that it is a tiled surface across this whole roading, and yes, there are car parks in it, but they're the same as it's been there already. There's no increased car parking. It is only maintaining what's been there, and should we at any stage this week, next year, decide to reduce the car parking, it's a simple exercise of lifting a few tiles and rejigging that configuration. It's a versatile plan that is quite adaptive to a changing transport modes, and I believe what we have created is quite a safe and adaptable environment that we can move forward with. I don't believe there's any need for prioritising any particular mode of transport at the moment, because it's certainly my intention longer term to close off traffic to Marine Parade altogether, and what we are proposing here ideally aligns with that philosophy. But again, I go back to the original thing. We're actually here to talk about a speed limit through this area, reducing it from 50k to 30k. Personally, I'd probably like it to go a little lower, but we are restrained by regulation at the moment, and that's an option we can carry forward. So
thank you very much. Thank you. Is there any further debate? Yanni.
I find it quite surreal that we're sitting here hearing about the community well-being, the psychosocial impact on a community that's struggling to get basic earthquake repairs done, and we've got a project which appears to be just gold plating an area that was only just done, in relatively modern history of the city, not too long ago before the earthquakes. It's very hard to see what the benefits are from this project compared to the area where we don't currently have funding, or there's a delay because there's a lack of certainty of funding for some very immediate projects that will address some severe community wellbeing. I cannot align in my mind what we've heard this morning around the pressing need in this community area with this project that we're being asked to approve today. And I know we're only being asked to approve the speed limit, but it does seem quite surreal, given what we've just heard, that this would be a priority. I do wonder whether, given we've yet to have the discussion about report number 22, whether we actually do need to kind of pause and consider what changes would be necessary as a minimum to support the speed limit changes, rather than the full thing. The other concern I really want to raise is, 2017 is a lot different than 2019. And I've read through the submissions as well, and there's a number of people that are quite critical of the joint up approach. And it's not to say that those concerns have not been addressed by now, but actually we don't get visibility of that. So I have to say I'm quite concerned about what we're being asked to approve today. And although the speed limit is only one element of it, which is in our control, I do wonder, really wonder, whether we need to look at the funding that's been allocated, what we need to do to get the speed limit put in safely, see how it works, and redirect some of that funding towards the more pressing community needs.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you. Today's decision is only on the 30 kilometre an hour, and I'm completely in favour of that for all of the safety improvements it does in this area. And I disagree with Councillor Johansson on that being the only bit that's in our control, because actually as a council, we made the decision to put this project in and to fund it in our long-term plan and when to do this project. And we hear time and time again from the communities in Brighton and South Shore that they have been left behind and that their neighbouring communities are getting a lot of stuff that makes their community look and feel better again, and that they don't get it. As a council, we've prioritised the work in the master plans, not the community board. The community board were tasked with getting the work done and making sure that it was fit for purpose for their community. Do I think we should be putting car parks in? No, but that's a future decision and one out of our control when we delegated that decision making to the community board. We do absolutely need to work on the stuff that's in item 22 today, and it needs to be funded, but it can't be either or when it comes to this work. It needs to be both.
Thank you. Glenn. Well, you've got the right to speak to it if you want to.
I'm mindful of time.
Me too.
Thank you. Rightio. So this project was always all about the connectivity between the beach and the commercial area. There have been several iterations of the master plan over years, and it was always going to be a tough nut to crack. If you don't know already, people in New Brighton and wider are very passionate. They don't always they're not always on the same page, and that's totally fine. I find it the most enchanted part of the city. But the thing is, we've got to just push ahead. We know flexibility exists to cut back on the car parks, and actually if you drill down to a lot of the comments that I've been receiving, and perhaps Raf as well, it's actually about the car parks. So we've heard from staff we can cut back on those in future if necessary. But I'm at the point now, I think we just need to push the go button and get on with it.
So bearing in mind that this is in a context where the community board have already made a decision under delegations that we have given to that community board, and the only thing we're doing today is making a decision about a speed limit change which enhances the results of the decisions that the community board have already made under delegation. And given that we've got a recommendation from the community board that sits alongside decisions they've already made, and we've heard from the two local councillors that there's support for this, I'm certainly comfortable voting in favour of it. And I'm also taking the point that there is the ability to make some further changes in future, which may be driven by other changes that happen in the area or a desire to go further in terms of giving effect to particular transport or parking outcomes. So given that we've got to where we've got to and the limited scope of the decision that we're making today under the Part A, I'm quite happy to support this. Vicky?
I wonder, given that the item agenda 22, which we've heard a lot of submissions about today, and which people said, we just want you to get on and do some earthquake repairs. If, for example, there was the capacity to do those, but it required some funding, would we prioritise that over this?
I think that's a different matter than approving a speed limit.
I just wonder if it might be sensible to leave this item until we've dealt with item number 22.
I don't believe that there's a connection between approving a speed limit to give effect to a community board decision and the item 22. If we're asking the community board to go back and reconsider the decision making that they've already done, that's a very different matter than considering whether to approve a speed limit or not.
Well, the speed limit is the last thing. None of the money, as I understand, has yet been spent. It may well be that there are other priorities in the area that are more urgent.
So if this is capable of being unravelled once the community board have made decisions about the substantive project, it also would be capable of being unravelled once council have made a decision about a speed limit in conjunction with that project as well.
The speed limit, and I'd be happy to go with 10 k's if that's the local decision. if that was the local community board. But I wonder if all the rest needs to happen.
Yeah, that's a different matter than we're considering today. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Now, what I now intend to do, and the reason that I want to start on item 22 is that we've got a number of interested people in the room who have come back in order to hear what we're doing with item 22. It's unlikely that we will get this matter concluded before we break for lunch, and I apologise to community members for that. But what I do want to do is at least start on some questions and answers on item 22, and maybe some initial presentation from staff so that we've got the item underway. Then my intention would be at an appropriate time to break for lunch and then inevitably come back and conclude item 22 after our lunch break. So if I can start with maybe some initial comments from staff, if that's what's desired, or do we just go straight into questions?
I think so, Drew. Maybe if I could, and if we could bring up on the screen, as a result of the feedback and some of the submissions this morning, staff have worked to clarify the recommendations that we're proposing to Council today. So we'd be happy either way, but we have sought to clarify the recommendations, in particular the point about that there are two separate projects, and previously we used the word in parallel. Concurrent. We've removed the word concurrent. They will both happen, start at the same time, but the earthquake remedial works investigation is proposed that would report back to Council in August, whereas the adaptive planning work is a number of the deputations made this morning, a far longer piece of work, but staff do maintain the view that it's important to start that piece of work.
So this gives effect to, and I don't really want to frame the discussion in terms of the options in the report, but this gives effect to those parts of option 3 that we've heard so strongly are favoured by the community, but at the same time allows the adaptation work to commence and proceed as originally intended, but realising that there's a message from the community that we're wanting to respond to, which is, can you just get on with this and separate out the earthquake legacy issues from the adaptation work, realising that both are important?
Yeah, that's correct. So recommendation 3 up there separates the projects, and recommendation 4 instructs council staff to undertake urgent work on the earthquake legacy investigations project and report back in August 2019 for council decisions as follows. And you'll note that we've included the decisions on estuary edge actions is point 4A. 4B relates to understanding the pre-earthquake state and the risk analysis to identify outstanding needs, and this will include specific actions to mitigate inundation and erosion that addresses earthquake legacy issues. And then recommendation 5 is a separate recommendation, and I appreciate that previously we had them both in the same recommendation, which might have caused some confusion. So a separate recommendation noting that council staff will commence the adaptive strategy work, which will include the following. So we've tried to provide clarity on that. We've left and was supported by a number of the submitters this morning. What was the original recommendation 4? Now recommendation 6, that the council remains strongly committed to the engagement model of the HOW team.
All right, thank you very much indeed for that commentary. So the status of this at the moment is that this is something that's intended to be moved by the local councillor. Staff obviously have had some input into creating something which reflects what the intention of the community board and I think as expressed by a number of the submitters this morning, and obviously the local council are giving effect to that by way of some wording. From a staff point of view, I'm not asking whether this is your recommended option now, but certainly this is capable of being implemented and worked with were it to be passed today.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, that's great. Thank you. So now with that initial commentary behind us, let's move into a period of questions. Let's see how far we go. I intend to break for lunch no later than 1:15, and if that means we need to take a break in the middle of questions and continue with questions at 2 o'clock, that's what we'll do. Try and keep the questions, if you can, to the matters that we're dealing with in this report and as succinct as possible, and remember that there will be an opportunity for debate later when we get to that point. Yeah.
amendment is substantially different to that.
So
We
is
have
this not what you're intending moving?
No. No, I'm moving I was moving an amendment. I passed it to you earlier. I've given it to Joe.
Right, okay.
We have not moved substantially from the proposal this morning. We've made some amendments and a note to our recommendation, but certainly this is not an amended recommendation that has gained the favour of our community board members in the audience and community representatives.
Thank you for clarifying that. It sounds as though in that case we haven't arrived at the point I'd hoped we might have arrived at.
No.
It sounds as though we might therefore have some further work to do in the lunch break. For that reason, I would suggest that we adjourn for lunch now, come back at 2 o'clock, by which time, if there is a possibility of getting to a point where there is something that is capable of being agreed between the local community and there's capable of being recommended by staff, we arrive at that point. If not, then we'll just, obviously run a process this afternoon that'll arrive at a decision.
And you can get the various versions emailed around?
Yeah. Yeah, so if we can get everything emailed around so that people know it. There may be some work that people want to do in the lunch break, and I'm certainly happy to get involved in any of that work to get to a position where we've got something that can be put forward that's capable of being agreed if possible. So we'll adjourn, we'll come back at 2 o'clock, and we'll deal with whatever somebody wants to put on the table at that time. Back, we will reopen the meeting. Now, the people that we need for item 22 apparently are still working on what we asked them to work on before the lunch break, so they're going to be back in very shortly, but without staff to be asking questions of at the table, we can't immediately proceed with item 22, but it's my intention to revert to item 22 within a matter of minutes as soon as we got the right people in the room. But given the amount of work that we've got ahead of us, I didn't want to wait for that to happen before we started this afternoon's work. So we've got quite a bit to do. My intention is that we will complete this whole agenda today, which means that we will need to be disciplined in how we go about particularly items where there isn't a need for a huge amount of discussion. So now let's turn to the minutes. So this is items 15, 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21. I'm happy to move all of those as a block. Do I have a seconder? Mike Davidson. Is there any discussion on any of these? I'll put them as a block. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. And now we'll move to the Chief Executive's report, given that we've got a quorum and that Carlene's here. So this is item number 30. Are there any questions on the Chief Executive's report for the Chief Executive?
No.
Yanni. You don't get away with it quite that easily.
Sorry, just slow to load.
Sorry, I appreciate we're jumping around the agenda, but I'm just keen to get as much done as we can in the time that we've got.
It's just, it's just, sorry, just loading, taking a while to load. Here we go. Okay, cool. On page number 457, it said that a recovery plan for Christchurch. Says that we're in the midst of developing a multi-agency recovery plan, collaboration with agencies such as Ngāi Tahu, Christchurch NZ, CDHB and Department of Internal Affairs, touching on all areas of community, economic and tourism recovery, and that we've created a temporary role of recovery manager. I'm just trying to align what's in there versus the report that we've got.
Okay, so
if I just finish the question.
General Manager Community, Citizens Community will speak to that when she speaks to the report. So she'll provide an outline of what that plan is.
Right, so how are we as councillors going to be involved in the governance decisions around that recovery plan?
Well, the governance decisions related to the council will come up through the normal council processes, but you won't have a governance process around the other agencies. They'll have their own processes.
So there's no agreement that we're doing with central government over joint funding like cost share, or there's no sort of agreement around key milestones?
So essentially, well, I'll let the General Manager speak to it when she speaks to the other report.
Okay.
And then you'll have a better view about what it is. But each agency has its own governance processes.
Right, so just so, I mean, what I'm really trying to understand, like, because in the report that we've got earlier or later now, I didn't see where it talks about the kind of recovery plan, although I endorsed the
No,
need
because
for
it's a report on what's happened.
Yeah, okay.
As
So
opposed. So why don't you talk about that report when we have that report?
except the recovery plan's not mentioned in that report, so.
No, because that's the past.
Right, so can we get a report in terms of the future so that we have really clear expectations?
So when Mary talks to it, she'll talk to you about the outline of the recovery plan and the processes around that. So why don't you save it until then?
Okay, so will we also be able to, when that comes up, talk about the resources required?
Yes, we can do that.
In funding?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so we'll defer that to when we're dealing with that item. Are there any other questions on the CE's report? All right, so I'm happy to move that we receive the report. Aaron will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Now let's move to the Mayor's monthly report, item 40. Now I'm not sure who any questions on this would be directed to, but first of all, are there any questions? Okay, so I'm happy to move receipt of the Mayor's monthly report. Do I have a seconder? Tim Scandrett. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. And now, with the right people in the room, we can move to item 22. So if we can have staff at the table, please, to take questions on item 22, and if it's appropriate, if there's any further update before we move into questions. Okay, perfectly on cue. Yep. That's great. So have we now got everybody we need in the room to start dealing with an update and questions and answers on item 22?
We got the...
Great. Okay, so first of all, is there any additional information to be provided over and above what was provided before the lunch break?
Yes, we have. So Joe will just be bringing up a revised set of recommendations that have now been agreed between the elected representatives and the community board and CCAU representatives and the staff. That's been a useful exercise, and in fact what it has shown is actually we were very close earlier on, and it's provided some clarity about the respective positions, and it's given us an opportunity just to make sure that we aren't talking past each other. So both sides are in agreement, and we'll give councillors perhaps an opportunity to read the revised recommendations, and happy to take questions thereafter.
All right, so the status of this is a staff recommendation.
I think the status is it could be either.
Okay, it's I'm seeing the words at the top of it, staff recommendations. So it's a set of resolutions which is capable of being recommended by staff or is being recommended by staff, regardless of its origin. And David, in as much as you're saying it's your recommendation, I'm imagining that it's something that you've got an intention of moving in some shape or form when the opportunity presents itself.
Although just hold fire while we get the correct one up. There we go.
Right. All right, so, okay, so this is, so what's in front of us now is what has been worked on.
Yes.
And it's an updated proposed motion from Councillor East, which is yet to be moved, which also meets with staff recommendation. All right, so let's... Yeah, if we can get this emailed, that would be great, so that people can have it on their own screens. So 1 and 2 are the same as in the original staff recommendation.
Emergency resolutions? Draft climate emergency resolution? What got emailed?
Okay.
Joe, so we could take out the
red needs to
the
go.
red could be removed.
Okay.
Oh, the red is just areas that we're in agreement.
It's notes.
Yeah, it's notes for us.
All right, that's fine. So we're getting this sent around.
So it's different than the one.
People can obviously read this. Does it require any commentary or...?
Yeah, so I could explain what's different,
Please do.
if that's helpful. So,
all right, if you can just take us through this so we know what we're dealing with.
Yep, so recommendation 1 and 2 is the same. Recommendation 3 is the same, which is to split what was the regeneration strategy into the 2 projects, the earthquake leasing repairs and the adaptive strategy. Recommendation 4, which is the one of the crux points, instruct council staff to undertake urgent work on earthquake legacy investigation project and report back August 2019. The council does as follows: estuary edge current and pre-earthquake status and risk analysis to identify outstanding community needs, and this will include specific actions and opportunities to mitigate inundation and erosion that addresses earthquake legacy. So that picks up both the wording of the earlier staff recommendation and the wording of Councillor East's original motion, picks the best parts out of both of those two. Recommendation 5 is the adaptation strategy, and we've gone with the words that Councillor East had previously proposed. We're happy with those, and same with 5A and B, and there's been a slight change to the note in recommendation 5, which we've added, we've just changed the word. The implementation of the earthquake repairs is not expected to impede processes of advancing the adaptation conversation. Similarly, the inverse applies as well. And recommendation 6 remains as it was in the original staff recommendation related to the HOW team and the community engagement process.
All right. So that's put in front of us as a proposal, which is yet to be moved. What I'm going to do now is take questions and answers on the whole issue. And then once we've finished with questions and answers, I'll invite somebody to move something and then invite a seconder to second that thing. And then if we need to deal with a foreshadowed further motion at that time, we can. If there are any amendments to whatever has been moved, we'll deal with that once that item has been moved. So what I'm saying is we'll run a reasonably strict standing orders process, given that, you know, there are a number of things that potentially could be put on the table, and we'll just need to deal with each as they occur. At the same time, I want to do that with a need for speed in mind, because we've got a whole lot of work ahead of us this afternoon. So questions, I'll start with Raf.
Thank you. Could you just scroll down? Lovely. My question really is around number 4. Because this work was done 2 years ago, and we discussed this 2 years ago, and some of us supported doing this work 2 years ago. What I don't want to see is that you're going to come back in August with another, oh, we might do this later, as opposed to we are going to do these repairs, which we should have done 2 years ago. Yeah, it's a question.
Well, we haven't done the work to know what we're coming back in August about.
The point is, we did do the work. We had proposals 2 years ago which could have been done and dusted, and we wouldn't be here today.
Sure, with all due respect, I can't be beholden to what we haven't done yet and haven't
But you're saying
reported
that the
back
work
in
we did 2
August.
years ago is no longer valid?
No, it's completely valid, but the decision of the council then was the decision of the council. The work 2 years ago wasn't comprehensive across the entire area that we're now looking at. So what we do want to do is come back to council in August with very clear advice on the options that are available to you, because what we don't want to do is to elongate this process any further than what it has been.
Okay.
Thank you. Jimmy.
Thank you. Regarding to this the new amendment,
No, this is a-
regarding to original council of this staff paragraph 2, those the $1 million can meet this new revised needs or not, still need to be reconsidered.
There's a very good point, Councillor Chen, and we should add that in. We should add that in.
Okay.
Could you pull the $1 million recommendation out and put it up there as well?
It's at the top, number
Number 2. It's in there.
Oh, sorry.
They're in number 2. Yep.
Oh, sorry, whether it's sufficient or not. We believe that will be sufficient for the planning work. For the planning work, the actual capital works when we get to.
Still the same.
Still the same.
No any difference.
No.
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions, Sarah.
Thank you. A couple here. One, based on some of the deputations we heard earlier, there was some conversation around life risk not being adequately assessed at this stage. And I'm just wondering, my understanding was the high flood hazard management area was in place because it specifically took into account the life risk. Is that right? Okay, so it's been assessed just not against the ISO standard, but it has been assessed within the district plan for those areas?
The ISO standards were considered in the district plan process that brought in the high flood hazard management
Okay,
area.
so we do have that. So being able to communicate, that's probably quite important.
Yeah, that's
right. Okay, that's really good. The other thing is, will the report, when it comes to us on the options for the earthquake legacies, include some costings so that we can actually make some decisions?
Well, you will be able to make some decisions. The degree and the accuracy of costings at that point in time, we're not going to have the detailed work to have the definitive answer on the costings, but we certainly do intend to provide sufficient information, balancing the need for the detail with the time frame so that you can make appropriate decisions then.
Okay, and the wider community conversation that needs to get started on the planning for the coastal hazards and the adaptation strategy, all of those kind of things, that's clearly not within the $1 million. So what resourcing do we have currently for the citywide adaptation strategy and planning, and is it enough?
That's
Well, that's part of the work that the district planning team is doing. I could do with more planners, contrary to what you heard earlier.
But not just the planners, because it's clearly that this is quite an intensive engagement process as well, and will be really time consuming. Is that something we need to look at further?
I think that's something you consider in your annual planning process, is the amount of money we have for that engagement process.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's good that we can make a note of that conversation that needs to be had, because that citywide stuff is really important, and we need to make sure that it's adequately resourced. I don't know whether we just note that resourcing for the wider city or citywide adaptation engagement and planning will be part of the annual planning process, or just something like that.
Given
Dave, I don't know if you're comfortable with that.
What we'd probably suggest is absolutely take on board that comment. Remember, the council was always going to do the district plan chapter, so we've retained sufficient capacity and capability to do that. The timing of when we get to that point, I suspect we'll have another annual plan opportunity, so the $1 million will be sufficient to take us through the planning exercise for the 1920 financial year, and we'll have another annual plan opportunity at this time next year.
Although by the time we pass our next annual plan, the lines have to be on the map for the coastal hazards section.
By 30 June.
Yes.
Yeah. So by the time we pass our next annual plan, well, within days of.
Yep.
Yeah. So that you think that there will be enough planning for us to go through that? Well, we can annual plan discussion.
Yeah.
Let's make sure that we have that. Okay. The other thing is that just in the last wording there, the note, the implementation of earthquake repairs is not expected to impede the processes of advancing the adaptation conversation. Do we need to add and planning, or is that enough in the other wording just above it?
Where would you add planning?
Just, the adaptation conversation and planning.
Note under 5.
Conversation and planning.
5,
that
the
would be
note
fine to add
5.
that.
Yep.
So just to add the
Dave.
words "and planning" after the word "conversation."
Yep.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. Yep.
So "and planning." Excellent.
Cool.
Thank
you
you.
very much. That's it.
All right, Pauline.
Yeah, just following up on the life risk issue, and Hugo spoke about that in his deputation and claimed that it hadn't been done or hadn't been done correctly, and he disputed the findings. Can you respond to that, anybody?
Sure. I think David and Mikey did respond to it. So the ISO standard and the assessment of life risk has been incorporated as relevant into the high flood management area. So you remember the detail of the high flood management area is contingent on a metre of water flow and 1 metre per second, I think, of 1 metre per second of. So 1 metre depth, and 1 metre per second of speed. And the reason for that is that's consistent then with the assessed level of life risk. So there is a significant difference between rock fall or rock roll in the immediate and imminent risk to life that rock rolling down the hill poses versus other types of slower moving disasters like erosion, inundation and even flooding, where risk to life from flooding can be mitigated in other ways, because generally there's at least hours of warning for that.
And tsunami as well?
And there's warning systems in place.
Yep.
It's managed through civil defence processes, tsunami.
Right. And just the other question is funds for the implementation of mitigation around the estuary edge.
That'll be a decision.
That would be an annual plan.
Oh, that'll be a decision, a challenge today. We don't definitively what the work is, and so we don't know what the funding requirement is.
It might be worth a note as well about that. We'll have to be aware of that in our discussions if there's any work completed by that time, which would be good if it was completed by that time, that we could actually make provision for some funding.
Sure. Yep.
Is it possible to make a note of that?
I mean, noting anything which is a fact is fine, and if that makes it easier for people to agree to this, then that's probably a good thing. So did you have some wording that you wanted to add as a note?
Well, just put note that should any earthquake remediation options be available prior to the annual plan, that we consider funding for that in the annual plan. You want to get that?
Yeah, it's not really, that's not so much a note, it's a, it would be, raising an expectation that that's what we're going to do. That could then be relied on to, for example, bring a report to council because we passed a resolution that said if there was something identified. So it's more than a note. I mean, we can decide to do anything at any time, regardless of whether we've set an expectation in this meeting or not.
We can.
Yeah,
True.
yeah.
It's generally, I think, implied that if we found some repair work or mitigations that we wanted to progress, that it would then involve a funding proposal, work on the annual plan, long-term plan, whatever. So I don't think it needs to be written in there as such now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm keen not to,
Yep.
given that we've got to where we've got to, I'm keen not to complicate this with things that we might naturally be able to deal with later. But equally noting things which are genuinely notes that give people a level of confidence is probably a good thing. All right, thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, so my question is around funding as well, and that it, is there anything in the CAF agreement which precludes us from applying some of those funds to doing this work, given that there's $1 million there for red zone works? Does it say exactly in the red zone where it has to be?
I think it does specify over Ngātakaro River corridor aspect of the red zone, but that's certainly a possibility.
So does it?
Yeah, I think we've got scope there.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicky.
$1 million in planning, that's for a year? Or does that go on for a long time?
Well, it'd be $1 million, and I would expect that we would get through a decent chunk of that over the next year.
So that's about 10 full-time planners? Are they doing the whole adaptation strategy or just this?
Well, that's both the planning aspect, but also the community engagement aspect and the district plan change, which is we've experienced district plan chapters, particularly contentious ones, don't come cheap.
But I'm assuming we have already funded for the district plan.
We've funded for having done the district plan. We haven't funded for the scale that a coastal hazards chapter may pose.
Okay. Is there any money in this year's budget for investigation of the estuary wall, like about 500,000?
I don't know whether it's investigation versus the. There is funding in the capital program.
Yes.
The budget for the reserve implementation of the reserve management part. I thought
there was some for the actual investigation and the work, the technical work on the estuary wall.
There's a land drainage program. What's the number?
525.
That isn't it the bund though? In the planting on the bund?
Yeah, planting.
It's different scope.
Well, it's still part of the
Okay.
It's the estuary edge.
It's completing the
temporary works in the planting on.
So you're absolutely sure there's not 505,000 in this year's budget for work on the technical work on the estuary wall?
No, because they haven't approved it.
Can I get an answer from staff on that? And if there isn't an answer, then let's know that. If you don't know,
I don't believe there is, but we can go away and check and report back on that.
That would be really helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any concept of, from the work that's been done, because I have similar memories to Raf, do we have any concept of the cost of actually fixing that wall?
No, not yet.
So when you say the wall, it was mentioned this morning.
The estuary edge, sorry.
I have a quote for the South Brighton section of it.
If I can get answers from staff at this time, please.
No, we don't at the moment.
Can I just say, through Land Drainage Committee that staff don't believe they have a method that they can put a wall in because of...
No, I'm not talking about
All
the wall.
right.
Sorry, I was talking about the estuary edge. Given all the time that there's been, we actually don't have, because David was saying you had a quote for the South Brighton Domain of 500,000, but for the whole estuary edge that people have been sort of begging for action to be taken on, we don't have any sort of concept of cost as yet.
Millions.
Presumably that's
We haven't done the
information that'll be
investigation
coming
work,
back.
That's what we
the
want to do.
ballpark will come back. I just simply make the point that the estuary edge isn't entirely uniform, and so
No, I know
I didn't want people to think that there's
I
one
understand
simple
that.
answer for the entire thing.
I know the estuary edge well, but I also wonder about the $1 million in operational funding. Could we, given the same impact on rates, convert that to $5 million of capital funding?
No, this isn't rated operating
No, I know.
funding.
I understand the possibility of where it may come from, but wouldn't the impact be the same?
Oh, well, you could not do the investigation and borrow money instead, but you wouldn't know what to spend it on.
Except that we may have some money in this year's budget to do the technical work.
Oh, well, I answered that one.
The answer's no.
Yeah, I don't believe we do. We do, in agreement with David, have I think the number is 505k for the South Brighton Reserve management plan implementation of
535.
535. So I get confused with that and LDRP number project 525.
And that's on the plan?
Yes.
So that's currently in our annual plan?
Yes.
It's in this year's annual plan?
Well, I suspect the LDRP 525 is on the balance sheet because we've been started it and have been doing it.
Right.
Okay. I'm sure we can get some clarification on this.
The LD 525 plan has never recognised this area as being applicable to use of those funds. It's the LDRP 525 money is for flood risk, and the staff in that area have never recognised that. They say it's erosion and it's
All
not
right.
flooding. So.
Look, I'm keen that we ask questions to staff and that staff answer the questions. I appreciate there's knowledge and opinion around the table, and there'll be an opportunity for opinion to be expressed during debate. But if there's information that staff don't have, then I'm sure that can be provided later or can be brought to the table now if necessary. But yeah, I think it's important that we run a good, tight process.
Can I ask one last question?
One last question, then I've got Glenn and then I've got Sarah. Yanni, sorry. Glenn, Yanni and Sarah.
Could it possibly be done before August?
No.
No. We'll do this work as urgently as we can and bring it back as quickly as we can. But our expectation is doing that urgently would be August.
Great, thank you. Glenn.
Okay, thank you. In the third option, one of the disadvantages on under 5.29, so this is page 310 in our report, it says there may be unintended ecological consequences, accentuation of flooding or transfer of risk to other areas as a result of the interventions proposed. I'd like to ask about the may be unintended ecological consequences. The estuary is loved by all, including South Shore residents, many here today. The Avon Heathcote Estuary Ihitai Trust has certain objectives. So in going for this option today, I need to be satisfied that if we do, I need to know what path does that take us down in relation to that. So does that put us up against any ecological, does that rule out any objectives which we seek to pursue, or is it still at a high enough level that it actually just comes down to detailed design?
Yep.
Yeah, so what we're asking is that we can do the investigations to make sure that any option that is pursued is appropriate and that we can do it and we can resource it and fund it and everything like that.
And it's the right thing to do.
We want to go away and do the work so we can come back to you with a decent proposal and we can answer those
And we
sorts
can
of
do
questions.
this in concert with several parties that trust CCRU, community board, who.
With recognising time constraints, yes.
Yep. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. I'm struggling to understand how we don't have specific proposals, given that in 2014 we had a mayoral task force on flooding, which identified in particular a number of the concerns that the community have raised today, where we did scope a project to fix the things like the vacant sections in the red zone that have been cleared and not having adequate flood protection against the coastal inundation. So can you just help me kind of understand what is it that we still need to do before we can put some of these things back, given that we identified in 2014 a series of solutions to this issue?
What we propose, without looking back too far, is that to enable you to make a decision as you suggested, that's what the report back in August will comprehensively do. Like the decisions from 2014, staff have given effect and are giving effect to the decisions that council has made. So there's a difference between seeking scoping and council making a decision to do X, Y and Z. So what we're now proposing is to come back to you in August with those very precise projects, and then subject to the council decision, staff will go out and do those projects.
But what I can't understand from an operational point of view, given that we've put money aside for land drainage and given that we've identified some of these as priorities already.
So I don't. Staff have given effect to the decisions of council. So yes, you have put aside money for land drainage, but you've put aside project funding for land drainage that goes towards specific projects, and LDRP 525 is one of them. So that's a decision of council. I don't think it's fair to ask staff to explain why council have made decisions.
But just at a very high level, like the idea that you would provide a minimum level of protection from tidal flooding of cleared red zone houses, including ground shaping, importing a material to form an earth bund, a continuous physical barrier along the estuary front, and also repairs or topping up damaged or inadequate seawalls. I don't understand why that would take to August. If we just said to you today, go away and do it, then you could just get on and do it, right? So why do we need to wait till August when we've already scoped it through the mayoral task force and there's been lots of work happening between then and now? Why would we need to, like, is there anything specific that we could just say to you today, like that one, go away and do it? And if not, why can we not just say that?
Oh, well, that would be an option to council. You can say to us to do X and staff will go away and do X, but that will be a decision of council. We haven't proposed to you X today. We've said we want to investigate and we'll come back with something that looks like X, Y and Z, but they will be decisions of council. So
if we wanted to agree, is there
you'd
any
obviously
project...
you'd obviously need to ensure that you were comfortable with your decision-making obligations under the LGA.
Right, okay. So any decisions on project, is there any specific projects that we could agree today that you've got sufficient design understanding of that we could go ahead with?
No.
And we don't have a paper detailing those projects in front of us at the moment anyway, and I think that's picking up on the point that Brendan made about our responsibilities under local government.
Can I say a few other things then? So has there been any discussion with LINZ or Otakaro around, or government, around the responsibilities with the demolitions and reinstatement of the wall? Picking up on the question that was asked before around the cost share refresh, if we're going back or if we've sought any restitution for that.
We haven't sought any restitution for the demolition and clearances of the privately owned seawalls that LINZ undertook when they cleared the homes from the residential red zone sections. I have had conversations with LINZ where they're very clear that the damage to the structures, and they were unconsented structures for the most part, the damage to those structures wasn't intentional damage, that was just a consequence of clearing those homes. So we haven't engaged with Linds about whether they would reinstate what were privately owned structures back there. That would seem inconsistent with the approach that they've taken for the residential red zoning across the city.
Right. So they haven't offered to put anything back to protect from the flooding or from the creation of the demolition.
I wouldn't say that they haven't offered. I would need to go back and double check about exactly who paid for the temporary bund. I think Linds might have paid the first part of that temporary bund.
Yeah.
Right. Just given that a number of people submitters today have expressed a lack of confidence in information, process, outcomes, in terms of regaining that trust and confidence with our community, have we considered any sort of independent assessment of the process to date around both the information and process so that people can have confidence going forward that we have learned any lessons or that there is accountability where accountability should be?
So obviously the background to this report, but not predominantly what our focus is now on, was that Regenerate Christchurch undertook a review of how the South New Brighton and South Shore regeneration strategy was going, and concluded that that review and wrote to the council and had a set number of recommendations from that. So this report responds to their review of the project, but you're absolutely right about the need that we must do better to engage and re-engage the broad spectrum of the community in this going forward. We would agree that it hasn't been satisfactory, and that even this process of the transfer of the responsibility from Regenerate Christchurch to the council further complicates and potentially undermines the trust in the institutions, and that's not our intention at all. We want to pick this up and we want to make sure that we do a good job.
So I think in the past, like, we could ask the Ombudsman or the Auditor General just to investigate and report on so that we could improve. That's something that I think we've done previously. I wonder if that would be useful.
Yep, I mean, I don't know that necessarily requires an answer. That's Yanni making a statement and wondering out loud.
Because, I mean, people keep saying they're sick of engagement. They've had so much engagement, you know.
I don't always hear that. I heard people expressing different views this morning. Some that yes, they are tired of consultation, but equally I heard a number of submitters saying that they want to be involved in this, and so it's actually, I suspect people are tired of no action, but do want to be involved in the determination of the action.
Just finally, we had a deputation around Brooklands, and I appreciate that it may be a request for council to ask Regenerate to do a Brooklands regeneration plan. Can we add that as a specific resolution?
Yeah, so there were two things that came up at that point in the meeting. I certainly responded to the comment that was made, the request that was made in the deputation, by pointing out that the Chief Executive of Regenerate Christchurch was in the room, and by acknowledging that the Mayor had agreed to arrange a meeting, or had agreed to go back, and I committed that that would be picked up by Council. To do what we could to facilitate engagement with Regenerate Christchurch, and also to fulfil what the Mayor had promised or had said as well.
We as a council should be setting the direction, we're the governance, so if there's a request for something to be done through Regenerate, my understanding is we would have to endorse that as a council.
There was a request for a meeting with Regenerate Christchurch. I don't think we need to endorse a community member meeting with Regenerate Christchurch.
No, we don't, but if we want Regenerate to do any work in Brooklands ahead of or in parallel to this rather than until this is done, shouldn't we signal that today?
I didn't hear a request for that.
That's absolutely what the request was. Okay, and sorry, there was one other question which I did raise in the workshop earlier. I'm still struggling to sort of understand at a high level, and maybe that will come back as part of the work, but how is it that we've done earthquake and infrastructure repairs from the earthquake in other parts of the city that have hazards, coastal hazards and other hazards, but we haven't done it in this one? I'm just trying to understand at a high level, given the concerns that keep being expressed about what happens on the other side of the estuary, how at a high level decisions around infrastructure repairs have been made to proceed in some areas but not to proceed in others?
A pretty tricky question with all due respect. I think that the decisions of council are the decisions that staff then implement. So when you see physical works occurring, they're either delegated decisions of staff or they're decisions of council.
Yep. Whilst I appreciate that the matters that are considered in this paper do give rise to questions relating to how things have been handled in other areas, and do give rise to questions relating to how we've handled things in the past and how we've got to where we've got to. The focus of this paper is what are we going to decide today about what we're going to do next. And I would really prefer it if the questions were able to remain focused on what are we going to decide today and what are we going to do next, appreciating that in some cases that may be informed by where we've been, but there's a whole set of more general information which may be part of the picture and the environment in which we're working, but that isn't directly related to the decisions that we're making today, which are really about what we're going to do in the future from this point. Moving on, I've got Sarah, Phil and David East. Sarah.
Thank you. Just put my hand up a while ago when we were talking about various funding kind of mechanisms and things. When we're looking at, because the report will come to us with costs, sort of high level costs and things, we just make sure that funding options is part of the report too. Yeah,
okay.
That's all. That was it.
Yep, so there will be funding options. Great. Phil.
Thank you. I just want to ensure, in your view, that the recommendations we have here aren't actually going to create any form of precedent for other areas, given that there's a strong emphasis on the adaptation exploration as well. And by, I guess, other areas like, for example, there was a request for the Brooklands area today. But so it's really as to whether these recommendations in effect will pertain to this area and not necessarily create precedent for other coastal areas.
I don't believe so. This is about going away and doing some work and coming back with that information. So no, I don't believe it will set that precedent elsewhere.
Thanks, David.
Thank you. David, questions?
Yeah, unfortunately mine's not exactly in line with the paper we have, but Yanni raised a question before about structures on the estuary edge and Lynn's, Sarah, demolishing them, not as a consequence of purposely doing a bit more as a consequence of the sites being cleared. I really sort of want to ask the question, and it's been raised on a few occasions, that the demolition of properties actually left parts of South Shore substantially lower than they were before. Is there any comeback on either Lynn's or other agencies to make good the fact that they left the area substantially lower in places than was previously there when properties existed?
I don't believe so. So I think what you're talking about is for the estuary edge red zone properties. Are you saying that in clearing the properties that Lynn's left those properties lower, or are you saying...
Exactly. Yeah.
So I don't believe that there's any recourse, which is exactly why those properties were red zoned.
Yeah, but
they're the most damaged, and now they're also most damaged still and lower than what they were.
But the point really, I suppose, is, and I think it was made by Tim Sinters on a number of occasions, that the risk to flooding has been exacerbated by the fact that Lynn's and demolition companies left the land even lower than it was before. So they've exacerbated the issue. Is there any redress to actually say to these guys, well, you've exacerbated it and you really need to restore it to what it would have been before you demolished the house?
I don't believe so. I can take that point up with the Lynn's team, though.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. So are we now done with questions? One last question, yep.
Just popped up from Councillor Clearwater's question. So Councillor Clearwater was asking if you thought that this might set a precedent for example, maybe paying for other works and those kind of things, earthquake legacy issues. But isn't it true that we've already actually done that in some areas, like along the Heathcote River, where land has dropped and we've ended up buying out properties due to earthquake damage and those kind of things already? Yeah. So this isn't the first of these that we've come across. No. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So we're now done with questions. So we've now reached the point in proceedings where somebody's going to need to move something. So David, you're moving?
I'm happy to move the resolution as it sits before us.
All right. And Sarah, you're happy to second that? Great. Okay, so we've now got something on the table. So we now move into debate. Does anybody wish to speak to this? Yanni?
I'll just reserve.
You'll speak last?
Speak last.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Yanni.
Yeah. I think, if you ever wanted an example of the spaghetti junction response to the earthquakes, this would be it. It just seems inherently complicated, messy, and totally inefficient to have so many different agencies in our city doing different things, all in the same community. So hopefully this can go down as one of those lessons learned. Actually, Council did a mayoral task force into flooding, which identified a number of very simple, straightforward solutions, just things that seem to make sense based on walking around areas, seeing the impact of the flooding, seeing the impact of the land. And it just, I think as a council, we really, really need to learn from this, because we cannot keep going on like this. It's just stressful for so many people. The community impact, I can't imagine what the community impact has been as someone who's not in that area, but certainly I think we've heard pretty clearly today. I would really like staff, if they can come back with anything before August 2019, specific projects that we've already looked at, already kind of identified, and asked for permission to just go on and get it done. I'd really like that to happen. I don't think we should just wait until August 2019 if there's things that we can do sooner. I do think we need to talk to central government about this as part of our cost share refresh. I think it would be more than appropriate to talk through some of the points that have been made, especially around EQC and the land damage. For a number of us who were involved throughout the earthquake response, we have raised concern right from the start around the ability of cash settlement from EQC leaving our city with a huge legacy issue of damaged land that will not be fixed going forward. And sadly, I think this is what we're starting to see, and I think some of the deputations were very eloquent in that today. I will support what's been put in front of us. We do need to move forward on this. Let's hope that we can learn lessons from it. I think, the other thing that still needs to be answered is just the inequity issue that's been raised. I personally would welcome an independent audit of the information and processes to date to give the community confidence that the information and the process going forward can be robust, fair and transparent. And if we reflect on the infrastructure repairs, part of the problem was that this council, as a governance group, never got to agree on the skirt reprioritisation that central government put through. Maybe it went through the HIG group with council staff. It's certainly, we had one workshop presentation on it. It never came back to a final case. Standards were changed, scopes were changed, and I think that's part of the reason we've ended up not seeing the fairness in the infrastructure repairs. So let's move forward and try and get on and get this work done. Let's not delay it any longer, and let's learn the lessons associated to it.
Thank you very much. Glenn.
Yeah, thank you. I will support this. I think what's emerged for me here can be summed up by the CCRU bullet point noted in 4.18, where it says, the CCRU proposal suggests that the community may be unable and unwilling to continue talking about climate change adaptation while earthquake issues remain due to the impact this is having on social well-being. It seems pretty clear that, without wishing to belittle anything at all, in terms of meeting needs, unless you first meet people's needs, you're not going to have their ear on anything. So if we're going to put in place an adaptation strategy, which you may be able to have a conversation with other coastal communities around the country, you need to attend to these outstanding earthquake legacy issues first. I'm not aware of any other community around the country that is trying to do both, have a conversation about adaptation after earthquakes. I'm not sure whether that's the case up the northeast coastal parts of New Zealand or not. This is South Shore and South New Brighton, as we did, but as coastal communities, endured major and strong earthquakes, and those are technical terms. The only one greater is known as a great quake. So in terms of the rank or the hierarchy of quakes, and the earthquake sequence kept tracking eastward. So you would need to live there and literally walk in their shoes to know of the compounding impact, first rendered by the seismic events themselves, and then response or otherwise by various organisations and authorities, the EQC, private insurers, us, government, etc., to know what they have been through. So what I would like to, I'm going to support this. My final point is that I am seeing some emerging overlaps between community board members, community, the Ihitai Trust and the CCRU. I do say that carefully though, and some groups are reaching out to each other, but I think it will take skill and determination, but I think we can land on some common positions in terms of actually how the edge, particularly of the estuary, may look like in the future and come out with a win all round. But we just have to go ahead, and as I said at the beginning, no one wants to talk or listen about strategies until we've attended to the basic needs as they are seen.
Thank you. I've got Aaron and then Tim. Aaron.
Yeah, I will support this. I'll just speak on two things. A famous Republican once said, build a wall. That was 2,000 years ago, and that wall's still there. It's a seawall. It's the world's first ever seawall, and it's still in use today. The climate hasn't changed too dramatically over that time. It's gone up and down a little bit. It is on its way up now, so let's just build it slightly higher than we might have 50 years ago. And be ready for what's coming over the next 50 or 100 years, and then make one that you can add to if you have to. It gives certainty to the people that live there. I couldn't think of anything worse than living on that side of town, to be honest. The side of town I live on hasn't suffered anywhere near as much as the eastern parts of the city. I have a business in Heathcote, and driving out there every week, the roads are shocking at times, and I look at the devastation and destruction that people still live with on a daily basis, and I really feel for them. So the sooner we can get on and do this, the better. There's the Capital Acceleration Fund, which was an election promise a year and a half ago. That money's there. Let's use some of that. It's tagged to the red zone. Let's use that to fix this, other than some of the pretty items that have been proposed in what we've seen so far. This is a lot better spend for the people that live in South Shore. It's a stunning part of the world. It just needs to be fixed up to look like it once did and be the great livable part of the city that it once was and is for a number of people that don't want to move.
Tim.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, I just want to thank staff and the community board and those today that have come to this agreement. I think it's a really, really big move. And I want to just, it's an example of a council finally listening to a community board that is listening and representing its community. So thank you for staying for the long haul. Thank you for being loyal to the city, because I mean we all love our communities, we all love our environments, no matter what the challenges are. So it's wonderful. And Tim, I will get out and surf off your beach at some stage. I do think that staff realise the importance and the not speed. It's got to be done carefully, and we've got to look at budgets at the time. But we've got to do it sensibly, sensitively. But there is an amount of urgency for your community. But I hope you really are happy with today's outcome. You should be, and it's well and truly overdue. So cheers.
Thank you. So I've now got Dion and Jimmy. Dion.
Yeah, I support this, but I feel really disappointed that we're at the state that we're in at the moment. It's been a long process for these residents in these locations, and I find it disappointing that we've got to the stage where we've got to today, where this could have been sorted out a long time ago, and the issues that we've been hearing today, I've been hearing for a long time, and I think everybody's been hearing for a long time, and the message hasn't changed. The community board have been saying the same thing, coming to that table down there and telling us something's not working and we need to change. But we've got that change in front of us now, and we've actually got to give the assurance to the community out in the South Shore and South New Brighton area that we're going to do stuff. And as was mentioned before, we need to see what those things are to make that material change, because I am very, very, very concerned about the mental health and the well-being of these communities. We are seeing from the police a massive increase in problems and attempted suicides and all sorts of issues, and we have the ability to change people's lives in the way they see the areas that they live. And we've got to get on and do it. The money type of situation here, I'm going to go back and look at that skirt report that we had a few weeks ago and that missing $127 million from the Land Drainage Recovery Program. That was an agreed, well, it wasn't agreed, but it was a eligible cost under the cost share. And we haven't seen it. The government has sold us a lemon when it comes to proper money to fix the earthquake issues. Was the way EQC did the payments on land the right thing to do? I don't know. But I also wonder sometimes the questions and the answers that we've had around Kibblewhite Street with that area that's lower than the high tide level, and people have been saying that that should have been red zoned in the first place. Why has that conversation not actually been seriously considered through the agencies that we've actually had in this time before we've got to the point we're in now? So I'm quite disappointed that we've got to the state we're in now, but I'm also pleased that we're actually able to get some things moving, and I would like to get some things, tangible things that we can actually do in this area to make a difference for people, because that's going to be the important step next. Thank you.
Jimmy.
And this is compromise, but this one is both the community, council staff, and the community board all can accept. So that's actually optimistic, the resolution here. Particularly if we review the paragraph 3, they consider separate short-term urgent need and also the long-term. But regarding to the paragraph 3b, there's no any argue, because both accept adaptation strategy, particularly dealing with the coastal hazard and the climate change. There's no doubt. But only the 3a, this the portion, I'm very happy we can reach an agreement. Because why? There's urgent need. We heard from the today community board and the 7 different resident associations or community group, etc. That particular is focused on those mitigate the inundation and also the kind of erosion. That's urgent need. Otherwise, we heard like the well-being or mental health, because you live in that environment every day is in a bigger suffering environment. There's a bigger risk. Long term in this environment, I think well-being, this kind of the anxiety, depressed, etc. So I'm very happy. There's a practical resolution. But I'm only concerned the paragraph 2. If when staff in August report to the council, if we find those resolution, how to mitigate those the inundation and the erosion, where the funding come from? Because August, all the annual plan 2019 to 20 already done. Whether we have spare the funding, we can undertake or carry out this kind of the practical task. This I'm still a little bit concerned. Even my fellow councillors, 3 of them to ask, but those answers are still a little bit confused. This is only my concern. Yeah.
Sarah.
Thank you. It's clear that the lasting earthquake legacy issues in South New Brighton and South Shore need to be addressed by council in some way to enable the community to have the short-term comfort about their future, and it has taken far too long for them to be clearly reported on for decision making. Expectations were raised and have been dashed, and that is unfair on this hard-hit community. And let's be clear, this is about earthquake damage, not betterment. That's the other conversation. Time and time again, this council has decided to put off this work on earthquake legacy issues, while it has prioritised earthquake damage in other areas. I can understand why. It's really difficult with the complications of climate change and adaptation, but our role is to make those decisions and not leave the community in uncertainty. And while Councillor Johansson talks about the spaghetti junction of agencies involved in this work, it was this council that handed the work to Regenerate Christchurch in 2017 instead of doing it ourselves. And let's not forget that only late last year we made it easier for people to build in this area, raising expectations that we will protect them in the future. At the same time, it's also clear that we need to start the conversations about the medium and long-term adaptation with communities now, and not just in South Shore, South New Brighton, but all the way along our very long coastline that extends not only along Pegasus Bay, but around Banks Peninsula. We need to have a consistent approach to the hazards and a consistent level of engagement. It will take resourcing, but without us starting the work proactively, we will simply end up reacting in haste and without full information to a future event. At the moment, the only adaptation plan that exists for the area is being run by the banks and insurance companies. Unfortunately, for suggestions of building a high wall, it won't work in this area, as groundwater will simply rise beneath the houses and the wall, and having a clear evidence base for future planning is absolutely essential. Evidence-based decision-making on all aspects, including best options for repairing the damage. Councillor Livingston mentioned the CCRU proposal for working on earthquake legacy issues first before the conversation about adaptation. But communities around the country are actually working on similar processes, though with disasters in the form of major storm damage that has seen houses swept away and massive land damage. And let's remember that while deputations here supported that proposal, when asked, they also said that they recognised the need to get on with the climate change adaptation planning conversation too.
Thank you. Anne.
The only option that we can support today is the one that will provide hope for this community. The option that provides tangible evidence as quickly as possible, work that can be seen and measured, that they can show their children when they're out walking, so that they can say things are going to get better. Anything that shows they've been listened to, and as Dr. Cook has said, they must see to believe. So I firmly support what we have in front of us this afternoon, because it will, I believe, deliver hope.
Thank you. Dave, I'll come to you at the very end. From my point of view, I'm pleased that we've got to a position where we have been able to get a staff recommendation of a set of resolutions that really reflect what we've heard from the local councillors who sit on the community board, from the community board itself, and from a range of representatives, groups and individuals from the affected community here. And we've heard a clear message that what we need to do is to separate the earthquake legacy issues, which obviously are immediately urgent and have clearly been the cause of a large amount of disappointment, frustration and lack of certainty. We need to separate those out from the climate adaptation planning, which, whilst that is urgent, is inevitably a longer term project with longer term considerations. But I'm pleased to see we've arrived at something that doesn't hold up that important work at the same time as we do realise the absolute urgency of the earthquake legacy issues. Clearly this work will need to be resourced, and I think it's acknowledged that that resourcing will form part of annual plan and future long-term plan and annual plan decision making. We can have the best plan in the world, but if it's not funded, then clearly there are some limitations to how it's going to be delivered. So it'll be good to have those discussions at the right time. It's good that we've heard a number of strong and clear voices from the community, and that there have been some clear messages coming through a number of those presentations to council and from the community board, and comments from the local councillor, which are all really telling us the same thing. So that's been helpful. The other thing that's come through, I think what we've heard, is aspirations of a different way of working, or a way of working that's influenced by some of the work that the How team did in terms of collaboration and engagement, and possibly even a partnership approach to what needs to be done, a way of really listening to the community so that we can get on with this, but we can get on with this with community confidence as part of the picture that we're building, and with community support behind what's happening. things. So thank you to everybody that's been involved in getting this to a point where we've got something that works for the community and that's capable of being recommended by staff today. I realise that wasn't easy, and thanks to everyone that's taken time to get there. And thanks also to the community members who've come in and spent their time ensuring that we're absolutely clear on what the community voice is and what the community is looking for. And I'll be very pleased to support what's in front of us now. David, I'll come to you to close the debate.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I had thought of actually standing up to deliver this final part of the resolution. This project's consumed me all week, so I'm knackered and I'm going to sit down. But firstly, I would say at the beginning of the week, we met as a group, and there was a notion that we would be working to try and put this matter to lie on the table, because we felt that we needed more time to address the significance and how we would respond to the resolution that was put before us. A group of us have worked hugely over the last few days, and we came today with a resolution which was at some distance from what the staff were proposing. I'd like to acknowledge at this stage that we sat down at lunchtime, and on our side of the table we had Kim Money, Tim Sinters and Simon Watts, and on the other side of the table, the group up the end of the table, Katie, David, Brendan and Mikey. It was a very, very good exercise where we sat down and went through and said, well, what can we agree on? How do we get this over the line? And we were quite determined as a group that we were going to bring a resolution into this room that had the support of both parties, and that it was something that we could advance. So I'm very grateful for the process that we went through earlier, and I'm looking forward to this project advancing. I would say that, you know, we look at some of the work that's been done, and various speakers have spoken about previous work, and I really am firmly of the notion that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of information out there, and I'm sure that we can come quickly to some recommendations and resolutions going forward. I'd like to note really, and I'm sure I'm right in this, and tell me if I'm wrong, but our government yesterday reinstated the 4 well-beings into the Local Government Act. And in the coming weeks, we are to receive the well-being budget. Today we've heard numerous submissions on the transitioning of leadership on regeneration matters from Regenerate Christchurch to the City Council. I thought I heard the most powerful presentation I've ever heard from in this chamber from Dr. John Cook this morning, highlighting the well-being damage that's been inflicted on our community and the need to actually implement earthquake damage repairs to the estuary edge of South New Brighton and South Shore. So I'm looking forward to seeing recommendations, and I've given a firm message that we are looking forward to actually implementing some works in the area of South New Brighton and South Shore. The enhanced well-being of our community is certainly, in recent days and presentations today, been a very, very keen aspect that I think we need to address. And Dr. Cook could not have expressed it any better than he did. I'd just like to close on a couple of, 3 actually, sort of quotations. One really is an interpretation perhaps of the How team, and I can't remember their motto, but it made sense. But this one is one that's come out in recent days, and I firmly believe it is a philosophy that we need to carry with us going forward. The best outcomes are achieved when we take the people with us. And so I'm really looking forward to engaging with staff, engaging with our community, engaging with experts to actually forge a solution that everyone's going to buy into. And finally, just a couple of quick ones. If you're an Adidas supporter, just do it. I think it's Adidas. It'll do. Nike. And perhaps one that might resonate with a few of my colleagues around the table. Let's do this.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the debate. I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, and once again, thanks to everybody involved. Okay, now we are now going to need to move into public excluded for one item because we've got external parties who are needing to present. So that's item 37, the insurance update. So I'm not expecting this item to take long. So people that are here for other public items, we need to ask you to leave the chamber, but once we're out of this public excluded item, you can come back in. I'll just leave a moment for the chamber to clear. Take their seats, please. We just need to backfill a couple of resolutions from earlier in the meeting. We've got item 4, presentation of petitions. There are none. And item 38, the resolution to include supplementary reports in the meeting, which I'll move if someone would please second. Pauline. All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. And my intention now is to continue to go through the significant agenda still in front of us in the order in which it's set. So that brings us now to the Infrastructure, Transport and Environment Committee, item 16.9. Pauline, I'll get you to speak to this if I can, by way of introduction. So this is item 16, 9 Cathedral Square.
Okay. So this is the structures on roads proposal. And I just want the councillors to recognise that there's a lot in this report that doesn't relate to the structures on the roads, so try and overlook that and not get clouded by it and stay focused. The address of this building is 9 Cathedral Square, the southwest corner, and it's a beautiful braided rivers building. You've probably all seen a picture of it. Considered an architecturally significant building in post-quake Christchurch. But this report and recommendation is not about the building. It already has its consent. This is about the north-facing frontage of the building only. It's the 7 supporting pillars which give the building its name. And these pillars are intended to be placed on the public realm, the land in the square. And in this report, that land is named the legal road. So the columns are 600 by 600 each, and they'll be placed 3 metres into the road space from the property boundary. There's also some foundation encroachment under the ground and underground services which will need to be relocated. This is all at the cost of the builder and the owner. So the recommendation is to grant a 35-year lease over the space required for those pillars. If you look at 5.8, you'll see another option considered was to stop the road, but that was considered too complex, too time-consuming and too expensive. So staff have recommended to use the structures on roads and deed of licence instead. This has been went out for consultation, 36 responses. There were 2 strongly did not support it. At the committee we had 3 deputations. We had the very Reverend Lawrence Kimberley, who made a deputation in support, and 2 against. That was Ross Gray from the Civic Trust and Mark Gerard from the Historic Places Canterbury. They cited the protection of the cruciform shape of Cathedral Square, and that this would detract from the heritage value. This building would detract from that shape and heritage value, and suggested it should be scaled back. They also questioned why it was not publicly notified. They were concerned about the space under the veranda being effectively privatised. They also had concerns the canopy would impact on the 3 lime trees. Regarding the trees, there's an arborist response on page 201, and the trees, to be noted, will be managed by the City Council. They will need some trimming back. They'll be managed by the City Council arborists, but the financial cost will be borne by the landowner, and that's in perpetuation. So all that ongoing cost. So the building has obtained resource consent, and the heritage issues which were raised by the deputations were covered there. Jenny May's report on page 246, she's provided a heritage assessment, and she particularly supported the canopied veranda, particularly for its historic fit, because most of the buildings in the square historically had these verandas. And she states that the canopy and columns will not have a more than minor effect on the heritage values, form and fabric of Cathedral Square. And also our own urban design panel on page 239 is okay with the columns encroachment on the public land because the encroachment areas remain publicly accessible, and considers the Maltese cross as retained and the glazing actually enhances it, which is part of the building. So the majority of supportive submissions, there were strong supporting comments on the beauty and the architectural design of this building and how it would add a lot to the square. We also covered the issue of creating a precedent, which was a good thing to discuss, and the staff response was that each application is considered on an individual case by the RMA. So the committee considered the deputations, the consultation feedback, the attached reports, and unanimously supported the staff recommendation to grant a 35-year lease over the space for the columns, and agreed that the artistic merit of this building more than justifies the public space issue.
Thank you. All right, so again, a little bit like matters we were dealing with earlier in the meeting, it's important to understand that this is a relatively narrow part of a wider proposal that we're dealing with today. So in that context, are there any questions on this? And actually, do we have someone that we've got to answer questions if necessary as well? Great. So questions and answers, Dion.
Yeah, so just a question around the structure of the agreement. Does this... is this structure of giving a 35-year lease enough, or is the developer okay with that enough? Because obviously around them being able to get finance and stuff like that may hinge on some things. Hey?
Yes, they were comfortable with the proposal. Yes.
They are?
Yes.
Oh, brilliant, that's cool. That's all.
Happy to move.
Okay, any further questions? Yep, so Pauline's moving, Dion's seconding. No further questions though? All right, so debate, comments, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. I think if this is going to set a precedent, it's fantastic, because remember what was there, the ANZ building, which was an absolute pig of a building. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life, coming to our square and seeing these ugly buildings that did not match up. It was ridiculous. So I think this is wonderful. Thank you for the work you've done. Cheers.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, I'll just follow up on Tim's ugly building philosophy there. If you look in the picture in our report, the one behind the old post office really takes the cake.
They won an award.
For the ugliest building. This is going to be stunning for the square, and I'm just going to point out, I've got an old photo here of the United Services Hotel with its bullnose veranda and its extended front out into the square. As you can see, there is a long history of this, and I look forward to seeing this new sensational looking structure in our square. I don't call it a building, it's a structure.
Ooh.
All right, thank you. Dion.
Yeah, when I first found out about this building with Sugaroo Barn out at the Warren Mahane, whatever it is, Mahane, that's the one. Building, how do you say it? Mani, sorry, it's been a long day. Moaning, everybody's moaning. Anyway, I was very excited about the prospect of this coming into Christchurch Central. It was going to be, and it will be, a pillar that really brings people from overseas, and what the business and the owners are looking to do behind the meaning of the building is going to be very exciting. So I'm very excited to see this finally get done and give some certainty to the developers to get this started.
Thank you. Pauline.
Yeah, I'm excited about it too, actually, and with Turonga there and the other south east corner with the Spark building coming along, this one, it's just going to be, it's going to really wake up the square big time. It's what we really need, and the submissions in favour were overwhelmingly supportive of looking forward to this being a world-class attraction of a building, and I think it will be too. So, the public realm is not going to be impinged in any way by these pillars. You'll be able to walk through them, around them, under them. So, and as Aaron said, that's historically been part of the square forever, so no issues with it at all. In fact, looking forward to it. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, this is enabling, it provides certainty, and it gives rise to the excitement that people have talked about, so I'm happy to support it. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, the hearings panel report to the council on the QE2 master plan. Chair of the hearings panel, Glenn Livingstone, have you got some introductory comments that you'd like to make?
Okay, kia ora. Thank you, Andrew. And I wonder whether Lizzie may wish to just be here just for any questions. So if I begin with...
Queen.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that would have been a point of order.
Okay, in my view, the process for this has been very good in terms of the community engagement from the beginning. Lizzie integrally involved all along, Tessa, other staff members as well. There was an open day on site with the newly completed Tai Ora QE2 in the background, so I think that really helped set the scene. You'll see through the hearings process, and thank you to David, Anne and Yanni, we had 4 meetings and 1 site visit. You can see the recommendations there. We have altered a few, one around the toilet change estimated cost. We've also sought to seek opportunities for partnerships and commercial funders. The view there being that potential private investment can add to public investment to really maximise the site. The southwest corner, that's received some profile there, but you'll see in the supporting documents that further consultation may not necessarily be required, as this will be picked up through both resource consent and leasing processes. The overall plan layers, I know it's a big agenda today, but hopefully you've had the chance to get to this. The overall plan layers are on page 356. The funded and unfunded parts, page 361. And the latest after the changes with the hearings panel process, page 369. So this is a beautiful, important park, regarded as kind of the Hagley Park of the East. It has some existing assets by way, as I said, of the aquatic centre, the Christchurch School of Gymnastics, which is being rebuilt, the 2 new high schools, and the new CSG. I've just said that being rebuilt, some ancillary buildings as well. But we want an integrated, joined-up plan. The Mayor asked us to push this as fast as we could, and so we've done that. This has been through the board by way of the draft, and we've landed at this place. So it's a really exciting point to get to today. And as I said before, Lizzie is here to field any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. So that's a great continuing to the questions that we may have for Lizzie. Pauline.
Yeah, we've got just the native forest planting.
Yes.
Are you intending to apply to the billion trees, the MPI fund for those?
Yeah, we identified through the hearing panel process that there are a number of opportunities when it comes to planting, particularly that eastern section of the park, both in terms of financial and also community input. So we've got a number of communities, and particularly the schools that are on site, that want to be a part of that.
Fantastic, good.
Any further questions? Vicky.
Sorry to be dense on this. So the money that was created from the sale of the schools goes back into this master plan?
Correct.
How much was that?
So the total fund was the 4.6 for the land sale. There's been a council resolution prior which has moved a part of that funding, and what we have remaining is 3.4, which has been allocated and consulted on and identified for the implementation.
Within this list
Within
of
this
things.
plan.
So the total of the total cost that's unfunded, 8.719 million.
Correct.
So what's the status of that?
So in terms of putting forward a plan in its entirety, the key was to ensure that we had a master plan that looked at the whole site, that was heavily integrated with circulation, spaces and activities. So when looking at the funded versus unfunded, we were really looking at what are the areas that we need to look at and progress now to really maximise this park going forward. The remaining items is looking at potential bids through the LTP and looking at other external funding sources. And the hearings panel did alter the recommendation to include that staff look at those external funding options as well.
So but in terms of what we're passing now, none of this is being funded by way of resolution.
So today, the 3.4 is being funded.
Yes, no, I understand that.
Yep.
The unfunded 5 point something.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's just you go and bid for it.
Correct.
But we've done the master plan for the entire area such that as funding becomes available from whatever source, we know what's going in. Okay,
subject
brilliant.
to LTP and your plan.
Thanks, Lizzie. Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be us.
Thank you. Sarah and then Yanni. Sarah.
Thanks so much for that. With number 4, it says to delegate future decision making for unfunded items within the master plan to the board, which is fine because it's their local project kind of stuff. And it says subject to funding becoming available, but they don't get to make any decisions before there's any funding on budget, do they?
No, so we
they
will
could-
require budget
Yeah.
to then progress those.
Yeah, it's just that whole expectations raising kind of thing. But 3A on the changing a toilet facility, the hearings panel's asked officers to actively seek efficiencies, some cost efficiencies clearly. Is the work on 2A to D reliant on finding savings on the toilet facilities? So if staff came back and said, hey, actually, to build something that's fit for purpose for the community, we do need to spend $1 million or whatever it was, what gets dropped, and did the panel consider that?
So in terms of the funded items, the placeholder for the $1 million for the toilet facilities has been taken into account.
Okay.
The resolution has, so the proposed resolution asks staff to go away and really explore those options and come back and present those to council. Should there be a savings within that, then we can look at some of those unfunded options and present that at the same time.
Yeah.
But it doesn't exclude what we've identified within the funded options.
Yeah. And did the panel discuss at all, like if there was, if they went for a slightly smaller or cheaper version of the sort of toilets and changing shed, and they built it and it wasn't good enough, was the plan just to come back for more money? Or, because I know there's, we've got calls on money for that area, for just down the road that really needs it.
So where the staff talked through with the hearings panel quite in length around toilet change. The direct link through to the sports network plan was discussed as well in terms of the purpose of QE2 Park. So QE2 Park has been identified within the proposed sports network plan as an area for flexible bookable spaces with a certain number of sporting fields within that. So in terms of looking at, and we discussed the options around putting a smaller facility at that location as well as the larger facility, it's deemed in terms of to maximise the use of all of the fields that are proposed within the master plan, which 3 of them exist already,
Yeah.
that particular size was required.
Okay, but so the $1 million is set there, so that's not a problem. And if it's not all needed, that could go into other stuff at the
That
park.
could go into
Okay.
unfunded items.
Thank you. Yanni.
I know we've been told it's sort of out of scope, but just the former School of Gymnastics building, my understanding there is a process underway to get some resolution around future use.
Correct, that's been led by the property team, so it's out of scope of what we were looking at in terms of the master plan for QE2 Park, but there is a process that's being led by property to go through that and look at those options.
And the local community board. I just wonder if we could have a noting provision that we just ask staff to progress that with urgency.
Well, that's not a noting provision, it's a request, and if it's out of scope, then it's out of scope.
We have had a conversation over how to do this procedurally, so whether that is possible, I don't know.
Yeah. Let's just keep it simple and keep it.
I think we'll just have to find another avenue, Yanni.
Okay, but
Yeah,
I mean,
we
say
can get an update. We can definitely get an update on
We
it.
spent the money on that, on the new building for school gymnastics.
Yeah, no, what I don't want is a debate when we're not in debate about something that's already been determined to be out of scope for the matter that we will be debating when we get there.
Happy to
If we
move it.
want some information on a different process, on a process around a different subject than we're debating now, I'm sure we can get that. But asking questions of a staff member at the table who's got no responsibility for the out of scope thing that we're talking about is not the way to go. So let's get some information if we want
need
some
to separate
information, but
out.
the community board may well have a view on how they're intending progressing this
There's a
anyway.
hearing panel report and there's a master plan, right? If it's not in scope for the master plan, it doesn't mean it's out of scope for the hearing panel to recommend things to council.
I'm not seeing a hearings panel recommendation on that subject.
I think we keep the main thing,
That's fine.
and we, staff
Not
such
as
as
a
Bruce,
motion,
are
we'll find
already
another
working.
way to bring it up.
Yeah.
It's our money that we're wasting, so,
We
you know.
can attend to that.
Yeah.
Find another way to do it.
All right. So that's Yeah, I mean, if there's information that needs to be provided, let's get the information provided from the staff that are working on it. That can be done by way of a memo, and if it requires further action, then we can take some further action, if indeed it does. Okay, so questions on the paper that's in front of us. Anne?
Thanks, Lizzie. You're right. We spent an awful lot of time talking about toilets and changing rooms and the money that was obviously involved with that. And you convinced me that there was a need for future proofing, really. Can you tell us a wee bit more about that and why you felt that it was important to invest that much money into a toilet and change block?
So in terms of the toilet and change, you've got existing facilities within Kiwi2 Park. So you've got 2 existing senior sports fields, as well as sports field which we've identified within the master plan to be not only a sports field but also have multi-purpose and to be used as an event space, in addition to a multi-sports field of different surface. So in terms of the toilet change, to really maximise and to increase participation within the park and within the east, by limiting the building that you put in there for the toilet change, you're limiting the activities that you can deliver on that park. So you're also talking around the potential to bringing events into, local events into the park as well, and having those services there and doing them up front gives you that vehicle to then use the park in a multitude of means, rather than doing it in bits and adding onto it, which then has impacts in terms of displacement and additional costs for.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, so Glenn, I'm assuming that you'll be happy to move this?
I wish to move, and
is there a seconder? Dave? Yep. And then, Glenn, are you...
Yeah, as I move, there's just something that's coming up. There won't be any sound with it. I think you'll recognise. So just in speaking to this, he rangi ata hua tēnei, korihi te manu, te kiri ma te ata, no te rāwhiti, te putanga, mai o te rā, ka au, awatea, tihei Māori ora. Arguably one of New Zealand's finest sporting days, when the sun shone, not only on New Zealand but Christchurch, and for the east of Christchurch. Dick Taylor himself describes that moment as his time in the sun. And that moment really, it still resounds and reverberates for many in the east of Christchurch at that place, Kiwi2 Park. In local government circles, there's a maxim known as the legacy of events. And so going right back to the first peoples of the land, to later changes to the land, to now, there is a legacy which we wish to echo in this plan. We want it to be a place that reflects all those values as captured in the report, a place of fun. And my hope today is that you will agree to this. Together, when we join up this whole park and join up all these assets, both built and natural, you really have significant investment for that side of the city. So for anyone who says nothing is happening in the east, is factually wrong. A lot is happening in the east. There's a lot of private and public investment, especially in the east of Christchurch. And agreeing to this today, I think, will go a long way towards the social well-being recovery of the people out that way. I so move.
Thank you. Aaron.
Just want to really quickly say one thing, and that's to bring attention to the bag that Glenn hung over the front from 1974. That's what his 21st present come in, because he had it there in 74. Thanks.
And it's actually not showing too many signs of its age either. I was already at primary school in 1974. Yanni.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge the hearing panel and the staff and the community for the submissions around this process. It was really important that we got a master plan in place. probably the tragedy for this particular site is the fact that the master plan didn't come before we'd made decisions on the built form. So you'll find that there was a lot of discussion at the hearing panel around the number of toilets and how accessible they were for each individual building, or things like the car parking and the sports fields being able to be used across the entire site as a community focus, rather than each individual facility having their own car parks, having their own sports fields, etc. But fundamentally, I think this is a good overall plan, although this is arguably what should have been done before the built structures went in place. The thing that I'm really looking forward to is through the hearing panel, we heard from a number of really amazing people that are just already doing stuff around things like ecology, biodiversity, plantings, etc., particularly working with some of the school children. And I think one of the things that we really need to focus on as a city is that places like this don't just have to be all done by city council. In fact, there's a number of groups of people, children, young people that want to be involved in this as we go forward, that can help us save money because actually the goodwill and the volunteerism and the learning that they can bring to it is actually a lot more cost effective than us simply paying for everything to be done. So I really look forward to this project, the projects in this plan proceeding with extensive community involvement and engagement. I think that will be absolutely critical. I am concerned about the number of things in here, particularly the toilets, around the high cost, and I think we just need to keep looking at ensuring that we really are spending money wisely, and if there's community partnerships, then let's work those through. The only other point I wanted to make is that we did have the Youth Voices Canterbury and the Youth Council. They did do a collaborative youth review of this plan and a walkabout, and there are a number of things that they've raised that haven't been picked up, but hopefully can be picked up going forward. Just simple, small things that they bring to the table, which gives you a different perspective on this space. And I think it's really important that we pick up on some of those ideas. I am hopeful that we can, through the disability working group or committee or task force or whatever we're calling it, can actually look at some of the barriers around access. Probably my biggest concern is the extensive nature of the site means we need to really ensure that there's good, easy access and for a wide variety of people in all forms of transport. So shared paths, possibly not, but places where people can cycle, e-bike, e-scooter, run, jog, push prams, etc. So I look forward to this plan being implemented. Fundamentally, I think it is a good plan, and there's been a lot of work going into it.
Thank you. Vicky and then David.
Just
Vicky.
one tiny little technical thing, just to pick up on something Yanni mentioned that I agree with totally, and that is in section 4, where it says subject to funding becoming available in the 2021 long-term plan. Could we add or any other funding source? If we look at the amazing work that's being done at Ngāpunawai in raising money from other organisations, I think we could look to a whole range of funding sources so that it's not all coming, as Yanni says, from the City Council. So I just wonder, with the mover's permission, if we could add or any other funding source.
Well, any other.
Yeah, we could do a deep dive into the toilet to find this one.
Or any other funding source. Yep, so Glenn, you're comfortable with that?
Yes.
And David, you're comfortable with that as an addition? Yep, great. Thank you. David.
Thank you. Look, as a member of that hearings panel, I'm very pleased to see the outcomes that we have developed for this master plan, and it's another nice thing for the eastern suburbs, and I promise not to be pushing too many projects too hard in the short to medium term future. So very gratifying to see this facility starting to realise its full potential again. I do support Glenn and others' comments around finding efficiencies with the toilet and changing facilities. To me, it just seems totally incongruous that the amount of money that we potentially may spend on this, you could build a couple of houses or more. So really keen to look at those efficiencies. I'd also like to highlight, I think, point 5 in the resolution, opportunities for partnership with external operations and funders to look at opportunities at QE2. There are a number, and if we can, and I think that sort of supports Vicky's amendment just a moment ago, there are a number of opportunities where people, organisations can bring funding, both funding and operations that will enhance the master plan as it's proposed. So I'm very supportive of what we've done to date, and totally supportive of the resolution we've got before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Glenn, did you have any further comment?
Well, just a couple of brief ones. I think really appreciate and thank you, Vicky, for that addition for any other funding source. I think specifically here, there is the opportunity for private investment to help maximise the public, or to realise the greater potential of the park itself. So fully supportive of that.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Ref. Thank you. Are there any questions on this? Jimmy, you've got a question.
Thank you. Only one question. I remember a couple of months ago, council approved, particular, I remember still in this category, Community Resilient Partners Fund need to be, with coordinate with our deputy mayor and also Councillor Phil Clearwater and myself. I'm not sure which one need to go to us. Up to now, I've never received or to be informed any of this kind of the project or application engaged with us, particularly regarding to the mosque attack, this event on 15th of March. Yeah.
Councillor Chen, that was only intended to be for the applications that were going to be dealt with the General Manager under her discretion, not for the applications that went to Council as a whole.
But I remember that we approve is focused on the community resilience category. It's not all of them, right? It's not a discretionary fund. It's a resilient fund. Maybe
so I'm not sure what the question is.
Those meeting minutes.
That was intended to deal with, there was a particular proposal that was adopted on the basis that there would be a small group of elected members would have oversight of what was proposed. My understanding is that neither of these applications would fall within the scope of that proposal. These have gone through the standard process, as we would expect, and are not related, Jimmy, to the matter that you're raising. Unless there's any staff advice in the room contrary to what I've said, I would expect that that's the case.
I haven't had to use those delegations on any occasion.
These two applications have gone through the normal process without those particular delegations needing to be used. Fine. Thank you. That answers the question? Thank you. Any further questions on this one? All right, so can I please have a mover? Yanni, you'll move, and Phil, you'll second. Is there any debate? Yanni.
I just want to commend Pillars. I think they do amazing work. I think this is really exciting, actually looking at the children of prisoners and putting an additional resource to really, as a pilot, to look at that and support that. So I think this totally aligns with what we want to do as a city, and I think this will be incredibly valuable to fund it through this funding. So I'm just really supportive of this, and also of the second one as well in terms of the Pacifica community.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Now, item 25, taking Toi Otatahi, the Christchurch Arts Strategy, out to consultation. Okay, so I'm not seeing anybody indicating questions. I heard, oh, Jimmy, you've got a question? Okay, so we'll deal with questions first and then we'll come to moving and seconding. Jimmy, fire away.
This one, I just want to know, before, staff establish draft the art strategy, you particularly mentioned consultation with the different kind of group, etc. But I just want to know whether we have been engaged with those multi-ethnic community or not. Because based on all the draft, the report particularly emphasizes, this strategy is aligned, is affiliated with the multicultural strategy. But if we have not yet, in the early stage, engaged with them, how come this one, to make that happen?
So we did have, on tēnā koutou, we did have representation from various communities and cultural and arts organisations participate. I don't believe there was formal engagement by the Multicultural Council, but through the consultation phase we would like to make sure or ensure that we had specific involvement to ensure that the aspirations of the strategy would meet a diverse set of needs and support a diverse community in the city.
Sorry, sub-question. So based on your answer is still after today, council adopt this draft one, then you'll go to the consultation, particular focus on not only the geographic area like a library, service center, you still would like to invite those kind of multi-ethnic leaders, to come to share their feedback, am I right?
Yes, what we offered a couple of focus groups through the development or the engagement phase of developing this draft strategy, and we're going to reconvene that focus group, but enlarge it and ensure that we've got a range of voices around the table to have a good discussion about this draft document.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's a particular focus that Jimmy obviously is bringing to the table by way of his question, and I'm sure you've picked up the sentiment of it. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Yanni.
Just want to try and understand the increased expectation of financial support that this and levels of service that this could create. We don't have a clear understanding of that, and I just think it's important that we recognise that before we put it out for consultation, if we can.
So happening at the moment discussions between the partners involved in this, so that they include Creative New Zealand, Rata Foundation and Christchurch NZ. So there are active conversations happening, and we've got a resourcing meeting coming up. Throughout the process of workshopping this with the community, we've set out that this isn't necessarily an increase in resource, but a prioritising of resources that we have available, and so that's been stressed throughout the development of this paper. Conversations around resourcing are happening, and we expect that if this goes out to if this is endorsed to go out to consultation, if we adopt and our other partners adopt the strategy, that we'll establish a joint leadership group that will drive and confirm those discussions around how we resource this, not just as a council, but with our partners.
So are we likely for the next annual plan to have a clear idea of what the levels of service and funding commitments will be required?
I hope so.
Right. And that's the time when we as councillors can say whether we agree to doing things in here or not.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? Anne?
I'm just wondering how the PAG group fits in here, the PAAG group. How does that fit into the strategy?
So certainly there was an invitation to, so Anthony Wright participated, he's current chair, in one of the workshops. I guess from a structural point of view, this is an overarching strategy. All arts organisations and those in the community have been able to feed into it, have had that opportunity, and we would certainly seek to have that input through the consultation phase as well. And so PAG, I guess, having some relationship to council and involvement with council staff who have also been involved at the steering group level, there's definitely been opportunity for engagement and conversation around that. Yeah. Oh, yep.
Thank you. Phil.
I'm just wondering on that question of PAG, do you think there's room perhaps for us to increase our council representation on PAG, so in fact this keeps moving?
I think if I brought it back to the strategy, I would see that as a council, if we adopt the final iteration of the strategy, then we would be seeking to make decisions around our involvement and investment in the arts that are in line with the pillars and aspirations of this strategy, if that answers your question.
It's probably not a question for Kiri to answer, in that she's not directly involved with PAG or directing PAG. So that's another matter we could bring back advice. I think there could definitely be a relook at the PAG membership at some stage and a refresh of that.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you. So, Yanni.
Just in terms of the process, it strikes me we're talking about the arts, quite creative industries. There doesn't seem to be a forum for which we can hear people's submissions as a council. It goes to the steering group, not really to us in terms of hearing what people have to say or seeing what they have to do. Have you considered having some elected members involved either in the steering group or a hearing panel type arrangement where we can be involved at a governance level around submissions?
I think during the consultation there's definitely opportunity for elected members to have their say. However that happens.
Could I just interrupt? That wasn't about elected members having their say. That was about elected members hearing what other people are submitting.
I think we are planning on during the consultation period having a meeting where some of the partner, like yourselves as elected members and some of the partner organisations as well, can hear directly from the arts sector on their feedback on this. So it's just a matter of figuring out how that might fit.
Bring it to the heritage strategy where you had some really fantastic workshops where we just went and observed.
Yeah.
And then we had a kind of hearings panel, a community hearing panel with some councillors, which seemed to work quite well. And I just wondered, whether that was a possibility. Or at some stage, if we've had the workshops and start getting that feedback, whether we have an opportunity to reconsider how it gets signed off, so that we hear as much information directly as councillors.
We think that's a process that I think all the partners to the strategy would value understanding and hearing directly. Feedback on this would be useful. Yeah.
Thank you. So we've got a recommendation to receive the report and draft strategy and take the strategy out taking the strategy out for consultation. Do I have a mover for that? Phil. Right. Okay. So we've just finished with questions. So okay. So obviously, Pauline, you felt that you'd moved this, and Aaron, you felt that you'd seconded it. So let's take Pauline as the mover and Aaron as the seconder. That's fine. There was clearly something I missed as we went into questions, but that's all right. Now the opportunity for any debate or comment. Phil.
Thanks, Andrew. Just a comment. I think that the point that Councillor Yanni Johansson's raised now is really important, so that in fact at governance level too we have some involvement in this. So I think that's a process from here though, after it goes out to consultation, and as Yanni said, for the multicultural strategy. No, it was the heritage strategy, of course. That's where we had a panel of a range of people, including councillors. So I'm sure that's been noted though today. So in fact, we continue this good process.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. While I endorse this particular draft and the intent of the arts strategy, I think Councillor Johansson's right when it comes to raising expectations. We have currently plan after strategy coming before us, and every single time, like the QE2 Master Plan, we're raising expectations of future funding, and then we have people coming in the annual plan saying, well, you did the strategy and now you're not funding it. And I think that we need to be able to have that conversation with the community in a much clearer way across all of these projects and plans and strategies and policies. But also I think that we need to go through a process where we are much more strategic in how we prioritise the various strategies and the funding around them. And I'd like to see that as a piece of work going forward for the council. Thanks.
Thank you. Jimmy.
If we review one of the council's community outcome, particular emphasis under the strong community. So the arts, same as culture, heritage, and the sport. Actually, my view, popular arts is also under the part of the culture. So that's a key spirit, core value, and our identity, our the well-being. That's very, very crucial. So if we recognize, particularly if we review the paragraph 5.5, particular mention of council policy and strategy, direct the relationship with some of strategy, the multicultural strategy, one of them, and also post the kind of the mosque attack, the event on 15th of March. We need to more, and also we declare this city is a city of the peace and city of inclusion, and we embrace all those diversity. Then probably in consultation time period, I strongly, to emphasize we need to follow the kind of the heritage strategy model, because heritage strategy model is a good before establish one. They engage with wider community feedback. Then they establish the draft one, put to the consultation and feedback the council. Appoint the particular for the hearing panel to listen that one. That is a kind of the overall more kind of the process. Then we can make the document, particular strategic document, more practical, more implementable, more inclusive. I think that's very, very important. I don't want to this strategy, document eventually become just put on the shelf. This is my concern.
Thank you. Yanni.
Just quickly, I just want to acknowledge that I firmly believe that creative expression has been a huge part of our recovery after the earthquake and after a number of significant events, including the terror attacks. And sometimes creative expression doesn't sort of fit into boxes or strategies or action plans. It just kind of happens. So when you're driving home and you see a beautiful handwritten creative sign on a fence that says "Love lives here" after the terror attacks, it just adds so much to how you're feeling. And so I think, I understand the need for a sort of strategy, but to me, I just hope it doesn't limit people's ability to creatively express themselves in our city. And part of that creative expression, I think, particularly in Christchurch, is sort of unorthodox, unique, and doesn't necessarily conform to the standard boundaries that we may have. So I think, at the end of the day, this is going to go out for consultation. I really am concerned around the idea that creative industries requires more investment, more money, when sometimes actually it may be just doing things differently or enabling things to happen that can't happen. For example, we have a beautiful wall on the side of this building that we have no street art on, and yet we support street art festivals, we encourage others to do it, and we've got a blank canvas just sitting out here that probably could be used for very little extra money. So I think creative industries has been so important, creative expression has been so important to us as a city, and I strongly support it and commend the creative people in our city that just contribute so much. I think what's really important, and hopefully through this consultation, is that we as elected members can really be clear about what people's expectations are and how that is supported through our processes. I do believe that we often undervalue creative people in our city and in our community, and they absolutely should be recognised and rewarded for the work that they do. And for a long time, I think it has been undervalued. So I look forward to getting the results of this. I look forward to the collaborative processes that hopefully will continue. And I look forward to us coming up with something that really enables that creative expression to continue and be enhanced in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne?
Oh, sorry, reinforce those fine comments. Thanks, Yanni. I think that this is almost like providing the coat hangers on which we can hang those beautiful things that we know are in our community, and it is so beneficial to our soul as a community to acknowledge and uplift the arts. So thank you for the work you've done, and hopefully as we go forward with this, it will bring to the fore again that voice that we may have lost a little bit over the last 9 years, and really begin to honour again and strengthen those things that, as Yanni has said, just lighten our lives and bring joy. So thanks for that.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Just apologies, Andrew, I need to...
Yeah, no, thanks for signalling that. That's all good. Thank you. Progress reports on the Council's strategic priorities, item 26. Now, we can take this report as read. Were there any comments, Emma, that you wanted to make on this before we move into any questions?
No, this is the second update in this format. So last time we presented this in a workshop, and we're just bringing you the key achievements in the reports for the past 6 months. There's a substantial amount of work that goes on, but the reports are really to sort of highlight some of that. So happy to take questions.
Indeed, and this is just for receiving and noting.
That's right, just to receive and sort of profile some of the work going on.
That's fine, thank you. Are there any questions on this, Pauline?
Yeah, if I'm allowed to ask, in the Enabling Active Citizenship, are we able to have updates on and statistics on our program to encourage active travel to schools, like cycling, walking, even busing involves some active travel?
Yes, so that's sort of
thing to raise here or not, or is, well, we do it in the committee as well, but I think it would be good if it would come here through our. It's part of our.
We can certainly take that back and highlight some of those facts. So when we get those, we're really keen to present those. So there will be some that have come out from the recent surveys, that we've just got the results from. So as we get, that data, certainly incorporate it into the reports.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Yep.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Jimmy?
You do it wherever you can, right?
Yeah. It's a good thing to highlight.
On page 400, paragraph 4.2.5, you mention here the data collected by Canterbury Uni shows 34% increased number of people riding bike in the last 12 months. I just want to know, this mainly is whether there's major cycle route facility from the Canterbury Uni to the CBD. Those one, or is affect mainly for the new development, the major cycle program you mentioned here, like a new South Express, Kisco Expressway, and the Quarryman Trail. Which one?
I'm not sure. I'll need to go back and find out, get a little bit more information on that under that public transport. So I'm not quite sure the source of that.
Also, even 34% people. Regarding number, how many numbers?
Yes. Yeah.
I would like to get this information. Okay.
Absolutely. So the Life in Christchurch survey, the recent one, which I think the results are just being put together, there was some new information in that about people cycling, and particularly into the inner cities. So we can get some more information for you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So what I'm hearing is you're kind of interested in all those facts for future reports.
Thank you very much. No further questions? Can I have I'm happy to move these recommendations, and Tim, you'll second. Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we move to item 27, process to consider the annual living wage adjustments to council employees. So we've got Prue to the table to answer any questions. Mike? I'm taking questions at the moment. Are there any questions? Okay. So there are no questions? So, Mike, you're happy to move the recommendation. Phil, you're happy to second? Okay, that's great. Is there any debate on this? Okay, we've got it moved and second. That's the important thing. Does anybody want to speak to it? So I'll put the Oh, Phil, you do. Thank you.
I'm glad that we can progress this. I do want to say that I'm really pleased to see in the report that, in fact, this is really positive and constructive. I think it's taken a huge amount of time, like the whole time I've been on council, to actually get to this point. But I think overall we're doing a lot better than we were previously. It's never straightforward for everybody, but we're almost there for all of our council. The obvious part too, of course, is that we've still got a lot of work to do with our CCOs and their staff. I think none of us will forget earlier on, it was in our last term of council, I think, when we had the deputation from the woman who was a cleaner at the airport and her struggles with her family. So, and like today, it's been really clear what's come through from submissions from people in the East, how important well-being is for all of us, and including people who are on a very low or minimum wage. And I'm also pleased to see the possibility of the minimum wage catching up with the living wage. I think that would be good. I realise that's a big step. So I'm very happy to support this and very pleased that we have arrived at this report, even though we've still got a long way to go.
Thank you. Glenn?
Thank you. Absolutely support. It's one of those basic necessaries and necessities of life, which I hope we will never question as something that we even have to consult on. Phil's alluded in the past in debate to Norman Kirk, his words, someone to love, somewhere to live, somewhere to work, and something to hope for. So this is all part of all that, and we need to ensure that our own staff and through our companies have that opportunity just to have a reasonable standard of living.
Okay, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, delegation for approval of submission on the inquiry into the Earthquake Commission. So what do we need to do? We need to delegate approval of the submission to the Mayor and another councillor who we need to decide to enable it to be submitted by the 19th of May.
Sorry, I'm on the community reference group of this inquiry, so I should probably step back.
Yep, that's fine. So Dion declared an interest. Glenn?
I'd like to express an interest as the councillor who promoted the insurance tribunal through the council and who has represented many constituents.
Thank you. We probably should have had some conversation about this earlier, and we haven't, but we simply just need to put a councillor's name in there. Are people generally comfortable with Glenn? Yep, okay, so put Glenn's name in there. Yeah. Okay, so delegate approval to the Mayor and Councillor Livingstone. Okay, so did somebody indicate Aaron, you indicated you're happy to move, so you're happy to move that. Phil, you're happy to second. Is there any debate on this? Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 28, Council's response to the 15th of March 2019. Now, Mary, you're presenting this. So over to you. Thank you very much.
So this report is just the report that Council requested at the meeting on the 11th of April when the Council, and particularly Councillor Johansson, asked for a detailed report about what we'd done during the response. So this report just outlines that response. You will note on page 23 we talk about the work that's followed, and as the CE said in her report, I can quickly talk to that report as well. But before I do go on and talk about what's happening next, I do just want to mention the significant contribution by over 280 staff in the response over those 2 weeks. And you will see by the massive amount of activities and the role council played largely and often behind the scenes in organising the burials, the call for prayers, the remembrance service, the traffic management, etc., etc. So a huge amount of work from a large number of staff. Also want to acknowledge the police and Ngāi Tahu as partners and other agencies, but also importantly I want to acknowledge the civic leaders. So that's the Mayor and yourself as councillors and what you did during the response and the tone that you set about this response, about reinforcing the views of unity and compassion, and that flavour that you set as civic leaders really I think just did set the tone for the response which staff followed and the rest of the city followed. So really want to acknowledge that and also acknowledge the Muslim community who suffered the incredible loss but behaved with and responded with such dignity and grace. So that's probably all I need to say about the report. I will hand round the summary, which is just an overview about the steps that are now happening. So a multi-agency group has got together and is leading the response into this next phase. And they have 10 streams of work that are happening and being coordinated across government departments. So perhaps if I just table this because I know time is tight, and we take some time to brief you about it on a Tuesday morning is probably the best rather than taking time now.
Yep, that's perfect, and that'll give us time to digest this and then take time in a less formal situation for a briefing, which I think will be incredibly valuable.
You will also get a newsletter out. Di's team has been religiously sending you out weekly updates, and you'll get another one this week as well.
Thank you. Okay, so Tim, you're happy to move. Phil, you're happy to second. We've got some questions. So Jimmy, we've got a question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mary, for your comprehensive information. Thank you also for the staff, 280 the staff, great contribution. But I have 2 questions. First one, we undertake this kind of response to the most attack one. But I just want to know what is our guiding document or policy we follow, whether we follow currently civic defense, the emergency, the kind of management, the document or policies, or we have any other guiding document we can follow. Then probably we can integrate all those resources, not the waste, maybe some resources or maybe some of the different agencies to be ignored, etc. So I just want to know, this is my first question. Also, even in our council, internal council, I still would like to know what is the mayor's role, what is the council's role, what is the committee role, what is the management staff the role. If we can distinguish more clearly, we can more working together closely, collaboratively. We can more integrate our resources. This is my first question.
Okay, so just in response to that question, in this instance, the civil defence emergency was not called. So this was an operation that was led by the police. So it was a police-led operation, and they led the operations and they tasked out tasks to other agencies. Within council, we set up an instant management team, and that responded and did the things that we were tasked to do, or the things that we initiated and did ourselves. And I can certainly send you out a diagram about how that works and the guidelines of how we run that. So, and also potentially how in future we will run, even if it's an EOC, how we will also be setting up a parallel instant management team in our organisation. We can also do some clarity around the roles of elected members, and we'll get our civil defence and our IMT team at some briefing to clarify those.
Okay, thank you. Second question, okay. Your particular regarding key point 1.2, emphasize report is not review or lesson learned report. So I just want to know when we can get this kind of review or learn report. Then we can, improve our dealing with this kind of, the event, even in case, in the future, unfortunately happen again. But we need to prevent it from this one.
Yep. So that work is going to be done by University of Canterbury on behalf of the multi-agencies that were involved in this response. So that work is going, because it was a police-led response, so police will be doing their own investigation, but across the agencies from DHB, police, MSD, us, UC will be doing a review of the lessons learned. It will probably take some time. It won't be a rapid review, but we can definitely make sure councillors can feed into that review as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Dion.
On the funding coordination thing, obviously there's a little bit of anxiety out, and we're seeing it through the media anyway, some anxiety around the funds and families and some issues there. I just want to be really, really clear in this document that you've given us here. You've got, Christchurch City Council is in this, the funding coordination part. I just want to be very clear what the City Council's involved in regards to the funding coordination.
So there's different funding streams that are available. So there's the victim support funding, and Department of Internal Affairs, MSD and Victim Support have been working very closely to make sure that there's a clear and quick and transparent process for victim support money. So they are working on that to try and speed up that process and get that money distributed. There's also other streams of money that are available from new government and philanthropic grant money, and the FLAG group, which is a inter-funders group, is working to make sure that funding is coordinated. Christchurch City Council will be particularly interested in how the foundation's funds are going to be distributed, and we will be having some discussions with the foundation, and may ask the foundation people to brief the councillors in a briefing as well, just to make sure it's the particular priorities at the moment are making sure those two donor funds get out, which is the victim support one and the foundation one. The foundation one was more medium to longer term funding, where the victim support was the immediate funding that needs to get out to families.
And that's and you're not worried about that being there's too much. Well, sorry, I'll say it again. Is that going to be coordinated relatively quickly? It's obviously, I'm just worried about some longer term perceptions on these things.
Yeah, absolutely. So victim support, my understanding is victim support are working to try and get their money out very quickly, within the next month. So that is not, that's not something that government council can direct or anything. We are encouraging them to get their money, and they are keen to get the money out quickly. It has been a concern to lots of people, I think, about getting funds, funds out.
I want to be very clear what our role is in that, because there is some things there. Anyway, thank you.
Pauline.
These funding streams be appropriate for the Multicultural Centre?
That's probably a discussion that you'd want to have with the foundation.
So how would that be initiated?
I was saying we'll discuss with the foundation about having a discussion or briefing with the council. So I am meeting with the foundation CE later this week to actually find out. Then we'll try and work out a way. And you have two representatives on the foundation as well.
Right, so is that already in discussions?
Try and get a discussion.
And there's also a submission to the annual plan that might give rise to a need for some discussions with the foundation or others as well. All right, so you're obviously having that meeting outside of any elected member process, but you'd be reporting back on that, obviously.
And also just trying to potentially work out a time that they could discuss. It could be discussed with
Indeed.
elected members.
Yep, great. Vicky?
Thank you very much indeed for the report, Mary, and for all the work that you did, because you
Just worked tirelessly on this, and you forgot to mention that, as usual. I love the way that you actually included the staff names. I think that's really, really important. I agree with you completely that the Muslim community in Christchurch were just completely inspirational in terms of their response, just completely humbling as well. Just the question I have, two questions. Who do we actually contact if we're dealing with families in need? Is there a contact point that we should make contact with?
Yes, there is, and we will make sure that goes out in the newsletter that's coming out on Friday.
Great.
So if there's one contact if you're working with the Muslim community that were directly affected, and there's another area where other more broadly people will be connected, so we'll make sure those are put in.
That would be awesome, including businesses that have been particularly affected would be really helpful.
And we do, I know that Councillor Hanson had some concerns about this, but we do know that IRD have visited each of those businesses, as have MB and MSD, and he has a email and a contact detail for that. But if there's other businesses, the Chamber is working with some local businesses.
Just the who we contact would be
so
really,
we'll put
really
that
helpful.
in the newsletter in the update as
and
well.
then longer term, just looking at the beyond the immediate need and the curiosity that's been created around particular faiths in the Christchurch area, and the desire of people to understand and know those. Is there a way, and I'm happy to help do some of the work, and I could find the people who would be happy to teach it, but is there a way that we could perhaps make that available through the library, or some way in which that curiosity could be helped, so that we understand the essence of particular faiths, which people may not understand, just to enhance that capacity for people to...
So we, and that's out of that work stream that's about city unity. A lot of that is going to flow. So that's a great idea. So we'll keep you looped in on that.
If you could, that would be really cool, because I've got people who are quite keen to help on it.
Intel research is saying the key thing is about that social capital. When people know each other, they don't hurt each other.
I'm just really keen to get it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Thanks, Mary, and certainly I would reiterate what Vicky has said in thanking you and staff. And you also mentioned how, in fact, we have had some regular communications, so and we have appreciated that too, so you can let our comms know that. But I just wanted to ask you the section on strengthening communities, because the submissions, for example, on having a large multicultural centre, they've been absolutely clear. But I'm just thinking in terms of our ongoing council involvement, because this part will be led by us, is that something which in time could come back to us as a council, or maybe as a committee, to ensure that not only is there a central base for people of all cultures, but in fact in our suburbs and in our communities and in our libraries, that in fact we are able to support people of other ethnicities.
Great, and Gary is leading that work, so he's hearing that and nodding, so yes, great.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So we've got a recommendation simply to receive this report, which I'm happy to move, and Dion, you're happy to second? Were you signalling you were happy to second? Yep, all right, great. So now speak to it, great.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for the report, and I wanted to reiterate some of the words that were said before. It's really good to see the names of all of the staff involved. It puts a human face to what we've actually experienced, and I really want to sort of thank especially yourself, Mary, Claire, and Gary. I was about to say Craig for some reason. It has been a long day. Names are not my forte, but I really want to say thank you to you three who have been at the front of this from a staff point of view as well, and I'm Oh, and Andrew.
Andrew did all the burials.
Absolutely. Oh, yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, that's the danger of naming people, but I could keep going, and I should have just got the list and started naming everybody, but there has been some amazing work going on, and I really just wanted to say thank you from my point of view, because I was down on the ground seeing a lot of stuff as well, but Gary and Claire especially were just running around day and night, and I was, it's incredible work, and you're still doing some incredible work, and there's a long way to go for support of both the communities that were immediately affected, but also the wider city as well. So this is the start, I suppose, of a new sort of phase, but we've got to really hold on to what we've done and be proud of ourselves and move forward with what we've got. So thanks.
Thank you. Anne.
I was in the unenviable position of having to travel away overseas very soon after this, and it was clear that from what we saw and what we read while we were overseas in the States, that Christchurch and New Zealand were writing the rule book in terms of how to respond to a situation like this, and I was just enormously proud of what I read in the papers and what I saw. And when I look at the principles that you've listed there in the report, I think that they were being acted out. They were evident that those principles were underlying everything that was happening here. So well done, thank you. It would be great if we could perhaps highlight those principles in some way and keep them sort of front of mind as we go forward, because they are excellent. Yes, we could somehow, just to, it's sort of almost like the anchor that's holding us going forward. So, thanks.
Thank you. I certainly would echo the comments that have been made around recognition of the work that staff did. Certainly naming people is a great way of recognising the work that people did. As has already been alluded to, naming people inevitably means that there are other people that did things that are not named, and it's always dangerous. But the contribution, as has been said, by over 280 staff is significant, and realising that this happened at a time when people individually were deeply affected by what had happened, that shocked the whole of the city and that affected different individuals in very different ways. So 280 of our own staff who were directly involved in this, but realising also that for each of those 280 people, there were other things that those people normally would have been doing, other roles that they normally would have been performing, business as usual work that would have needed to be covered or backfilled or handled by other people. So the people that were involved is far greater than the people that have been named in this report or in our discussions today, and we absolutely acknowledge the work that was done in trying and difficult situations, and no doubt when people were personally quite deeply affected by what had happened here. I'd also take the opportunity to acknowledge the leadership that the Mayor and colleagues showed at this time as well. And it was a very dynamic situation, but in terms of a wide range of work that was done in terms of the need for visible city leadership at that time. A huge amount of work was done across a very wide area, and some of it in a very dynamic situation that had huge value, particularly to those people most deeply affected by this, but also of value in terms of the community response. And showing leadership from a city point of view at a time when that community response has been recognised as quite unique and of real interest in terms of a different way of dealing with this than perhaps might have been expected. And that recognition is not only around New Zealand, but is reflected in interest that's come from overseas and has been expressed by a number of international delegations and international visitors who have come to bring condolences, but also come very interested in the particular way that Christchurch has responded to this and what learnings there might be from that may in fact have international application. So I think, Mary, thank you very much indeed for the report. I think it's timely for us to look back on what's happened over these last few weeks, but it's also timely, and a number of questions have alluded to it, for us to start to look forward as to how we might best deal with any outstanding issues, and realising that there are people that are likely to be deeply affected by this for a very long time. There'll be some that are, most deeply affected who'll always be affected by this. But also realising that there are some opportunities for legacy that we want to capture, and the sort of educational opportunities that Vicky mentioned, and some other positives that can come out of this as well. So thank you for the work that you've done. Thank you for the work that you're planning. And we certainly look forward to being actively engaged in the process as we go forward from here. Thank you very much. So I'm happy to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. So now moving to our final open agenda item. Now, we've got some tea and coffee and biscuits that have been delivered here just by way of sustenance. I'm aware of the time. We will keep going. We've obviously got a bit of work ahead of us, but this is the last of the open agenda items. Help yourself to a cup of tea or coffee and a couple of biscuits as we go. I'm not going to stop the meeting. We'll just do that as we move ahead. Helen, thank you for this report. Welcome to the table. And again, I guess in the spirit of thanking people for huge amounts of work done, thank you for what on this subject has been, a massive amount of work. And today we're receiving a further update with obviously some certainties and some good news in this report as well. So I don't know whether there are any comments that you wanted to make by way of introduction.
I would note that with the cool, damp weather, which my team particularly loves, that we have regained momentum and things are moving very quickly. So since we had this paper signed off, we have moved more wells into the construction phase. So when we put pen to paper on this, we had 54 wells where we had works underway or scheduled, and today we have 70 wells where we have works underway or scheduled. So there's a lot of work happening across the city. The not so welcome news, of course, is that parts of the city are without chlorine today and serviced only by secure wells. There are some parts where we will need to continue that chlorine treatment. And so under the proposed program, you have some recommendations for a number of pump stations that have been named where we would like approval for that chlorine to continue. And I'm happy to answer questions. I'm sure people will have some questions.
Thank you. So moving to questions, Mike.
Thanks, Helen. Just got a couple of questions. I know last time we had the report there was a few pump stations that looked going to be quite late in the list of pump stations getting repaired. I know Mays was one of them. And looking at the map on the council website, it's still saying that Mays, Redwood and Grasmere are all supplying chlorinated water. Yet in the resolutions it doesn't mention them as continuing through May and June. So I'm just wondering, are they currently chlorine free, those three pump stations?
No, they do have chlorine, you're right, and we are using them at the moment, but we won't need them further down the track, and so we'll take them offline for works to be carried out.
So do we have a time frame around those ones?
Grasmere, we hope to have one well completed in May and the second well in June, and then that one will be back online. Mays, both of those will be completed in July. And what was your third one, sorry?
Grasmere, Redwood.
Redwood.
Well, I'm just wondering because they're not
Redwood, we're going to abandon both of those wells and replace them.
So obviously they're not mentioned in the resolutions as being continued with chlorination.
That's true, so they'll be serviced from other pump stations, those areas.
So the residents around that area that normally would have got it from the Mains, they'll be getting it from a different...
That's correct.
Thank you. I know another question. Quite a while back now, you said there was no known public health benefits from chlorination of water. Now this has been going on for 12 months. Is there any known public health benefits from the chlorination of water over that period of time?
The public health benefit is about the reduction in risk.
Which was already very, very low.
Which is already very, very low. That is correct. But that is the public health benefit. It's about risk.
Yeah. And some of the known things that have happened in that time is obviously to the hot water cylinders and actually some adverse health effects to people that may have a reaction from the chlorinated water.
Yes, and for that reason, we've continued with the program of reducing the chlorine dose across the city. So we started out with 48 pump stations at 1 part per million. Today, there's only there's only 8 pump stations sitting at 1 part per million. We have around 25, 26 where we've halved the dose, and the remainder there's no chlorine.
Okay.
So there's much less chlorine in the network today.
Do we have, going down to the 9 pump stations, is there an estimate of the amount of people that will be affected from that?
No, there isn't, and it's very difficult to do that because the water will mix within the network, and the chlorine will be intermittent at a number of those pump stations. So it's almost impossible to give you a straight estimate of the number of people affected.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Raf?
Yeah, thank you, Helen. Good job. Page 11, 5.4, you discuss option 3, which is to discontinue chlorine treatment as at the end of May. Obviously, when we made the decision, it was for 12 months.
Yes.
So we're at a place now where we're nearly done to all extents and purposes. So if we were to take a decision, say, okay, no more chlorine, because actually we know we don't really need it, and we're pretty much done, and we said we'd do it for 12 months, we didn't want to do it, but we felt we were forced to. When you talk there about the disadvantage of that, obviously, well, it's inconsistent with the water safety plan, fine, goes against the advice of the drinking water assessor and the medical officer of health, and invites the Director General of Health to make a direction as to chlorine treatment. So are you really saying, look, you just can't consider this option because it's too much grief, quite frankly? Given we've come so far, an extra couple of months for a small percentage of the city, it's just not worth having that argument? Would that be
That is certainly the staff recommendation.
your position?
Yes. So our water safety plan is a statutory requirement under the Health Act. And is an approved document, and under that water safety plan what we've said is that we will have chlorination in place until we've secured the wells supplying a particular pump station. So that is what we're following.
Yeah.
So this, if council went for option 3, for example, we would have to amend our water safety plan, and I think we would be unlikely to have that approved by the drinking water assessor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Vicky?
Thanks very much for the report. Just in terms of the pump stations that still have the chlorine in them, if I just go through your resolution on page 6, if I were to just take out the ones that you've done, the last ones to get done are overhead stroking and sediment.
Yes.
Yeah. So if I just made a list and then just took out the ones that you've taken out from May, June, and then through to September, that would be the correct list of where the chlorine is sourced from those resolutions that are here.
Yes.
Yep. Is there anywhere that people can look online so that they can still see? Is that map still operating?
Yes, that map's still operating, and we update it twice a week to keep it up to date.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And I should also note that the filling station at Burnside is operating as well this week. So there's one at Keys pump station out at Rafiti, and there's one at Burnside now that's operated this week. Yeah.
And where's the one at Burnside?
It's in the park.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? So I'm happy to move this report. Pauline, you're happy to second? So what do you want? Put one separately? Yeah. All right, so moving into debate. Is there any debate on this? Sarah?
Same reasons as January last year.
It's not a sufficient response. Point of order.
I'm happy to speak for 3 minutes if you'd like on this one, but, you know. Yeah? Seriously? Okay. Yeah, I think that we're in a exactly the same position, except that the risk is even lower because there are fewer people involved. And last time round I voted against chlorination because we hadn't fulfilled our obligations under the Local Government Act to consult with the community, and because there would be unintended consequences, which turned out to be absolutely true. We voted initially without full information. It cost us a lot more than we had originally planned. There were health impacts due to the chlorination on people's skin. There were impacts on people's hot water cylinders. The number of plastic water bottles used has gone right up, and I don't think we need to continue.
Pauline.
Thank you. And we did have low risk right at the beginning, we knew that, but the consequence was high, and just because the risk is lower now, possibly, the consequence is still just as high. So we've come this far, as Helen says, we may as well keep going until the end, and if we don't comply with our water safety plan, that opens up the door for, being ordered to put the chlorine in anyway, which makes it harder to get it out. So I would not want to risk that and have a worse consequence than we have now. And I don't know about everyone else, but honestly, people have quietened down a lot about the chlorine. The taste is far, far reduced. Sometimes it's indiscernible. So that's because the dose is reducing, and people have become far more tolerant to it. I think the adverse effects are far less now. So we're at the tail end of it, and thanks, Helen, for the incredible work that you've done on this, the way you've structured this program, the way you've met your milestones wherever possible when it's in your control is incredibly admirable. So yeah, I'll be supporting this in its entirety today.
Yep. Mike.
I won't be voting for 2 or 3. I didn't vote for it the first time, and actually I think the risks have reduced from the amount of work that has been done. Obviously represent a community that has had the chlorination right from the beginning and still has it, and I hear the complaints. And maybe why council's not hearing as much is because people get sick of complaining to council when their complaints aren't actioned. What we know is actually there is only a few pump stations left. We could monitor them because the only time they're actually going to be contaminated or risk of contaminations would be during storm events. And it's very easy to be in a position to actually dose them at that time. There has been no actual known public health benefits from the chlorination of water, yet we do know actually of all the side effects from having chlorination in our water. We have never ever actually done any proper consultation engagement with community about these, and now we've moved away from a citywide chlorination to more community chlorination, and yet we're still not having that conversation with people. I didn't vote for it in the first time, and I'm still not going to vote for it.
Dion.
Yeah, I was actually coming into this meeting. I was thinking about foreshadowing option 3 because I actually want to test it out and see where we're actually at, and do an actual risk analysis and actually understand what the risk and what the or where the risk is now, where we're at, because I don't know that data. And I voted originally to make the decision for 12 months, and that was the decision I made. I understand the risk is different, and I understand a lot more about the water reticulation system in Christchurch now. So I actually agree with Sarah and Mike. I would have foreshadowed option 3, but I'm not going to at this point in time. Yeah.
Thank you. Glenn and then Phil. Glenn.
Thank you. Yes, what I said a few months ago was that, none of us actually really wanted to do this, but I think that the problem is you've got to play the long, smart, strategic game. So a few of us concluded that if you chlorinate temporarily, that is probably your best case for ensuring that you won't have to chlorinate permanently. I, for one, certainly wasn't going to stub my nose at the Director General of Health, was local equivalent, who would have imposed it anyway. As I said, no one wanted to do this, and my position is that we need to earn the right as a council to, in the long term, have our water chlorine free. It's not only just about chlorine, it's not only just about water, it's about local democracy. So we have to undertake best endeavours, as we've had throughout these reports, to do that. And as the Mayor has said previously, actually if we hadn't agreed to this, we wouldn't have undertaken all this work on our wells and pump stations. So I still support the unpopular decision we made to temporarily chlorinate.
Phil.
I'm certainly supporting all of the recommendations. I think it's easy to kind of like sound really brave and we don't have to do it. Well, we all know actually the government have got a three waters plan, coming ready or not. We have to do this work. I just think it would be negligent of this council to not really support this. There's no question that in fact by doing this work we are strengthening our city's infrastructure. It's a good investment for the long term. For goodness sake, have we not learnt anything from Havelock North? So I'm strongly supporting this and urge councillors to do so.
Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit disappointed because while I remember over several months ago, in that time we got from the staff, we will be finished probably at the end of March. Then after that, extension to the end of May. Even the last month, I particularly asked staff when will be finished. Staff mentioned, at the end of May, 90% will be finished. But today, this information look like 75% teacher will be finished. I've been, challenged by all the residents, particularly in the west side. So today I review this information. I just don't know Suckerburn will impact the Hornby or not impact the Hornby. Suckerburn, I don't know. I promise our Hornby people, temporarily, I say I promise at the end of May, all done. So I don't know. Today looks like suddenly Suckerburn here. I don't know how many households will be affected. How do I do totally? But the consequence that's important. Even I'm disappointed, probably I still go ahead because I cannot go ahead. I just want to know if we set up those commitment on time schedule. One is enthusiastic. Is a kind of the where we is no any problem. The other one maybe a conservative, etc. Maybe I think probably a little bit conservative, that's better. Otherwise, I promise, based on staff information, I promise to talk to all the residents, constituents, say at the end of May, all done. But today looks like I'm still disappointed about this situation.
Thank you. Raf.
Just very quickly, I mean, yes, I'm not happy that we're still chlorinating, but ultimately the risk here, it's not a health risk, we know that, it's a regulatory risk, and I think it's really, given we've only got a couple of more months for 90%, 3 or 4 months for 100%, it's not really worth picking a fight in that particular department, given what we've got coming. So I think we just have to grin and bear this a little bit longer, but we will end up with a much better water supply system. We've done all the upgrades in record time, and I think ultimately that's the good outcome from this whole process. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm just going to intervene in this debate because there's this suspension of standing orders resolution that we need to pass so that we can keep going beyond 5:30. Much as I'm disappointed and reluctant to do so, I need to move this resolution. Will somebody second it, Tim? All those in favour say aye. And now we'll resume the debate on the water supply improvement programme. Vicky.
I actually enjoy gambling, but only with my own money and not with the health and well-being of our future water and the most vulnerable in the community. So I would never take that chance. I'm okay with the fact that I don't like the fact, and I see Rickerton's that one of the last ones, but we have gone into this to make sure that our water is absolutely of a high enough standard to get the approval of the drinking water standards people and to have the medical officer of health clearly on our side when we go into the real battle with the government on the three waters, which is a way bigger battle than this one. I mean, if anything happened with the safety of water, the most vulnerable in our community, the youngest and the oldest, and the people who are most who are sick or vulnerable in any way, are the ones who are most at risk. And I'd never gamble with that. That's way too risky. But we have serious challenges coming up in our water system with the government's recommendations on the three waters. We know that. We absolutely have to have the drinking water assessor, the medical officer of health, and we need to be able to show that we have done this incredibly well and be bulletproof on this. So for the sake of 2 months, I'm certainly not willing to gamble that.
We were all disappointed, I think it's fair to say, when we had to make that decision. And I say had to advisedly, because we know that if we hadn't made the decision at the time that we did, we would have been directed to chlorinate the water by the medical officer of health anyway. So when we were put in a position where that was the responsible thing to do and realistically the only decision we could make, I think it's fair to say we were all disappointed to have to put chlorine into the Christchurch water supply. We were all disappointed to have to make that decision. It was a decision I think everybody around this table who did with a huge amount of reluctance. But responsibility and risk is what this has all been about. And Raf's absolutely right. It's a regulatory risk and it's a reputational risk with those who we need to keep both a good reputation and a good relationship with. There are decisions going to be made in government, or there's work going on in government at the moment that we need to be able to show that we've been responsible as we've dealt with this issue. There's a relationship with the drinking water assessor and the medical officer of health that we need to maintain as a city across this issue and possibly, in the case of the medical officer of health, other issues as well. And we need to maintain a good reputation with those people as well. We've come this far. We've got to keep going. To abandon ship at this stage and to wear the reputational or regulatory risk now for the sake of a couple of months that we weren't willing by majority to wear at the beginning of this process, in my view, would just be crazy. In terms of the timing, Jimmy, I absolutely share your disappointment. A number of us made commitments at the beginning of this process that, there was a time when we expected the chlorine would be out of the water supply, and that was on good advice and it was in good faith. But this has been a huge programme of work, a programme of work that normally would have taken place over a large number of years, which has been done over a relatively small number of months. And, really there's unprecedented planning and physical work has been done to get us to the point that we're at. And looking at the recommendation, the resolution in front of us, what we're saying is that 100% of the water from the secure wells by the end of July 19, with exceptional chlorine treatment available at 6 pump stations at high demand, we're essentially going to be chlorine-free by the end of July. Recent expectation was that that was likely to be September, October. We're still on track to say that we'll be 100% of the water from secure wells chlorine-free by the end of September. That is a huge achievement in anyone's language, given that this was something that was unplanned and the volume of work has been unprecedented. So on that basis, and on the basis that we're almost at the end of what has been a huge programme, and we've got significant regulatory and reputational risk if we were to divert from the track that we're on, I'm very happy to support all of these resolutions today. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour... I'll put... yes, item 1. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And the balance of the resolution, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? If I can call a division on that, please.
Councillor Tuna?
Yes.
Councillor Scandrich?
Yes.
Councillor Butt? Yes. Councillor Livingstone?
Yes.
Councillor East?
Yes.
Councillor Clearwater?
Yes.
Councillor Swiggs?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton?
No.
Councillor Manji?
Yes.
Councillor Kewen?
No.
Councillor Galloway? Councillor Chen?
Yes.
Councillor Davidson?
No.
Councillor Cotter? Yes. Carried.
Thank you. So now I will move to exclude the public for the reasons set out in the report. Do I have a seconder for that motion, please? Tim? Okay, so this is moving to exclude the public. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried.